still at it.
That's three.
With all this Bay Area pride,
It's time, baby! It's time!
there's no stopping now. More dunks, more blocks,
Gary Payton!
and more of this.
Go Nation, we out here! Yes, sir!
What's next? You'll just have to see. Make them look. Get your tickets at Warriors.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Move on, Joe.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I got a question for Warrior fans.
Before you ask, we're back up on YouTube.
Oh, thank you, Gil. Appreciate that. I didn't know we were down. Yay! How are the Warriors going to get better when they're cutting payroll over the next couple of years? I know it's outside all our pay grades. But when we talk about superstars, the only reason the Warriors were able to get Durant was because there was a spike in the salary cap. Now the Warriors are heading into the immediate future, and they've got to cut. They got to cut payroll. It just doesn't go hand in hand with getting better over the next two. Like, what he's attempting to do is going to be very difficult. And we're just talking, okay, Bud?
No, I was going to say, what if you got a budding superstar, an all-star in Kuminga, if he keeps continuing
Okay, let's say Kuminga takes a monster step. Does that make the Warriors a contender next year?
I would say yes. And if Curry continues to age like fine wine.
What about Clay's?
Well, Clay may be gone.
Well, that doesn't make you better, does it? I mean, listen, I like Podziemski too, but if you're telling me you're going to move forward with Podziemski as your starting two, so you're going to go Steph, Podziemski, Draymond, Wiggins, Kuminga, I don't think that's a championship team. Even if Kuminga takes that next step, and it looks like he may. They're trying, I just am trying to put into perspective what they're trying to do is get better and cut payroll at the same time.
I know this is not fantasy basketball, but let's say this is a hard question to give to you, but I want to know. Let's say they would have pulled off a move, they would have brought LeBron James. What would that have signaled to you with, we need to win in the next 2 to 3?
It would have signaled to me.
There would have been, oh my gosh.
It would signal to me that they're willing to forego 3 years. It would signal to me that the organization is Steph Curry's organization. And whatever he wants goes. Let me ask you this. Would you want LeBron for Wiggins, Kuminga, and Podziemski?
Man.
Evan?
Yes, I would say yes, only because I believe that you would be in the final. Yes.
I wouldn't see, I don't see that, believe it or not.
So
I don't see, you get LeBron onto here, we're going to the finals. I don't see that either right now. Might they be better? Maybe. I don't know. But then you're giving up any chance to get better over the next 2 years because LeBron's not going to get better. I just think, I think the Warriors are, here's all I'm saying.
I feel like guns to my head when you ask me that about LeBron, but
I'm trying that's what a GM's got to decide.
Yeah, I would not do that.
Put your big boy pants on, Goo. If you can't. You can't.
No, I'm just all in on Kuminga. I don't want to take the victory lap. I'm not wear my sneakers. But no, I'm just saying it looks promising.
I'll tell you what, take the victory lap for Kuminga and then run backwards back to where you started for Moody. They just signed Lester Quinones.
Who I like, yeah. What's that mean?
Moody's just a guy. That's the other thing. They got to get off Moody.
They
can't have Moody on this team making $6 million next year if he's not playing.
You're going to laugh, but this is where I'm at with Moody. I think he's just in a bad spot, and no excuses, but you're going to laugh.
Wait, now the Warriors are a bad spot.
He could go to Sacramento or Atlanta.
He couldn't play for Sacramento.
You don't think so?
No, the Sacramento Kings are better than the Warriors, so he would have a harder time playing because they're a better team. Look, Podziemski came in here and in his first 40 games established himself as a rotation player. Moody still hasn't done that.
Yeah, but something happened. Well, JK got past the something happening. He went through it. I just feel like nothing's in my clip, as far as ammo for Moody.
There's never been.
I just know if he goes to another team.
Yes. He'll be the same player.
He can make some contributions, man. He did it in the Western Conference Finals against Dallas, and I know you said, "Oh, good, it was just Dallas."
It was
they had a good matchup. I don't know what's happened to him, and I'll tell you what. When you look at his Warrior life, him getting hurt right before Chris Paul going down, where he was going to get some minutes, that was it.
Let's get off Moody. You know why? Because he doesn't matter.
Yeah, he
doesn't matter anymore. He can't even play. He's not even a rotation guy anymore.
This is Moses Moody.
Big Smoothie in Oakland. What's up, Big Smoothie?
Listen, man, let me put this rat on the table right quick.
Brought to you by Atco, Big Smooth.
Thank you. So, Steiny, you're really not saying anything. Here's what you're saying that happens everywhere in America. If you don't perform, guess what? There's going to be some changes. If I don't get the amount of sales for my quota, there's going to be some changes. There's changes whenever there's underperformance. So what you're hearing Lacob say is something that happens everywhere in America on every job. Of course, there's going to be changes. The changes could be minimal, they could be minor, but let me say this. Hold on, let me get this out if I could. So listen, here's what's happening. The Warriors, remember Steve Kerr kept saying, we need an identity. You're starting to see an identity. You're starting to see a rebounding team. You're starting to see, hopefully, Clay accepting his role. There are changes that you can see, and you know the record is going to change because of the changes are coming, and you can see it taking place. Now, Steiny, I don't know if we have to win another chip to make you a believer, but we'll do that if we need to. And then let me say this. Why are we talking about replacing the greatest coach?
Because he doesn't have a contract. He does not have a contract. That's just a fact.
Listen, I know. Listen, let me say this. Yes, I've heard you say countless times that you wouldn't even consider getting rid of Shanahan at this time.
Right.
Yet, one bad year and you're ready to Jetson off the best, the best coach. You had a thought. You said it. I heard you, Steiny. Play the tape. Play the tape. You said you said you would. You said you would. You made it personal. You said you.
If the Golden State Warriors go nowhere this year, and Joe Lacob then follows through on his big changes, then yes, I don't. First of all, I don't think Steve Kerr will be back.
But you're basing it on stuff like, well, does he want to come back?
Who the
heck knows if he wants to come back?
Smooth. I'm basing it on what Joe Lacob said. That if things don't
get better, he didn't say anything. All he said is if things don't get better, there's got to be changes. Every CEO across America is saying that every day of the year.
Okay, so you're
going to be changes.
Okay, so you're saying if the Warriors go 41-41 and can't get out of the play-in, it's still a no-brainer. Steve Kerr's coming back.
Steve Kerr, he's not coming. He's not coming back because he's not a good coach. He's not coming back if he doesn't want to. And even if they win it, he might not come back. Because Steve Kerr. They might win it all. Let's say they win it all.
Okay.
That doesn't mean Steve Kerr is coming back. That doesn't mean that because we don't know what the heck Steve Kerr is thinking about.
The bottom line is, I don't think we're disagreeing. There's uncertainty at coach right now heading into next year.
We are greatly disagreeing because, number one, you said if they don't have a good year, you said you would get rid of Steve Kerr. Am I not right?
Well, you know what? First of all, I probably would get rid of Steve Kerr because then I would want to pivot in a bigger way. I'm just telling you what Joe Lacob said.
Joe Lacob did not say if we don't have a good year, we're getting rid of Steve Kerr. That's what you're implying.
No, I'm putting Steve Kerr. I'm putting Steve Kerr under the big changes umbrella.
Yeah, but Joe Lacob didn't put him under there. You did. That's all I'm saying.
Well, what are big changes? What are big changes to you? Moses Moody? Come on.
Big changes could be Moses Moody. It could be Clay. It could be Wiggins. It could be all three. It could be Quinones. I don't know.
Let me ask you this.
But what I'm saying is you're saying that it means, go ahead.
If they go, let's say they go 41-41 and they don't get out of the play-in, you think Joe Lacob's going to they're going to announce Steve Kerr a four-year extension?
Well, let me put it to you
I think that's in danger.
Okay, let me answer your question. So the Warriors, let's say they've been to 5 finals, and they've won 4 of them. And let's say the 49ers have been to 3 Super Bowls and they won none of them. But you're willingly accepting the 49ers coach back, but with Steve Kerr, you're saying 41-41, I'm going another direction. That's asinine, man. I'm not calling you asinine. I'm saying that's thought. That type of logic doesn't even make sense.
Well, it does when you consider 2 things. One is the Warriors have 4 titles, and now they might have to look at themselves in the mirror and say, we're not a title contender at the end of the year. We're not. Okay, do you want Steve Kerr coaching a team that's not a title contender? If that's what they are. I think that's a fair question. I don't know that Joe Lacob would say, I want Steve Kerr to be my coach come hell or high water.
But I don't believe they're that. They're not a title contender. Like, I'm starting to see that, like he's telling you,
Right, but I'm saying under the scenario in which if we were to slide all the way down.
Right. Well, everybody's on the table,
and
man.
we don't do well at the end of the year, there's going to be big changes. So what I take that is you go 41-41 and nothing gets a lot better and you don't go as far as last year, then I don't think Steve Kerr, I don't care. And quite frankly, I don't think I would want Steve Kerr coaching my team if they weren't like a top 6 team in the league. Yeah. I just kind of wouldn't. But especially so you're going to pay Steve Kerr $15 million a year to coach a team that if they overachieve, they're going to win 45 games. I'm talking about next year. Right. Things have slid.
No doubt.
Like, I don't think it's
Big Smoothie's point.
I don't think it's a stretch.
And you don't need me to defend you. The whole thing about Kyle Shanahan is he's got umpteen years. They extended him, and people are frustrated. Why did you do that? The whole thing is, I am curious as to why Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob are at this impasse. I won't even call it that. Like, how is he a lame duck status? But I go to Popovich because I put Kerr in that category, and I don't throw that around lightly. So if Pop can survive what happened in San Antonio, and they really haven't gotten off the mat, they got Wemby, but pre-Wemby, there was no, Curry or Draymond or what's left of those guys, and now Jonathan Kuminga and Pods. I think this is a big, much to do about nothing.
What specifically is much ado about nothing?
Coach Kerr not coaching for his tenure. Like, I just think Kerr, again, and maybe I'm just drunk off the Joe Lacob and the Draymond thing, and I'm not mad. I appreciate Joe telling me how I process it and comprehended it is we're the Beatles. We've had successful albums. We've won Grammys. That means something. So, Steiny, I know right now your contract's up and a lot of people are wondering how we got here. But regardless of how this ends, I believe in you and what you've done. Here goes 3 years. And I think that's just me. I don't think it's Walt Disney.
And this is where I think some people live in fantasy world. I really do. Because you can't tell me that last year, hey, Steve, you got one more year. What do you think about an extension? People think, Steve Kerr's such a nice guy. Everybody's a nice guy. Steve Kerr says, I'll sign a long-term extension, Joe. 6 years, 6 years, $80 million. Is Joe Lacob going to say, okay? He's going to say, that's a lot of money. And Steve Kerr going to say, that's what Monty Williams makes. And he hasn't won squat. I won 4 titles. I need to be the highest paid coach in the NBA, or certainly one of them. If the Warriors aren't a contender, I don't think Joe Lacob wants to pay a guy $80 million for a non-contending team.
Well, and that's what
especially when $80 million, no, it doesn't go against the cap, but it's real money.
I guess what I'm saying to you, Steiny, is I feel like, again, and I told you guys, the listeners and everybody on YouTube and the text line, I don't believe what's about to transpire the rest of this season matters. I believe Joe Lacob knows if Steve Kerr is coming back, and it could be something that I'm not privy to.
Like he knew Bob Myers was coming back?
Well, and that one, Bob was ready to do something else for whatever reason.
But Joe didn't know that. Maybe Steve's ready to do something else, but Joe's clueless.
Yeah.
Like he said he was.
I just feel like I see the zest from Steve. I trust him. And again, he could be doing an interview with Willard and Dibbs and not being authentic, but I believe he is, Donnie. I just believe.
Okay, let me ask you this. If Steve Kerr right now would come right now and come to you and say, hey, Joe.
I'm being real, too, with this answer.
I'll tell you what. You know what? I'm not gonna hold you hostage like Monty Williams, but give me a 4-year extension at $55 million a year. If I'm Joe Lacob, I'm saying, I'm not doing that right now. Let's see how the season plays out.
Wow.
Would you do it right now?
I would do it right now. Because I feel like he's earned that, man. Like, what else do you need to know about your coach, Steiny?
Well, you need to know if he can coach a team that's not that good. You have to prepare for him possibly coaching a non-championship team.
But what about what I've already done? What about what I've already done?
And that's the other thing. They weren't a championship team last year, and so far they haven't been this year. And what's happened? Steve Kerr is getting killed by the fans. There is a great number of fans that do not want Steve Kerr back.
But that's just out there. But
you know what?
Like, what's he got to prove? You know what I mean? It's like we can't blame Kerr. And I'm here. You don't need me to cape, Steiny. I'm just, come on, man. This dude's a made man.
I believe. Phil Jackson coaching an expansion team?
No.
Okay.
But that's not what we got here. And I know you're good. We got 29 games. Do you want either way?
Did you want Phil Jackson coaching a 500 team?
No.
Okay. Well, then the only way I want Steve Kerr to coach my team is if we are a championship contender. And they haven't been for a year and a half. So if we go into the offseason and Joe Lacob goes, oh, man, I think we might not be able to get back to championship contention for a year or two. Maybe then he doesn't want Steve Kerr back. Look, 415 on the Comcast, but this is exactly, I agree with this 100%. Maybe this is Joe Lacob's way to put the whole team on notice, to challenge them to continue this upward trajectory. I agree. And if not, now this is me, not the texter, right? And if they don't continue this upward trajectory, I think we're going to see big changes. All I'm doing is taking Joe Lacob at his word. Well, if you don't,
and what would that read like if let's just say they moved off of Kerr, Warriors and Steve Kerr decide to just mutually part ways?
I would say
that's how this would end. Like Dre gets
just
awarded
like Bob Myers
400.
Just like Bob Myers
And
ended.
I don't want to spend anybody's chicken, but this money that Kerr would get doesn't go against the cap. He's got 4 titles. You know, he wasn't the reason his two-guard got hurt and, wasn't it? Like, again, the Draymond contract itself and this sound of he's like a brother. They had the dinner. I'm like,
okay, well, then bet me.
That Kerr's coming back?
No, that Draymond, bet me. I don't think Draymond's retiring as a Warrior.
That one don't move me like the Kerr thing.
But then don't say Draymond's my brother and da-da-da. It's a business.
Oh, right.
It's a business. If you really believe that.
Then if you're dangling some Giannis in front of him and it would take Draymond, he's going to be like, I said that 2 years ago.
I would give you that.
But this Kerr thing, Steiny, is just happenstance. I just believe he's in this situation just because.
Because why?
Because they know they can get it done in 20 seconds. He's in a situation
that no other coach is in right now in the NBA. I think there was one guy who came into this year as a lame duck, and he just got fired in Washington. So, happenstance, it's not happenstance that Steve Kerr is the only coach in the league that's a lame duck. That's not happenstance. That's the opposite of happenstance. That's planned. That's the way I look at it.
I know you don't want Kerr fired.
I don't want Kerr fired.
So there's no bet I could make, but I just feel like, again, they're turning the corner, and it was easier for Joe to make these comments, and I love him for being real, because there is a possibility they could step back, Snotty. But if in your gut, who right now wouldn't bet on the Warriors to come? And when I say come
where?
You win a first-round playoff series.
I would, unfortunately, Goo,
I'm there. I'm ready to place that bet of a first-round playoff series.
Well, first of all, I'll make that bet right now, and it doesn't come out of malice. It doesn't come out of hate.
Well, you don't win that way.
They're 10th.
Yeah, I got you.
You're talking about they're going to win a first-round series. They're not even in the playoffs.
Yeah, I got you.
They'd have to win. Right now, they have to win 2 road games.
Yeah, but it's hard to fathom right now only because they're 10th, 1 over, and the 29-game stretch has not started. But I was reading the article with Podziemski talking about maybe 6 ain't out of the question. But obviously, that's if everything went good in the hood. But I'm just not taking that off the table of this Golden State Warrior team. They've been at the bottom.
Right, they better.
And now I feel like they got something going.
Okay,
and they got to handle it.
All right, fine. Yeah. They got something going.
But the Kerr thing, Steiny, even if they were to lose in the play-in, I don't think that cost him his job. I think he will be the
Well, they won't even have to fire him at that point.
I feel that.
Okay,
man.
So you're willing to take Steve Kerr as your coach of any kind of team?
Yeah.
I'm not.
You've earned that.
I'm out on that.
So what's the difference? I'm asking, what's the difference in Pop how did Pop get to a point to where he could just wet the bed, or it'd be bleak and he get a contract re-up?
Maybe Pop wanted to be in San Antonio more than Steve Kerr wants to be in Golden State.
Now that's the question we don't know. because he may want to be in Golden State.
Well, then he would have signed a contract. Then he would have taken a low-ball contract. Why didn't he take it?
Well, we don't know if one was offered.
Oh, so now you're saying that there was no contract offered?
I don't believe so. I hadn't read anything to where he turned something down like Clay did the 2 for $48.
Come on, Goo.
No, I'm being real.
So you're saying then under no circumstances was Steve Kerr going to get an extension before the season?
That's how
Oh, please. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. If Steve Kerr would have said, give me $50 million.
That would have came out already, right?
No, not necessarily.
Well,
not with a guy like Kerr. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into a little more Joe Lacob.
Well, first of all, backwards is never an option. Not for me, not for us. I know that people would say it should be, but I don't think we're ever going to be sellers in a situation like this in a big way. But, there were things we could have done that might have looked that way, that might have been setting us up for something better next year. There are players, we could have gotten off a contract here or there that would have created even more flexibility this summer, let's say. And we already have some good flexibility. There are things that we could have done. And I wouldn't call that backwards. I would call that setting it up for the next move.
Well, and here's where, give it to me. Did they go backwards when they acquired Andrew Bogut?
I would say no.
Well, I would say Joe Lacob would say no, too. But the fact is, they did. They gave up on that year. They tanked the year they got Bogut. Now, I don't want to get into...
The start of the dynasty, though.
Exactly. Yeah. You ready to do that again?
Well, if you tell me there's going to be a dynasty, who would say no? But for the immediate...
Well, what if it'd be another dynasty without these three guys? It'd be a different dynasty. I bet you wouldn't want to do that, would you?
Yeah, because Curry is playing. There's ketchup at the bottle. It's like a brand new bottle of ketchup. Fillmore Mike just texted me. I got to read this. Pop can develop talent.
This is all true.
But I got to say something to that. I've been on his head talking about Steve Kerr and Kuminga. I almost lost a lung.
Well, again, for 2.5 years, you ripped Kerr, and now he's doing a great job.
No, my point is that when does Kerr get credit for Kuminga's development?
Now.
That's what I would say to Mike's text. I was about to type him back like, hey, I came at, but now it is just.
You do realize,
you
do realize that half the fan base would say that Kuminga has now thrived in spite of Steve Kerr.
Right.
I'm not saying I agree with it.
No, and I would be like, that ain't fair. Even if we were in Milwaukee, then you got to give the guy at the helm credit that the dude popped under his toolage, regardless if you think it's that's all. And hey, Mike, I hear you, but anybody saying that is like, my son went to Harvard and graduated magna cum laude, but his parents didn't teach him crap. No, the parents got to get some credit for that, you would think.
And here's what I'd also say to Joe Lacob. All right, you won a title 2 years ago. Last year, you lost in the second round. This year, you're worse, and it's looking a little more dire.
Well, your power forward punch, so you had to deal with that, and you got to the second round. They
are going backwards right now, is my point. Like, of course, going back. They are.
Yeah, well, they're 10th seed. So they're one game under. Over.
Right. Yeah. They're going backwards.
Right now.
They won 53 games, then they won 44. 44?
Yeah.
And this year, they're on a pace to win 42 or 43, but they better get to the second round, otherwise they're going backwards.
I can't wait for Monty at one.
How do you get better when you're shedding payroll? It's my simple question. It's like to talk about the Warriors like in a cavalier way about, well, they'll just go get. They have to shed money.
Yeah. Well, I'm not over here telling you, Stoney, they're going to win the title. And I know you're not saying that or acting that way. I'm just telling you, we like what we see. We've seen the lowest. And now all of a sudden, some youngsters are making contributions. Draymond's back, and they're playing.
See, that's the difference between a fan and somebody like Lacob. Like, Lacob's, we're not, like, you don't get to bring everybody back and say everything's fine because you won 8 of 10 games, 2 of which were against Philly without Embiid. Huh? Like, we got to be smarter than that.
No, and that's why we're waiting on the 29 games.
That's right. So put up or shut up is what Joe Lacob's saying.
To Kerr.
To everybody. Yeah. To every single guy on the team, to assistant coach. Put up or shut up. And if you can't put up, we're going to make big changes. I don't know how anybody can listen to Joe Lacob and think differently. This team losing the first round, they're not coming back with the same personnel. and same coach. 888-957-9570 is the number on 95.7 The Game. By the way, it's a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
Hey, it's Willard.
Steiny, you're wrong, buddy.
This guy is such a D.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, 95.7 The Game. It's a good time to count your blessings. Good time to count your
blessings. Do it every day, man.
Warriors, they get back into action on Thursday, tomorrow, against the Lakers.
TNT game.
I'm going to say it. It's the closest thing to a must-win in February.
I love how
I know you
your
think
chart for must-wins
I'm not
is great.
kidding.
No, I understand, but the house will not burn down as somehow they slip up at home. And the Lakers, they owe the Lakers.
These are double games.
Okay, I give you that. No doubt, especially in the standings with L.A. right there. But can you share with the people what I said to you if you were listening during the break? During the Steve Kerr era, I got to be honest, this is the most exciting, good or bad, that we've been for a Warriors season at the break than any. 14-15, they shocked the world. Even when they won in 22, they were 18-2. They were a player. You kind of were like, hey, but this one, we have no idea where it's going. Like, I'm trying to find a positive and a negative, but I feel like Buffalo Springfield, something's happening here, and they control it. But tomorrow is what you just said. It is a big game out to shoot. But this is the first time I've seen them, oh boy, the ugly, then the good, and now you want the excellent. We'll find out.
I was talking to Evan in the break, and there's part of me that like
Evan didn't come in. I didn't like that. You guys were in the hallway.
Yeah, it was a nice powwow we had.
I was making porridge.
Okay, gotcha.
He puts his peanut butter in oatmeal, and I don't mind the smell of peanut butter, but there's something that happens when those two things are combined. It stinks.
Well, it's why he's got traps, no gut.
I don't know what a trap means.
Shoulders. What I got up here. I'm holding on. Evans, come on, he's ripped.
I hardly think of Evan as muscular.
Now you're playing. Oh, you were out one day.
He's got the guns.
Yeah,
he's got some guns.
He got it all.
Like Bogey and Bacall.
Lauren Bacall.
Yeah, that's correct.
Next question.
That's correct.
But go ahead. The excitement for the 29 games.
If you're excited, you're excited.
Like, we're not talking doom and gloom, but we got the 29. What was that noise?
It's just, I don't know. I came in, played Joe Lacob sound, and to me, so can I walk you through something?
Let's do it.
So in 2021, or whenever that was, and I'm going to say some stuff, and if you disagree with anything I've said, fine, 888-957-9570. I believe, after talking to a million people over the years, I believe that Joe Lacob and Bob Myers thought that the Warriors, as constructed, were pretty much done winning titles after 3. Okay? Why do I believe that? Because they drafted 3 players in that time period, all of whom were projects, all of whom that any self-respecting GM and owner would look at and say, well, if we think we're a championship team, let's bring Wiseman in here to help us right away. To me, how you could say that about a kid who played 3 games in college, you just wouldn't do that. You would put him in a situation, I'll put Kuminga in there too, and Moody, he only played 1 year of college, where you're saying, let's draft these guys for when? 3 years, 2 or 3 years down the line. So to me, it sent out a signal when they picked Wiseman and they picked Kuminga and they picked Moody that they doubted whether they could do it again. Okay, they did it. We all know it. I think when they did it and they won in 2022, at that point, Lacob and Myers had to say, well, now we got to push this thing to the limit. Okay, what does that mean? Well, now we got to try to win 5. And in a way, we've got a greater sense of urgency because Steph's getting up there, etc.
No reset.
So the following year, last year, they win 44 games and they get to the second round of the playoffs. Okay, not good enough for Lacob, but fine. Now this year, and last year, turmoil. This year, halfway through the season, we're 5 games under 500. Now we're 5 games under 500. Okay? Trade deadline's coming. We don't like anything out there. The moves that are out there, we don't like. We don't think they're going to make us better. So now we got 30 games left in the season, and I think Joe Lacob's saying it's time to figure out whether it's realistic or not that we think this team's still got a title in them or even a deep, deep run. Because he's looking at the numbers, which say 27 and 26. I believe what I heard Joe Lacob say is if we don't make something happen this year, then we are going in a different direction. Whether that means the coach, that could be one thing. Whether that means Klay Thompson, he said big changes. Wiggins, to me, would be a big change. I'd even consider moving Looney because he's part of your championship core. So who are we talking about? And Draymond Green, obviously, would be big. I think if this season fizzles, the team next year won't be the same. That's what I heard Joe Lacob say. So would you disagree with any of that? 888-957-9570.
I would say to you that I took that as Steph Curry is still playing at a high level, and there will be big changes to still go for the gusto. So he said they're not going backward or to forget the lottery. So the fact that I know you and other people kind of disagree with me, and you have the right to in regard to what LeBron meant. But the fact that they made that call lets me know, okay, maybe I'll blow some of these guys out that I got, some relationships and long-standing stuff with. You guys are going to be dangled for a big boy to go with number 30 so we still can try to get number 5. That's what big changes mean to me. That's how I took that. And Steiny, that's on the heels of I couldn't believe they made a call for LeBron. Like, no, I know you just gave me a look, but you know what I mean? Like,
don't get snookered on that. Though.
Seriously, that's how you feel?
Was it?
No, I hear you. No names were exchanged, but they called and it was a story.
Yes, it was. And in the grand scheme of things, what I look at that as a nothing burger. I do.
And if I'm Jonathan Kuminga in a layup line, I'm wondering, and you could say, he's not thinking that, or even anybody, or even Wiggins. Like, damn. What if the Lakers would have, if there was some, they were like, hey, who you got for us? Could that have been me in a Laker uniform?
But here's the part that I don't get. Like, everybody says, well, Laker wouldn't do, like, he made a call for LeBron James. So, clearly, he's not afraid to make a move.
I'm not saying he is.
So, why do you guys think it wasn't a nothing burger?
Well, I shouldn't have said nothing burger. I didn't say
that. No. It's because of LeBron. It's not because of the Warriors.
What do you mean?
I mean, so the report was there were no players involved in the potential trade. It was a call.
Fair. Yeah, right.
And then that idea was floated as well as negotiated, it sounded like behind closed doors with Draymond Green, to gauge the interest of LeBron playing for Golden State. He said no.
Who did, Draymond?
LeBron James.
Oh, okay.
Evan's asking you, go ahead, I don't got to speak for Evan. Why are you saying it was a nothing from a Warriors standpoint?
Yeah, it sounded like it was because of the Lakers, not because of Golden State.
Well, I was actually taking both sides of the argument. I was saying we can't say Joe Lacob isn't aggressive and isn't ambitious and isn't all those things because he called and picked up the phone to find out about LeBron James. So if Joe Lacob picked up the phone to find out about LeBron James, why is it such sacrilege that I say what I'm hearing from Joe Lacob is if the season doesn't turn around in the last 30 games, there's going to be big changes. Big changes maybe I'm going after LeBron again
no doubt.
In the offseason. Yeah.
To get Steph
Well, why are people pushing back on that?
I don't know. Well, I wouldn't. Those words came out of his mouth.
But there's also another, like, I don't look at things 100% and 0%. The other thing is, I don't think it ever got really close with LeBron. It was a phone call. Hey, LeBron, are you really serious about it? Well, he doesn't want to do it, so we won't do it. Like, that's what I kind of meant was a nothing burger. It's a nothing burger because no players were talked about.
Right.
So on the one hand, it was a nothing burger. On the other hand, No, I will use the fact that he made a call to say, I'm blown away, I guess, that fans still don't think Joe Lacob would do something super duper aggressive.
This is proof right there. Like, what if I gave you a blank paper and said the Lakers were discussing players? Who do you think Jeannie Buss and company would want? Kuminga? Like, just the fact that Joe was open to, let's see who they want for LeBron. And what cost would it have been? And we all can look in this room and look at each other and be honest and say, it would have been expensive, Steiny. And he was willing to listen. So when you say big changes, like, who's fighting you on that?
Well, in a crazy way, the reality of the situation is if you traded LeBron, you got LeBron for Wiggins, that's 25, Kuminga, 9-ish, that's 34, and who can make 17? Maybe somebody about 17. Whatever, Pods and Moody. That might do it. Let's just say
not five.
LeBron for, you got to have Wiggins. He's $25 million. You got to have Kuminga. He's 10, let's say. It's probably 9. Yeah. Pods is 5. Maybe another player in there. That would save you money. Do you get it? Don't you get it? That saves, because then you don't have to pay Kuminga.
Yeah. And it also makes you better, too. I know you're like,
for 1 year.
Yeah.
For 1 year.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would do that. You want LeBron James for 1 year?
I don't think it would be.
Do you want to give up Kuminga, Podziemski, Wiggins for LeBron for 1 year? I'll tell you why I might say yes, is because it will save us a boatload of money. Because then we don't have to pay Kuminga, who's going to get $100 million. Then we don't have to pay Wiggins the $75 million left on his contract.
Does it get Curry closer to number 5? The Warriors closer to number 5.
But it's got to get him there immediately.
No doubt.
Let's go to Will in Marin. What's up, Will? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I just kind of had about the topic, because it's all very interesting on like what the Warriors could do. I'm not like too traverse in basketball. I just love to watch it because it's like an action-packed filled sport. But like, can you rebuild in basketball kind of like you can like in football? And what I mean is, like, do the draft picks in the NBA draft have the same merit as they do in the NFL outside of the lottery, or no? Like, is that why it's kind of like trickier to like trade people? Because like kind of where I'm at in sports is like look, I love Steph Curry, right? And as I've gotten older in my older age, I get it. Things don't last forever. You know, it's not always rainbows and sunshine. I understand that, even when you do have the best players in the world. My thing is, like, I know that you want Curry to end as a Warrior, but like what I'm alluding to is it was kind of depressing for me to watch Barry Bonds just like be around like a crappy Giants team. Like, it would have been awesome to watch him DH and like pinstripes and win a World Series finally, or like do something cool. So like I'm saying is, like, if the Warriors could get value and like actually rebuild, and if they want to take a like thing, it's like, it sucks, but it's like cut ties with everybody. And I know that I'm probably going to get skewed and murdered for it, but it's like, dude, if you want to see Curry succeed, maybe send him to another place to do well and maybe get good return on it and stuff. I feel like he's done his job for the Warriors. He brought us out from the We Believe. He brought us out from literally the pits of nothing, and everybody thought he was going to be nothing with his little ankles and stuff like that, and he ended up being a godsend. So it's like, what more can he do as a Warrior?
Let me tell you this. Hey, real quick, don't hang up. I appreciate your thoughts and sentiments, but they're 8-2 in their last 10. We don't know what the next 29 have, and I'm asking you, why would you pull the plug if there's one more championship in there with Steph Curry? Because I'm not mad at anything you said, but I'm like, dude, should we doubt this guy and this team if somehow they were to maximize the next 29 games and go on a run? That's all, Steiny. Like, if they would have stayed where they were, losing to the likes of the Raptors, and they were that team, then yes, we even talked about it. Everything's on the table, but right there, you got to be, hey.
Okay.
You got to be,
and this is the other thing where listen, you can shove 8 of 10 down my throat, and I gotta eat it.
Well,
Philly, Embiid on one leg and no Tyrese Maxey.
Gotcha.
Then you beat Memphis. They stink. Then you played the Hawks and you lost. Then you beat Brooklyn. They're 6 under 500. Then you beat Philly. No Embiid. Pacers, nice win. Suns, nice win. Jazz, 2 wins. Jazz. Oh, by the way.
And you should have had Clippers.
By the way.
Yeah.
The greatest quiet tanking job by any team in the last 5 years has just been accomplished by the Utah Jazz. They have, I guarantee you this, they will be, if they have 30 games left, they ain't winning 11. They're 11-19 is the best they're going.
So Warriors are good in the 10th.
Well, no,
Houston and the Jazz are not going to do anything.
I'm just saying, like, if you're going to, like, okay, great. They played great in 10 games. That's 1/8 of a season. Okay, now let's look at the 1/8 of a season. They didn't even play anybody in that. I mean, they played a couple teams, but.
Tricked off a lead to the Clippers. Well, no Kawhi.
They beat Philly without Embiid.
No, I got you.
Couldn't you also look at their 4 losses and say 2 of them by 1 point, 2 of them in overtime, and 1 of them's a 15-point blown lead in the second half?
Well, that's kind of, to me, who they are, and it's kind of because it's who they like. They're going to have trouble holding leads, I believe, this team. I just, like...
But if you're going to criticize the wins, then can't you conversely look at the losses and say there's reasons for those too?
Sure, you can find hope in anything. But what I was saying was months ago, when I looked at this team, I thought, I just think it's going to be tough for them to sustain a really good stretch. Like, to me, it's hard for this team to play 48 good minutes. Why? Well, their young players are still pretty young. Their old players are getting a little older. Then they got to sustain it for a week. Then they got to sustain it for a month. So now they played well for 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. Okay. Can you do it for another 3 weeks? Do you think they can? Can they do it for the rest of the season?
I won't put it past them. I think
they have 29 games left. What are our goals for the last 29? 888-957-9570. What are our goals? Forget the postseason. What are our goals for the rest of the season as Warrior fans?
Give me 19-10. I'll take 19-10. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and then I know you guys are going to laugh and scoff at this. Then if you get in the play-in to get to the playoffs, Steiny, we're talking about now all that pedigree that you have.
It's like a 55-win pace for 30 games. I'm not saying they can't, but when we spent 19-10.
And their strength of schedule is really, like top 3 easiest remaining.
They have 16 road games. So they have,
when I lost
they have 16 of 29 are on the road. What are our goals for the rest of the season? Let's go to Mario in Concord. Hey, Mario, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey.
How y'all doing today?
Dynamite.
Hey, just to let you guys know, not to get off track on what you guys have going on right now, but, let's talk about Steve Kerr for a minute.
All right.
He came into a team where the talent was there. He had a bench. He walked into that. And I'm not trying to take nothing away from Steve Kerr. I think he's a great coach, a great person. Don't get me wrong, but let's talk basketball, right? So he was on that team, and, we had a bench. We had Iguodala coming off. We had Clay, Curry in their prime, and they won. Then they brought in Durant, another superstar, probably the best scorer in the league at that time. Won again. But what has he done to make this team a cohesive unit? Because all I've seen is failure in my eyes. I haven't seen him develop any young talent at all.
Kuminga?
All we talk about is Kuminga, but what about everybody else, the draft picks, all that throughout the years? There's nobody now that we can lean on off the bench. There really isn't. And that's why we struggle. We have no bench. When we were good, we had a bench. We had veterans on there. We had players. We don't have that. He didn't build a foundation under what was soon to be trickling down, which is what we're seeing right now. The trickle down effect. Curry's getting older, Clay's not the same, Dre ain't the same. So where are the upcoming guys? There's not none. There's one.
To me,
that's all we talk about.
I know, but to me, you have to put it in a little context, though, Mario. When you're winning titles and you're drafting 29, those players are going to be harder to develop than if you have a 7th pick in the draft. Now, if you want to talk about Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman, we can talk about Wiseman. Wiseman's incapable of being developed. All right. That was a historically bad. Yeah. That's the other thing. I mean, you can't miss so historically bad on a number 2 pick and think there won't be ramifications down the line.
And it looks like you missed for Moses Moody, Stoney.
Yeah, he was a 14, so that ain't chopped liver. I hear you, but I'm just saying, look, you can't waste the number 2. even if Wiseman were just an okay pick, right now he'd be their starting center, averaging 14 and 9, and everybody'd be like, he helps, but he's a 0.
Wow.
And so you just can't lose those opportunities. Let's go to No. San Francisco. I got to tell. Go ahead. What's up?
What's up, you guys?
Hey.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Thanks for taking my call. I love your show.
Thank you.
So just locked in, focused on the rest of the season. Rest of the season, aside from speculation about next year and all the moves and all that. We need a rebounder. We've been rebounding better and playing better defense. We need to enhance that. I know that the trade deadline is passed, but I'm wondering if you guys could kind of go in your bag or, use what you know to maybe come up with an interior rebounder who can just help peel the glass for us and get us on the break. And it would have to be someone who's like on waiver and not playing right now, right?
I got a name for you.
I know who it's going to be.
I'll take my answer off the air, guys.
I know who it's going to be. It's going
Whisper in Evan's ear.
It's going to be a guy who's incapable of playing in this system. It's going to be
Evan? DeMarcus Cousins.
That's even worse.
Who did you have?
I had Andre Drummond.
I actually think the Warriors would want him if he was available.
Drummond?
Yeah.
I wonder.
He's not available, though.
Who was the guy who said, was it, well, we can get Myers. Well, we can get a big guy, but doesn't mean he's going to play on this team.
Boy.
Didn't Myers say that?
Oh, man.
He was like, you can't just get any big man because they've got the big men that the Warriors need have to be more skilled than the guys who are out.
That sounds more like a Mike Dunleavy quote, but
I'm trying to think.
It could have been Myers.
I got a question
Somebody
for
on the
you
text
too.
line will tell
I know
us.
we're up against it.
Yeah.
Honestly, what happened to the 13-14 night rebounding nights from Looney? And I'm asking because I don't have the answer.
They decided that he is such a liability on offense that it didn't make up for those rebounds.
Wow, man.
That's what I
missed those nights, man.
That's
He's
what
also just not rebounding as well.
Man, it's just strange.
He's old. He's on the downside. I know people hate to hear that, but I think Looney's.
But on the birth certificate, he's young.
But what do your eyes tell you?
Oh no, I got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think he's. He was hurt early in his career. Never been athletic.
But he had that uncanny ability to just gobble up like Pac-Man rebounds.
Yeah, but even when he was gobbling up rebounds in the last 2 or 3 years, everybody says this team's not big enough. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let me kind of reset and start with the Joe Lacob quote about, if things don't get better, let me get it right. If we're to slide down and not do well at the end of the year, there's going to be big changes. What's your definition of a big change with the Warriors? What players? Would that mean Kerr? Like, what is a big change if this thing goes that way? And then if it doesn't go that way and we find ourselves at the end of the season with the Warriors having won 45 games and climbed into 7, does that change whether what would cause Joe Lacob to say, the season's been good enough that we won't make big changes? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
At the Golf Mart by Worldwide Golf.
Hey, John, you like Bubacek in Chicago?
I like him. I'll give you a 3. Shout out Dolly Parton.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, 95.7 The Game. Go ahead, Goo. Why don't you start us off here with this text that you read? Remember before the break, I said, why don't we come out after the break and you read that text
from the
stuck out to you, okay?
Kuminga doesn't get credit for Kerr because he was holding him back. No, it doesn't work that way. Okay. Chalk one up for Kerr for Kuminga.
510. You can't say Steve Kerr has developed Kuminga. He tried to hold Kuminga back. Okay. What are we doing?
And there you go.
I mean, what?
I get that. That's hating. That's hating. So, Kyle doesn't get credit for
21.
Yeah, come on,
Kuminga's 21.
But he could have been doing this when he was 19, Steiny.
I used to be that guy right there. I used to come over the top and say that. Whatever Kerr has implemented, even though we didn't agree with it, it's worked out. And I'm going to throw you one more. What about Pods? I know he's a rookie. Does Kerr get credit for him hit the ground running? I would say yes.
Well,
under this, under the text pretense, no, absolutely not. Kerr gets no credit for anything.
I'm like Evan.
But we also have to be prepared for Podziemski at some point just to level out some.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Okay.
Then it'll be Kerr's fault.
Right.
Well, and that boy.
Exactly.
Look at our man.
Let's go out to Shaka. Shaka in Berkeley. What's up, Shaka?
Hey, what's going on, man? How y'all doing, man?
Doing well.
Hey, great show, man. Hey, man, I was looking at the Warriors. Infusion of that young talent, those two guys in the G League, I think, is the reason they turn their season around, man. Because that energy they bring to the table every game, it's just something new. You got guys diving on the floor, just trying to get block shots, come get steals, and they're just making the team, real hard to play now. And also, you're going to get that from Curry. He's a Hall of Famer. He's the best shooter to ever live. So of course. But I think with Clay taking the back seat and coming off the bench, you see what he did with 35 points, man. So I look for big things from the Warriors, man. They've got 27 victories, so 18 more, that'll make it 45. So I'm thinking the Warriors going to surprise a lot of people, man. And ain't nobody going to want to play us at the end of the season. What do y'all think?
That's the goal.
I think I take a cue from the one of the greatest radio people the Bay Area's ever seen, the late Ralph Barbieri, who says two things can be equally true. I believe, Shaka, they could get to 45 wins and be the team that becomes a problem and lose in the play-in game.
Man.
Like, they could be a team, oh boy, you don't want to face the Warriors, but you beat them in the play-in.
Yeah, and what's that do for Curry? Like, as far as, I know you threw out what's a successful season for the Warriors from a fan perspective, but if you're Steph Curry, Steiny, he's got to be like, that ain't good. And obviously, it's not good enough to play in. But, man, you just hope this team could get hot and go on a run, man.
So I heard one of the questions I asked is, what do you expect the last 29 games of the year for this team? And I heard Shaka with, what did he say? Somebody said 19-10.
That was me.
Okay.
That was your partner.
And that gets them to 46 wins.
I got a couple 22-7s.
46. 22-7?
I got that. Evan put it out on the
That's a
Twitter.
60-win pace.
Yeah. So I got a 16-13.
See, okay.
Somebody's going to be right. You know what I mean? I
bet you the guy who said 22-7's not right.
You think they're more likely to go 7-22 or 22-7?
Neither. I'm not taking that bait. I know you want me to say 7-22 so the Bay Area will come down my road.
No, I was hoping you'd say 22-7 so you could be seen as the optimist we all know you to be.
Oh,
try it, man. Here you go.
I think I'm looking at 17-12, something like that, which is still pretty damn good. Now, what could this guy want?
Dude, he scared me.
What could this guy want? The camera is on me.
That's the director, Lucas Alexander.
In title only.
What a Richard you are.
I can't
help you.
Good what did he do? Luke. What did
he come back?
He almost came in and tried to intimidate me without doing anything. Brian's in Hayward. What's up, B?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. I just want to kind of put things in perspective, my perspective. At the beginning of the year, we all had really high hopes. We weren't sure exactly what to expect with Chris Paul and no Jordan Poole and, Kuminga developing. But if you told me that Draymond was going to be away from the team for X amount of games, and you told me that Clay was going to be real inconsistent and get moved to the bench, if you're going to tell me Wiggins was, barely going to show up and, maybe our rookies would be, pretty substantial. And then you told me where we are now, I'd be happy. I'd be really happy. I'd say, we got these guys who are some of the greatest of all time at their position, especially Steph, Clay, and Dre. And at this point, my perspective is, we've had a rough start, but these guys are battle tested. Okay, and a lot of the rest of the league is not battle tested. And despite some of the things that happened this season, I still see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's been an emotional season. I'm not gonna, ignore that. But this is a sober perspective. Unlike some of the last couple of callers, I think Steve Kerr gets more credit than he should be getting more credit than he is. And last but not least, man, I don't want to say we blew it, but we did not get a number 2 overall pick. He's not with us anymore.
Nope.
I don't know what the math adds up to, but losing a number 2 pick and still doing a pretty good job so far, I think that credit goes to Steve Kerr and just the resiliency of the team overall. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
I was going to ask Brian a question, but yeah, okay, I giggled in the middle of Brian's call. That's because I looked at the TV.
Go ahead. Tell him what you saw. We saw.
And it said, LeBron James status for tomorrow in question after an ankle injury. This league.
He played 20 minutes in the All-Star game.
This freaking league is unbelievable.
Sit your ass down if you can't, if you even think you can't play, and give the 20 minutes to your team that's hemorrhaging Thursday. Steiny, I think we don't see the king. Warrior fans will be happy, but he won't be there tomorrow.
It actually helps the Lakers.
This is.
Do you know the record offhand with or without?
They're 4-3 without him.
4-3.
I'm looking for the YouTube stat. Or I'm not. No, shoot, I blew it. That's called the U2 stat. With or without you. What are they with him?
I'm going to give you a 2, man.
They're 4.
Joshua Tree.
If they're 4-3 without him, that means they essentially
beat Boston and Boston without
have the
him.
Same record with him, right?
They're 26-23 with him.
Okay.
Him and AD have like a...
How do you go to an All-Star game, fellas, and then miss the first game? Oh, did he in the game?
I'm assuming.
Well, he didn't do it.
Certainly didn't get better.
Well,
Probably
he wasn't playing D, no doubt. Hey,
sorry.
I got to be careful here. He went up for a dunk. He had a little piano back. Usually Bron is Dark Knight Batman style. The ball, a couple people said it. I was uncomfortable having the ball. It kind of like, that ain't the LeBron I know. Rest up, King. It was
39.
piano back. I know he is, but some nights he's jumping through the roof. I was uncomfortable. You play above the rim. You know what I'm talking about. If he don't play tomorrow,
trust me, he'll get rest if he needs.
The league's dying.
I don't know if people like you call him King on this station, Goo.
Oh.
What's his name?
LeBron.
Oh, yeah.
888-957-9570. We're talking about the Warriors, where they're at. Second half of the season starts tomorrow. Looks like they already got a piece of bad news. LeBron may not play tomorrow. That means the Lakers are going to be better.
That'd be a half game if the Warriors win that game behind their ass.
Let me just throw this at you.
You're
going to beat the Lakers? Yeah. Steiny, I believe they will.
Yeah, they owe them, even if he plays.
They beat Charlotte for sure. I mean, they'll beat the Hornets.
LaMelo Ball.
Denver then that comes in.
Where's that here?
It's here. Denver.
They owe Denver.
Oh, okay. So
that's 3-0.
All right. Then they go to the Wizards.
4-0.
That's a blowout.
Yeah.
Probably rest Curry that night. The Knicks.
I'll put that at L.
Oh.
Just for a sec. Yeah. Being real.
Toronto.
5-1.
Boston.
5-2.
Milwaukee.
They almost had Milwaukee without Steph last time.
So they'll win that game. 6-2?
Yeah, 6-2.
Bulls, Spurs.
8-2.
Looks like
damn.
Looks like they're going 8-2.
Now we got 19 games left.
Exactly.
Where we at after that?
It doesn't matter, right? 8-2. That's 16 of 20. They win 8 of their next 10, Goo. Now that's the kind of thing that'll be like,
Like
See,
going over that schedule.
10 games does not do it for me. When those are the 10 games. All right, but you tell me they're going to play the Lakers, the Nuggets, the Knicks, the Celtics, and the Bucks in the next 10 games. Okay. You go 8-2 in that stretch, I'll say we got a ball
here at Chase.
Where they're 500.
Well, that's amazing.
I mean, they're 500.
No doubt, man. But a lot of those games can't go. My bad, Evan. A lot of those games came when Dre was suspended at home. No excuses, but yeah.
What you say?
They're a new team.
Who?
I like that slogan. The Warriors.
They might be. Like, I'm not sitting here saying they're not. They might be. But I'm not saying it after an 8-2 stretch against some dreck here and there. Utah Jazz do not want to win.
I believe that.
I mean, what Danny Ainge did is exactly what Joe Lacob did the year that they traded Bogut for Monte Ellis. The Warriors, I want to say they were 22-25, hanging around the 8th spot, and Lacob's like, no.
If I ask you and
I'm
Evan,
not getting into the playoffs with this stuff.
Yeah, if I ask you and Evan right now who the best player in college basketball is,
come on. It's obvious.
It's not even.
Mitchell Saxon.
Nekty. By the way, I got it backwards earlier when I said, you fall on you. The Warriors do not have a draft pick this summer unless it's a top 4 pick. And they don't have the guts to finish, maybe get lucky in the lottery and go get Nekty.
When you talk to us about that, so we won't see a folder with the Warriors logo on it come lottery night.
Let me see.
Or is that already set in stone?
Well, no, the way...
All I know is what's set in stone is they're not taking a 6th-year guard with the 5th overall pick.
Chabot Gladiators.
Skip him at your peril.
He's Jaime Jaquez.
Who was in the dunk contest.
Yeah.
I like him, but...
Wait, what did you say that...
are we going to see the folder of the Warriors on lottery night up there, and then if they lose it'll go to somebody else?
I think we'll see the Warriors logo. Well, I think what happens is, if it's 5 through... They're not going to be in the lottery. Probably not. Right?
Oh, okay. See, I was thinking
if they make the playoffs...
That's what I was thinking.
Although, you know what I got?
No. Well, you're right.
I am right.
Yeah, you're right. I thought this pick
you could have just stopped.
No, I thought this was a trade from something else that had happened to where they have the rights if it comes up that way.
If the Warriors end up with the 5th pick or worse,
it'll be with their.
It's gone.
I got you.
Gone. If they get the top 4 pick, they get to keep it. Yeah. But then next year is completely unprotected, or maybe unprotected up to 1 or something like that.
So we would see the Warriors, if they got top 4, it would say that pick goes to the Warriors.
You can't
be the logo.
You can't go 20-9 and get and get the 4th pick in the draft.
I got you.
If you go 20-9, then you're going to give up the 15th pick in the draft or whatever.
Real quick, I've been high on Quinones. You shocked that they converted that?
No, that's how bad Moody is.
But man, I don't know what to say. I like Quinones, but Moses Moody.
You could go with the old staple, Steiny. You were right.
Well, he got hurt, Steiny.
He stunk before he got hurt. Well, see, this is what you do.
But he was going to get an opportunity, Steiny. Come on, give us that.
He's had an opportunity.
Out, we were like, oh, Moses is going to be the beneficiary of this injury.
Of all those 3 guys, Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman, who had the most opportunity? Moody. Well,
I would say James.
And you know what? He didn't do anything with it. He's Patrick McCaw. Just a guy.
McCaw's got 2 rings.
And I disagree, Steiny. Some people text me. They'll remain nameless.
I don't care.
He could help the Kings. Kings are light. I'm off the bench, the Kings. I don't think, and I know I got a bet with them, but I've been watching what they're running in there some nights.
And here we go. Trouble in Sacramento. All things great in Golden State.
Oh, boy.
But the Kings somehow are 4 games ahead of the Warriors.
You're taking out of context.
Am I? I mean, I'll say this. This is the greatest 27 and 26 team in NBA history. That's the way we're talking about them. Let's just be honest.
Now, they just gotten off the mat, and I feel like right now they're playing their best ball. And you're sitting with three future Hall of Famers.
I don't disagree. They're playing
regardless of their current stat.
Former.
I got to tell you this, man. I cannot believe what I was starting to think about Steph Curry when they were losing to New Orleans, Toronto, and I was in North Carolina thinking, has he lost a step? When we see him this year, I'm going to tell him, Steph, I didn't think you did, but I was nervous. But it was the quality of shot that it just went down the toilet for the whole team. How many times was Fitz saying at halftime, Curry's got 1 3 attempt, and it was just a byproduct of bad basketball and spacing. Draymond comes back, and all hell is broken loose, man. I'm just telling you. I love what I see. The dude looks like Bugs Bunny, Steph. 18 field goal attempts, 3-pointers. Like, everything's easy. Game winner, night-night. You know what I'm saying? Just like,
beat the Utah Jazz twice. Like, let's just be a little
I'm just telling you, Stoney. I'm excited. I'm excited.
Okay.
Because I think that the good is going to continue. Now, where it ends up, I don't know.
Well, clearly.
Well, they're not going to be less than 10th because you said Utah's tanking and Houston's doing.
What if they're 10th? If they're 10th, just acknowledge big changes. Ain't good enough for Joe.
Well, they'd be one and done.
You think Joe Lacob's just going to sit tight with his stuff if they don't get better?
No, of course not.
Filmo Mike wants to know what I'm smoking.
Uh-oh.
I'll tell you what. Don't get into certain stuff.
Yeah. What you smoking, brother? What you dibbling dabbling in? I know you got a messed up hip, so you may be taking some I don't know, depressants.
Be specific.
Uppers or downers.
What's the issue?
Bro, stop hating on Moody.
He stinks.
No, you stink. Your text stinks. You halfway hoe.
No, you can't say that.
Ain't no movie.
Filmo, you can't say that.
Everybody know the brother got hurt. Kerr was on whatever you was smoking earlier in the year. He didn't even know his damn rotation.
He's just a guy, Moody. Pajemski.
See, Mike's on the Moody train.
Great.
Like, he could go somewhere and help a team. I believe that to my core.
Okay, I don't.
A good team.
I believe he's a 9th man.
Well, I had 7, 8.
Yo.
Only thing I'm saying is, Steiny, you straight up here hating on Moody.
I'm not hating on Moody. I'm pushing back on he's a Hall of Famer like the guy next to me's talking about.
Mike knows
he's talking about Moses Moody like he's some kind of difference maker. And the fact of the matter is they've got younger players who've come in here and already supplanted him.
The thing is, Kerr just learning from his mistakes. Good job, Steve Kerr. Okay. I didn't play these other players for 2, 3 years when they were developmental projects. We already knew this. They were developmental projects. We didn't put them in the game, and now he's learning from his mistakes based on what he did to Moody and Kuminga early in his career. And now it's too hard for him to come back to Moody. That's what happened, and Moody got hurt. So blame Steve Kerr in the situation that Moody is in. That's it. That's all. Moody do not suck.
All right, let's put it this way. Let's talk about somebody who matters. Let's talk about somebody who matters. If you want to go 19 and 10 down the stretch, it ain't going to be with Moody playing 20 minutes a night. Come on. What are we doing?
Nobody said that.
You guys think Moody's a big piece.
No, Scotty, it's about where he's at.
Every time you get.
That's because my partner thinks he can be an all-star.
And
he's not an all-star. He's at best right now a rotation player. Let's just talk about a guy the way he is.
But Stoney, had he been handled different is the point of Mike.
Well, then hold it against Kerr. So can Mike he develop or not?
Mike is. Every situation's different. But Moody's getting a lot of love.
Moody's behind Quinones.
Yeah, right now. And that's because it's not going his way and he got hurt when Chris Paul went down, man. The whole thing about Moody is, and I get you want to talk about who's playing right now, Stoney, had he been handled different, and I've seen some good. And I know you're not, because you know I didn't say it. He's not an all-star.
Handled different, Goo. He got more time than Kuminga. He got more of an opportunity than Wiseman. And the Sacramento
this year, remember that conversation where he came in and survived and
saved you? But this is the problem. You're like a prisoner of one game.
No, I'm not. I'm the prisoner of the conversation of you're out, and then he comes in and saves your ass. That's not good for her. They're way past that, but you can't ignore it. But it sounds like you're calling him a bum, Steiny.
I'm not calling him a bum. He's a 9th man. But that's all he is. What's he shooting from 3 right now? Third?
I mean, nothing's going to go in his favor now. Right. It's over, Steiny. He's out there. He's thinking. Right. I give you that. And he got hurt. But no metric right now is going to be positive that benefits him. Like, he's where Kuminga was at in the Lakers series, where it's just pretty much, you ain't even going out there.
I mean,
it's a wrap. And he may get out there somehow, guys. I mean, somehow Steiny with an injury. But my whole thing is Moses Moody is a pretty good basketball player that can help off the bench.
Is he a starter? Do you think he'll ever start in the NBA?
I believe he could start on the Houston Rockets, but
I don't think he could.
Well,
I'll tell you why. Because their young players are way more athletic than him.
But you know what I mean, Stein. He could be a 7th or 8th dude.
Okay.
We thought he was going to be that here.
No, I don't think he is a 6th or 7th man. Because now when I look at a 6th or 7th man, I think of the Warriors, and I think of a guy like Chris Paul. Not Chris Paul in his prime, but Chris Paul contributes. And the 7th man now is going to be Clay or Podziemski.
So say we don't see Moody again in life here in Golden State. You would look me in the face or tell the Warrior Nation right now, honestly, he got more than a fair chance.
He's had more than a fair chance. Moses Moody, if you really want to get into that game, I think he had way more of a chance than Kuminga or Wiseman. Yes, because he was more developed. Like, I don't know why
Wiseman is my number one, because they gave him the start. But go, Steiny, I just feel like Kerr never put the ring on it. And maybe
why
it was
would you? What am I missing with Moody?
I'm going to tell you, because see, and this is, I'm about to tell you.
He doesn't. Right. Give me one thing he does above average. One thing. I'll give you one. He knows how to play with Steph, Clay, and Draymond, and knows what that pecking order is.
I don't think he's a turnstile on D. I
said above average.
Yeah, when he's in rhythm.
What's he above average?
Jack of all trades, master of none.
That doesn't get it done.
Okay, well, hold on. Then why did Myers and company draft him? Well, that's what we need to go back to.
Okay,
I'm just asking,
we
why
could do
did
that
they
for
waste
every
that?
player.
Yeah.
We could do that for every player. I'm just saying that they drafted Moody. He's been here 2.5 years.
But a microcosm of his tenure to me in Golden State, and hopefully it's not over, is the sack game. Hey, we're not going to play you. Then we call on you, and then you go lights out. So a lot of people want to know or wonder, had he got the same leash that maybe Pods had earned, would Moody be at a different juncture? JK got out of that, but JK's more talented.
You know what I heard? You know what I heard yesterday?
Tell me.
I heard the Golden State Warriors say Lester Quinones is better than Moses Moody. Tell me I'm wrong.
I heard it too.
Moses Moody next year is going to make $6 million. How you feel about that?
I heard it too.
All right.
And I like Lester. I was just like, oh my God, for Moody, this has to be, that's spray paint on the wall.
Let's talk about players that can make the Warriors and push them toward a 19-10 finish. But you know what? Filmo's right. I mean, it sounds like I'm hating on Moody. I'm not. He's an 8th or 9th man in the NBA. I don't scoff at that. That's pretty damn good. Don't tell me he's a star.
But it don't look like
and
it's
don't tell me
here.
he didn't get a chance. Don't tell me he didn't get a chance. Moses Moody didn't get a chance? Come on.
We'll ask Monty when we get him on.
Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. Monty Poole joining us at 1 o'clock, NBC Sports Bay Area. It's time for the secret sauce of the game, brought to you by our friends at Proposition Chicken.
Just reaching out and FaceTiming me and talking with me just kind of opened that relationship up to start. And, he's been a great vet towards me. And anything I've ever needed on the court, off the court, he's been there to take care of me. So, super appreciative and thankful for that. But, when he retires and how many ever years that may be, I feel like it's my job to fulfill, what he's doing.
All right, that's the secret sauce of the game, presented by Proposition Chicken. Their chicken goes 3 ways: fried, flipped, and fake. Order now at propositionchicken.com.
It's Truck Month at your local Ram dealer, with great deals on trucks that work hard,
if I were Kamudi.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I never said that.
What?
Kamudi. If I were Kamudi.
Yeah, you did.
No, they put that together. They chopped it. Ev, not you.
Oh.
I never said Kamudi.
Lucas? Who did it then? Be specific.
That bothers me.
Oh, you got to pick a guy who's not here.
When was that?
No, I believe you did say that, Goo, because it was fall. So this is what you said.
Kamudi,
and then it was followed by this.
Oh, no. Oh, boy. Go ahead, partner. I got some trivia for you, too. I know you like it, you and Evan.
Give it to me now. I'd rather hear trivia than have to listen to Steph Curry's next quote.
So Dodger Pete. All right. Oh, boy.
What's
we
up?
love you, Steph. So this is for you and Evan and the listeners.
All right.
So the list was just released. The 10 most valuable sport franchises in the world. All sports now, the top 10. I love this stuff.
Okay.
Can you and Evan collectively...
Let's go one by one, Evan. I'll give you first.
Yes.
I'll give you first pick.
And we'll go 4 cracks at 5 cracks at wrong answers. Then we're
number
done.
1.
No, well, just...
Oh, Evan got it. Dallas Cowboys.
I would say I'm going to put the Golden State Warriors.
Damn, it's Steiny number 2.
Okay. Evan?
You guys on fire.
Third, I'm going to go the Knicks.
Evan's seen the list. 3 Knicks. Who you got for us,
I'm going to go Manchester United.
No, not on the list.
I think it's just American franchise.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
It's just American.
I didn't
Yankees. Okay. That's 4.
They were 5th.
Okay.
You guys,
number 4?
Yep.
So we have 1, 2, 3, and 5.
Yes, sir.
I think, right
1,
now.
2, 3 of you guys on fire.
Right, so it's Cowboys, Warriors, Knicks, Lakers.
Yep. Lakers number 4.
I was going to say
Dude,
Lakers.
you guys rolling. 5 more.
Give me the top 5 again real quick.
Cowboys, Warriors, Knicks, Lakers. I can't believe you guys are missing one.
I'm going to say the San Francisco 49ers.
Top 10.
Oh, Niners?
San Francisco 49ers, 9th.
Yes.
There's one you guys like.
Ooh.
Oh.
Or football?
I was going to say the
baseball.
Oh, and baseball? The Red Sox?
New York Yankees.
We said Yankees.
Oh, yeah, we said the Yankees 5th.
Oh, you did? Okay. All right.
How about the...
couple on here, you might be shocked.
How about the New England Patriots?
You got it. They're 8th. Okay, you guys got 2 more. I'm proud of you.
Oh, boy.
I don't think you guys are going to get these 2.
Give me the sports, at least, for the next...
Football. Both football.
Dallas 49ers and Patriots are in.
Pittsburgh?
New York Giants.
Huh.
And there's one more in the Niners division.
Rams?
Yes. That must be because of the stadium.
Or Kroenke.
You guys did pretty damn good. Evan, you didn't see it, huh?
No.
You were firing them off,
It hasn't
Steiny.
changed much since last year, though.
Steiny, the Patriots. That shocked me coming from
That's got to be
New England.
history.
Well,
But aren't the Cowboys clear by $1 billion of the Warriors?
I don't know how that works, but like...
Well, they're America's team.
Well, it ain't for wins. It's like, you know what I mean? But I hear you. Niners in there and the Warriors number 2. Joe Lacob got booed at Chris Mullins. That's incredible, man.
Next question.
Let's hear from Steph Curry.
The chef.
100%. And I think
the big 3
that's
retiring
always been a motivator
together.
for us. And I think the way that we talk about it is we want to not only end our career as a Warrior, not only continue to compete at a very high level, but you want to end it the right way. I think we've been through a lot this year, and the 3 of us, especially with Draymond's absence for a while, with Klay taking on a new role, the new cast of characters that we have that are right alongside us in this journey. I think it's extremely possible to accomplish both. We just have to protect the identity of who we are as best we can, and I think we're moving in that right direction.
Wow. But nobody can deny, and you haven't, the impact of Draymond Green, man. I was talking to who was a friend last night, just like I got that wrong. You always from Jump Street, and I was there too, knew about what he meant. And I got caught up in his shenanigans, and rightfully so. A lot of Dub Nation was irritated. But, Steiny, there's no denying his impact on the court on both ends. And it's just fun to watch and see where this thing is going. And that's why I keep harping on. It was so bad. It was so low. I just can't remember under Steve Kerr going into the last 29 games, not really knowing what you're going to get. Because that's what's at stake. We can go, 29-0, but we don't know. And to me, you don't want it to be that way, obviously, but it is exciting because right now you got to feel like the Warriors are playing their best basketball.
My question is, what does what Steph's talking about look like? So clearly that includes a Klay Thompson re-signing or extension.
No doubt about it.
Okay, so how do you continue to be a championship team when you're like, let me ask you this. Do you really think they can put a group of players around those three that's championship contender when those three are still going to be three of the top 6 players on the team? In other words, Curry's making 55 next year.
Good God.
Like, I know people don't like to do this. Green's at 25.
Yep.
Okay? What do you get Klay? He wants Klay back. We're assuming Klay's back. Let's talk about what you're going to have to pay Klay Thompson realistically.
27, Steiny.
Okay. So let's say 2 years, 27.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 27.
54.
Okay.
Yep.
Now we still got Wiggins. Okay. We got Wiggins at 25-ish.
I'm counting him as enough around the big three.
How much?
Wiggins and Kuminga.
Well, answer the toughest. How much you paying Kuminga at the end of the year?
Whatever it takes.
At least 20.
So I will go in the red for that, for Kuminga.
Okay.
And I think that's what Klay represents. Is Joe going to go back in the red for the euphoria or the feeling of we're keeping the Three Musketeers together?
I'm just skeptical that Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Wiggins, and Kuminga is a championship team moving forward.
Man, I don't have that answer, but
Now, that may be the best way to go. 888-957-9570. You tell me, does what Steph is what Steph thinking, is it possible? Because he said he thinks there's a way to do it both ways.
Oh, he did.
He thinks there's a way to keep this core together forever and retire.
Man.
And move pieces or have pieces around him to win a title, the young players around him. I think that's
going to be tough, you said. But Steiny,
has it ever been done? Has a core this old ever won a title? 36, 34,
what were the Spurs
35?
on their last one?
They also had
Kawhi, no doubt.
Kawhi Leonard.
No doubt about it.
And don't say, well, we have Kuminga.
I was going to, but
because
no,
those are two different players.
No, but he's your Kawhi in this scenario. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you
no, he's
can't
good.
reach that, right.
But this is where the Warriors have set a precedent with championships.
Their size is I feel like going to be the death of them. When that's going to happen, Steiny, I don't know, but it bothers me.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation in the next 15 minutes? Now's the time. What's your goal for the Golden State Warriors with 29 games remaining? They're 27-26. 19-10?
That was me.
That gets you to 46 wins, more than last year.
2 more.
Can they get there? That'll probably put them in a play-in scenario at 7.
And that would make... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to give the number out. And then Monty Poole joining us at 1 o'clock, NBC Sports Bay Area. He will be joining us.
If you're 7th, you get 2. You got to lose twice.
Correct.
So that's, man.
7 and 8.
Yeah.
7 and 8 got 2 cracks
No
at
doubt
it.
about it.
But keep in mind, if let's say you finish 8, you got to go play on the road. Like the Warriors finished 8 the year they got
lost
spunked.
to the Lakers, and Memphis came and beat them at home. Steph didn't score in OT.
No, they were 7. They were 7
They were first.
and lost 2 home games.
No, they lost in L.A. Remember, they lost to the Lakers in L.A. when LeBron hit that, the lucky shot. Then they came home and lost to Memphis and didn't score in OT.
So then they were 8. They had to be 7.
Yeah.
If you're 7, you've got 2 home games.
Okay, yeah, they didn't have 2 home games. They lost to the Lakers in L.A., so they had to be 8th. I remember that vividly. They tricked that one off to the Lakers. Yep. You don't remember that game? In L.A., they Warriors had them.
Yeah, it was in L.A.
Yeah.
No one was there. That's why.
Boy, shit.
So the Warriors finished 8th?
Yeah.
Okay, not 7th.
Hey, you got to tell the people what I asked you and Evan? if Podziemski, and I'm not pitting Warrior against Warrior, and Moody had a one-on-one, who you taking? Of course, Steiny goes to the own brand. I don't care.
I'm not answering that question. I'm like Van Gundy.
But your boy, Sneaky Athletic, Pods. It's incredible.
I think Podziemski's more. I think he's more athletic than Moody.
You know how many guys on the street are mad because they feel like Pods got something gifted to him that Moody didn't get? It's out there. I don't agree with it. I never have, but it's out there, Steiny. Your boy knows how to play with the best of them, and now you're reading in The Athletic, Pods going at Curry or trying to give CP3 the business. You're getting in Draymond's face on the turnover, in the offseason. This dude's been a steal, man.
From the 917, if you think Joe Lacob isn't thinking at all times about maximizing value and that he wouldn't trade Clay or even Draymond Green, I don't think you understand his non-attachment to nostalgia.
Read the article, though. He just said Draymond's a brother.
So what? You can be I have a brother, too, and I don't talk to him.
But were you a bit... okay, listen.
I believe Joe Lacob has sentimentality, has very little sentimentality.
So do you think the dinner that we always laugh at, that Joe, I don't know why we laugh...
I've given you my answer on this a million times. You've chosen not to accept it. And my answer is this.
I want to know.
He re-signed Draymond Green to keep him as an asset so that he could possibly trade him, but he didn't sign Draymond Green to a $100 million deal saying, because we need this guy to retire a Warrior. No, they made a business decision on Draymond Green. That's what I think.
I got you. And he did, the words did come out of his mouth about Dre's going to retire a Warrior. Like that was the goal in that Kawakami podcast. But again,
it's a goal for Clay too, also.
But I think Curry putting the mayonnaise on the bread about, it could work is kind of not calling it shots, Donnie, but just kind of letting people know this could get done and we could all age out here.
The other thing about an older team, they were talking about the Spurs. Some of those guys took less money.
Oh my gosh.
Duncan?
Yeah.
TD.
John's in Oakland. What's up, John? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to give you a shout. Steiny, look, you nailed it about 4 or 6 weeks ago. I don't remember when it was, when the team was slumping like crazy, and we're all feeling just desperate, and you're saying, this is not a championship team, and everybody came around and finally agreed with you. And so the question posed to you was, what would you do instead? And you said, I would never would have signed Draymond Green. I would try to move him as quickly as possible and restructure the entire team around Steph and just accept that this is not a championship team. So now we're 10 games away from that instance, and we've won 7 out of 8, 9 out of 10, whatever it is. And everybody's feeling more optimistic. And my answer to your question just now, which was, is this a championship team going forward? The answer is, with Steph Curry, he can transcend any kind of logical conversation and propel this team to win some games and win a championship. And it is possible, but on paper, the answer with the guys that we have is absolutely not. And you nailed that a while ago. We've been talking about this for a long time, but Steph is so great that it could happen, but the answer is no. So yeah, that's my thoughts. And
even with 29 games to go, you feel like you're not going to see a miracle, huh?
No, we could see a miracle because Steph Curry is the miracle. Guru, you have said, I don't know if he's Jesus or whatever, but he really is.
Right, but wouldn't that make Steiny wrong, or any Warrior detractor that said they're not going to win if you're saying it's on the table because you have Steph? Like, that's 98% of my logic.
Yeah, no, okay. So that's what I'm saying is it's possible because of him.
All right, okay.
Okay,
right.
But if you're looking at it on paper,
I got you.
Logically, it's not happening, right? But he is that guy who can make it happen.
Gotcha.
That's my thought.
And I'm willing to say,
I didn't want to steal your thunder.
Well,
He was giving you
I'm
love,
willing to
but
say
I'm like, it ain't over.
I'm willing to say I don't disagree with the fact that like Steph Curry is the miracle.
Okay, all right.
But I also look at it like this: does Steph Curry always give you a chance? Okay, I'll make yes. Problem is, he doesn't guarantee anything, and so are we hanging on to the 2% chance? And is that smart? If it's all about titles, what are we hanging on to a 4% chance that we could run?
Do
the
you
table?
think Lacob's doing that?
He's doing that for the rest of this season.
Wow, all right.
And that's what I heard from Joe Lacob. You got 29 games in the playoffs. Make a run. If you don't make a run, all bets are off. Then maybe we'll start there. I heard Joe Lacob say, make a run, get into the postseason, make some noise. If we don't, all bets are off. Is there anybody that didn't hear that from Joe Lacob? That's kind of where I came out and started the show, and I don't think a lot of people would you take another listen. Now it's not working again, Evan.
That happened to me Friday.
You go do it.
On that, I'll tell you that our, plan 1 or 1A is actually we'd like to be out of the tax. And we think we have a way to do that. That kind of is the plan, not just under the second apron. And I'll tell you why that's important. Because the truth is that we need to be out of the tax 2 years out of the next 4 in order, or below the tax line, in order to get this repeater thing off our books. We don't want to be a repeater. It's just so prohibitive. Not to say we wouldn't do it if we had to, but you've got to look at what the downside is to doing that. So that's the plan, is to try to do that. And we think we can keep our team together and retain even the players we might be able to bring players back at different numbers and so on. So that's kind of plan A, but there's a plan 1B, I guess, or probably 1A. And 1B is, we could go even further than that, and we could make big changes if we had to. If this team, were to go slide all the way down here and not do well at the end of the year, there's going to be big changes. But if we do really well, we might decide to go the other way. So everything's open. We have to be flexible. I can just tell you that the goal is to not be a lottery team ever. The goal is to be competitive. The goal is to win. And ideally, if it's possible, to win championships or compete for championships.
Mark Cuban once said the worst place to be in the NBA is the middle. Isn't that where the Warriors have been the last 2 years? So my question
coming
is...
off the championship. And
okay. Right. Well, so what Joe Lacob is hoping to do here is be a playoff team this year. And if we don't win it this year, come back next year and win a title. While saving money, while getting under the apron and pot. He didn't just say get under the apron. He said get under the luxury tax. Those are two different things.
Yeah, and you wonder what
Joe
the
Lacob,
price is for big changes, Steiny. Because that ain't just subtractions. It could be an ad.
Lacob has a world brand, says the 415, and any other in the NBA would be a fool not to keep Steph, Clay, and Draymond. I vehemently disagree with that. Here's how I would write it. Lacob has a worldwide brand unlike any other in the NBA. He wouldn't be a fool not to keep Steph. Stop. Full stop. Steph's one, do you think for 1 minute that Joe Lacob lumps those three together? No chance. It's Steph. Steph is who you break your back for. Steph.
Yeah, but my point is we know how much love Steph has for Dre, and that worked out for Dre. Regardless of why you think he was retained and he could be dangled, he still got the contract.
Signing, I'll come at it this way. Signing Draymond Green to a 4-year, $100 million contract was Joe Lacob looking at the facts and saying, this is the lesser of two evils. I don't want to do it. I kind of wish I didn't have to do it now.
So no part of I want to make Steph happy?
I'm sure that was part of it when he weighed it all into consideration. But that's true. That's a good point. Steph has the worldwide brand, not the Warriors.
They're number 2.
It's interesting.
That's amazing.
I wonder if they'll be number 2 in 5 years if Steph's not here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Warriors start the second half of the season. God, I hope LeBron plays. We know he's gutsy and he can play through injury. Apparently, LeBron's got a bad ankle.
But he just played Sunday.
You know what's going to happen now, don't you?
Well, talk to him.
We're going to see a report that's like a Draymond questionable, and we'll want to throw bricks through windows.
No, not at all. The Warriors, they tricked off enough games, Donnie. They can't play around. Trey will be in there. I thought Trey did a great job Sunday commentating, fighting off Barkley. What about Barkley saying you won't be in the playoffs? That dude's got to be stopped, man. Barkley, he's just, his Warrior hate, I get it, but it's funny too. But what he said, Bob, you jumped off the Titanic. It's like, Chuck, we know why you're mad. They won 4 when you said a jump shooting D. I never win the finals.
What is such a hot take about saying a team that's in 10th place won't make the playoffs? That is not a hot take.
No, it's funny that he's willing to say that. Come on, it's right there. That's fair game, but I'm just the fact that he enjoyed saying it is all.
Let's go to Kyle real quick in the city before we get Monty Poole in here on the other side from NBC Sports Bay Area.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Hey. Dynamite.
Hey, you guys were talking about, is this roster competitive right now? And, I think it might be rubbed the wrong way if people were to get rid of Klay Thompson or not. But I kind of like to take it back to that moment when Lacob made the decision to get rid of Monte, right, to break his back for Steph. And in that Bogut deal that, made the team competitive for many years after that. This current roster, and like you said, Goo, without a big, this roster's just not competitive. So, we got to do something with a trade to bring in someone who can, even just get a clutch rebound, how many times have we seen us not be able to get a rebound in crunch time, and it kills us because it leads to a transition 3 or whatever, right? So I think you got to take this back when we traded Monte away. Obviously, this team is different because you got Klay and Dre with all the championships, but if we're going to remain competitive, we got to make a trade like that to where it might rub some fans the wrong way, but 5 years down the road, you look back on it again, you're like, man, that was a good decision. So that's my thought on it, because with this current roster,
some size,
we're just going to lose too many clutch.
Yeah,
we're going to lose too many clutch games. I think we've got the most clutch game losses in the league right now, and it always comes down to that one rebound or that one turnover that kills us. So that's my take.
Appreciate the call.
Good call. Yep. We got Monty down.
Monty Poole on the other side, NBC Sports Bay Area. He's coming up on the other side. A reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. It is a Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, that segment brought to you by The Farmer's Dog.
From better poops to more energy, when you switch your dog's
First NorCal Credit Union.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Steph. Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. And let's head out right now and bring in our friend Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. He covers the Golden State Warriors. What's going on, Monty? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing okay. How you guys doing?
We're doing well. Here's where I'm going to start. Joe Lacob made some comments this past week, and I want to focus on one thing that stuck out to me, and it was when he said, you know, if this team were to slide all the way down and not do well at the end of the year here, you know there's going to be big changes. So I kind of came out today and said, what I'm hearing from Joe Lacob is we got 29 more games left. I'm giving this team a chance to have a good last 29 games, maybe make some noise in the postseason. But if we don't, all bets are off at that point. Is that essentially what you heard, or did you hear something different?
I didn't hear all bets are off.
Okay.
But I did hear that.
What would big changes be?
Well, you know, they have obviously pretty severe luxury tax payments, and they need to offload what they can. Obviously, Clay and Chris Paul, who this year make up about $74 million. Those guys come off the books next year. At the end of the year, or could come off the books. Clay can be an unrestricted free agent. Chris can be basically a free agent also if the Warriors decide to opt out, which is the plan from what I understand. So, but I think what he is saying is, to me at least, that they would probably try and find a way again to get some youth back into the fold. They want to ride Steph as long as they can, and that's why I said not all bets are off, because Steph ain't going nowhere.
Fair.
He's not going anywhere. That's one guy who's not going anywhere. And after all they've been through with Draymond, I think I can say pretty much the same about him. You know, I think Steph and Draymond are going to be together as long as Steph wants it that way, and there's no indication that he does not want it that way. But after that, you got Kuminga, who they love now, and they like him. I say now. Because, you know, there were times in the past when they weren't so sure. There were maybe a year ago, even less than that, when there were people who, you know, can he really play at the NBA level and contribute on a regular basis? There was that question. And now I think he's answered that question and saying, yes, he can. Yeah, he still has some things to learn, but the progress he's made, even this season, is remarkable. So they're happy about that for a couple of reasons. One, he looks like he can be a future star. And two, he's not costing them a ton of money right now. So that's a double benefit there for this team. With the big salaries, his salary is like, you know, number 5 or 6 down the list on the team. So, but big changes, you know, I think, you know, they have to decide Steve has to decide whether he wants to come back. All indications are that he does. But at the same time, you know, we'll see how it plays out. I think Steve's also wants to see how this is going to play out. So they're all in the same situation where Steve, Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, Kirk Lacob, they're all kind of looking at this and saying, okay, we got 29 games to go. Let's see how we play them. Now, last year at this time, they were 29-29, and they won 19 of their last 24 games. They moved from 9th place in the West to 6th place. I think the goal this year is to try and move from 10th to 6th, which is going to be harder. Right. It's going to be harder than it was last year. Not impossible. If they finish like they did last year, maybe they can get somewhere near, you know, 20, 48, 49 wins, which I think is what it's going to take to get to the top 6. But, yeah, I think they're still in kind of, okay, we're going to see how this plays out. They signed Lester Quinones off a two-way, take him off two-way into a standard NBA contract, which to me indicates that if they do fill the 15th roster spot, they will do it even later, and they can do it another week or two. So, and I'm not sure that they won't. I just think that when they convert Lester, that maybe they're thinking they probably won't, because there's been no indication that they are absolutely committed to guaranteeing to a 15th roster spot. That could change. But I personally think they could still use a big off the bench, even if it's just for 6, 8, 10 minutes a game in certain games against certain teams, because when you look at the West, everybody above them, all 9 teams above them, all have at least one 7-footer, and Minnesota has 2. So, and Draymond's he's great, but good Lord. I mean, how much can he take of a steady diet of that in the postseason without getting a break and having somebody who can go out there and bump and bang with some of these guys? So we're going to see how it plays out, but I think that's what Joe is basically saying, is that my eyes are on this. Let's see how it plays out, because I do have some concerns.
Look, Monty, I watch you and Bonte every night, and I got to give you credit. You keep it real at every turn throughout this season. And I told Steiny and the listeners I owe Dre the biggest apology, because while he was out, I was just focused on, I'll call them his shenanigans and suspensions, but I forgot about his impact. Now you see JK take a step. The Warriors are getting more easier baskets than I can remember. And they look alive, and Pods is helping. And now they look like a collective unit. But you just mentioned it. As excited as I am, Monty, about these next 29, that size issue is just... Do you see TJD getting more of an opportunity during this 29 by default? But you're right, man. How do they overcome that?
Well, I mean, their stock answer over the past year plus is that we won a championship in 22 without having a quote-unquote big man off the bench. And so, but the league has changed in that time. The league has changed. The Denver team that they beat in 22 is not the Denver team they would play now. When they got him in 22, Jamal Murray wasn't there. He wasn't there yet. Michael Porter Jr. was out, still recovering from back surgery or whatever he was dealing with. KCP wasn't there yet. So all those guys that have joined that team that made become a championship to win a championship last year, they didn't deal with those in the first round of the 2022 playoffs. It's a different Denver team. You go on the list now. Minnesota's they're a good team, well coached, good defense. And you got Rudy and Cat, you got 2 giants out there at the same time. And so I know Cat's mostly an outside guy, but he's still 6'11", 7 feet. You look at, let's go down the list. Okay, the Clippers, they got size. They got depth. You can look at Oklahoma City. Chet, yeah, he's narrow. he's not heavy, but he's still 7+, And so when you get down there, Dallas has a couple of 7-footers. New Orleans has Valanciunas. He's 7 feet. So I hear that. They're gonna run into this at some point in the playoffs, and you don't want that to be the reason why they don't advance. So that's why I think, even if they did like they did 5 years ago, when they went to Australia and brought back Andrew Bogut. Why? Because they saw they needed someone as break glass in case of emergency. And Bogut, he didn't play a lot, but he played spot minutes here and there. And it made a difference, not just because it gave Draymond and Luna rest, but it also gives you can use 6 fouls. You got a guy out there who can do some things and give up 6 fouls and guard a big man. If he gets fouls, so be it. He's not going to play big minutes anyway. So I don't think the door is closed on that. But when they sign Lester, when they convert Lester, that means to me at least that they feel like it's less of a pressing issue.
Monty Poole joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. The one thing when we're talking about money and getting under the apron and maybe getting under the luxury tax, we talk a lot about Thompson and Chris Paul and if they walk. Aren't the Warriors going to extend Kuminga this year? Probably.
They could.
What do you think what would that contract look like, you think? Assuming he plays out the rest of this year like he's been playing.
Yeah. To me, here's the thing they have to figure out. Okay, when they extended Jordan Poole, they thought, okay, we got a guy who we think is going to be a big part of our team because in 2022 he's a big part of that championship team. Yep. Had a great playoffs. So, and now maybe they're a little skittish about doing that again. You know what I mean? That didn't work out so well for them. They were able to trade it, but he didn't become the player they hoped he would be last season. And we all know why. I mean, there were some factors that really shouldn't have come into play, but did. And Jordan did not produce as well as, and certainly not as efficiently as he had before. So I think if you look at J.K., yeah, you want to pay him you want to give him a contract that's along those lines. But you may be a little bit skittish because of what happened before. So you may want to have incentives. You may want to put certain things in the contract to make sure. I think that's what they're thinking about now. I do believe that he is deserving of an extension, beyond next season, because, he's still locked in for next season. But I think that's something that they definitely want to do. But that's something that, all these things, all these movements, whether it be guys who come and go, whether it be the veterans, whether it has to do with Clay and Chris and those two guys, and even Wiggins, he's got a contract, but, do they want to keep him? So these are all things that are in play. And that's why when Joe says that, I think he's saying that, yeah, we could do it anything, because let's face it, man, that guy is thirsty for championships. He wants to have a quality team. And I understand it. He's paying more than anybody in the NBA. So, I think Kuminga's contract, if they give him an extension, I think it has to be somewhere in the range similar to what Jordan got.
Monty, you got a great program, Racing America, on NBC Sports Bay Area. And when I turn off the program, the one thing, and I got to be careful here, the one thing I learn is, inequality, some racism, and people not being treated fair, and they share the story, and you focus on it. So you do a great job. But where I need to be careful at is I told my partner, there's one name I'm about to lay on you, and I'm just curious because I wanted the Warriors to see what was there. But the last time I seen DeMarcus Cousins in the NBA, he did well for himself in Denver backing up Jokic against the Warriors. They didn't win the series. And my bigger question, Monty, is why is DeMarcus Cousins not in the NBA?
Well, a couple of reasons. I can't imagine a scenario where he rejoins the Warriors. And one, DeMarcus he's still a good off shooter. He can do that. Defensively, he can't do what he once did. He was never a great defender, but he's had 2 major surgeries on his legs. And so his lateral movement is not the same. And then, like I said, it wasn't great before. He's not a rim protector. So defensively, he would be, you'd have to cover for him a little bit. And I just heard whispers about, some issues in terms of, not necessarily high maintenance, maybe, you know what I mean? There's certain things that the franchise felt at some point, okay, that there were issues that he would bring up, I guess, that they weren't super pleased with. And nobody ever put anything concrete that I know of, but it was just like the indication that I got even last year was that, no, we don't think DeMarcus will be back here. It just doesn't look like it's going to happen. Now, as far as the rest of the league, think about this. He was in Denver. Well, Michael Malone loves DeMarcus. Loves him. Loved him in Sacramento. And Michael Malone brought him in to back up Joker and did not bring him back. They have DeAndre Jordan there now.
Right.
And so my thought is if DeMarcus can't play for Malone, the one coach who's always stood by him, I'm not sure he can play for anybody right now. And that doesn't mean he can't. But, I know he had a 30-point game over in Asia a few weeks ago. But, it's tough to watch because it certainly appears to be an instance where injuries have derailed his career because he was a pretty good player. He was an all-star caliber player before the injuries hit. But when you have an Achilles and an ACL, look at Clay. He ain't the defender he used to be, and he was really a good defender. But he can't do what he used to do. His body just won't let him do it. And it ain't age. It's those 2 major surgeries, one on each leg.
Wow. Yeah, Monty Poole joining us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, let me ask you this in light of the fact that we just saw an all-star game that by all accounts was pretty dreadful. But next year it's in San Francisco. We do have the benefit of having a guy like Steph Curry be front and center. But if you're Joe Lacob and you just watch the all-star game from Indianapolis, how do you turn this thing around in a year?
Wow. I don't think. First of all, the All-Star Weekend is more of a league thing than a team thing. And I know Joe Joe should be, have certain requests that he wants. He was awarded the game, the weekend, and they'll have all of that. But you're right, the game was just not watchable. you know, and I talked about that with a number of people over the last few days, and it's unanimous. They got to do better than that. and so, you know, I don't know what they'll come up with. You know, I think, you know, you can tell Adam Silver after the game, you could tell he was not pleased. you scored more points than the other team.
Right.
You know, so, yeah, I think the league, Lacob, and the owners will come around with something. But they don't want to continue this because they saw how bad it was. And already the league is facing charges that it boosts defense. It boosts offense, and the defense pays the price for it. You know, you can't defend anymore in the NBA because this, that, and the other. So I have no doubt that when they all get together, there will be some things put on the table and probably some things that will be adopted now. It would help if you had players who really, you know, felt that, you know, had that Kobe energy. Because you might recall when Kobe was in an All-Star game and he was playing like he was playing for the Lakers. You know, he was representing himself and his team, and he was going for the throat. And so I think, you know, they want to find a medium at least. Have guys care. Have guys care about the game and not just out there going through what looks like a glorified scrimmage. Practice before, you know, the practices they have before the fans, in the preseason. You know, the fans come in for $5, $10, or whatever, and watch them practice. That's kind of what the All-Star game looks like. Guys running around getting baskets, and defense is kind of like, well, nah, not this play. You know, there's just not much going on there. So they definitely will do something, and I think Joe will be one of those guys front and center who will try and promote the possibility of making this game more competitive.
Monty Poole,
thanks a lot,
really
man.
Appreciate the time as always, and it should be an exciting second half of the year, buddy.
You got that right. Take care, guys.
All right, Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area on 95.7 The Game. All right, can we put the exclamation point on DeMarcus Cousins, please?
It's done.
Can we say we'll never mention him other than fondly as a player? He hasn't played in 2 years.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. You didn't expect
when he did play in the last 2 years, he's only played 48 and 41 games.
I'll let it go. I'm back to Drummond.
The coach
for Drummond.
The coach who likes DeMarcus Cousins more than any other coach
that hurts,
he's ever played for said DeMarcus Pike.
And they got DeAndre Jordan in that role. That's what hurt more. Like, oh boy. But Steiny, size may be the death of this team, man. He mentioned all the bigs in the West. Like, at some point, and like I know you keep saying last year how lethargic or how bad the Lakers were collectively. Shooting, they were, Steph included, to his standards. The size was what beat them.
And the lack of size, I shouldn't say lack of size, but let's never forget that their versatility was what won them 4 titles. They won 4 titles without emphasizing the center position. They found guys who fit the system. Michael in Oakland. What's up, Michael? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Hey, there is no way that Pods is better than Moody.
Oh.
Moody has not gotten a chance. He gets if Moody makes a defensive mistake, he's on the bench. Pods gets beat all the time off the dribble. If they make the playoffs and they play against good guards, he can't guard any of them. Sacramento would kill him. And as far as Draymond is concerned, Draymond is just as important to the Warriors as Curry. Without Draymond, there is no Curry.
Well,
I used to want to fight when I hear that, Snotty. Now I'm like, I get it. Obviously, there's still Steph, but Dre's impact is. I was Helen Keller to it.
What a slap in Curry's face to say without Draymond, there's no Curry.
You can't. Come on.
We just said it.
Yeah, but
and you didn't push back very much on it.
No, because I'm
pushing back on it
because I thought that was material.
I don't think it was.
No, like he said, we saw what life was for Steph Curry when Draymond was out, with the shot selection.
Was that the year he quit?
No, just
Draymond.
No, just
like
during suspension.
Here's the thing.
But don't say there's no chef with no Dre.
Here's the thing that. Okay, so when Draymond, look at Dre. Sure, the Warriors have played pretty good the last 10 games with Draymond. Nobody said Draymond's useless. Everybody knows Draymond, when he's at his best, is pretty good. But we talk about how he's come back and really helped the team in the last 14 games, and we just gloss over that he effed up the last year and a half, and that it's within the realm of possibility it could happen again. Like, what happens if Draymond does something? The last 29 games.
Yeah. Well,
I know the answer can be,
hell
he won't
break loose.
Well, let me tell you something. You can say, I don't think he will, but you better be damn sure that the Warriors have thought about if something else happens. And if one other thing happens, it's over at that point.
No doubt. And there have been a couple of games where I'm like, Dre's just playing. He knows he's in the system. He can't take it to the next level with the Paul George and Nurkic again. But I will say this about what he's already done, Steiny. That's water under the bridge, the year and a half. All they can do now is play these 29 games and focus on him remaining out there. Because you can't get that back, nor the time how many games did he miss? 15? So you can't get that back. But
see, now here's where
you don't want him to get baited, man. I don't want anybody to bait Dre, man.
I would totally argue with it's water under the bridge. It's not water under the bridge until Draymond Green plays out the entirety of his next 3.5 years without messing the team up over a stretch like he's done the past 2 years. Like that's where I'm at with Draymond Green.
Because they're baiting him, Steiny.
Well, they should, because he's baitable. He's proven that. Tell you what, there's no doubt, Draymond Green's on the Mount Rushmore of trash talkers. But here's the other thing.
You ain't no Kobe.
Yeah. And you know what? As good of a trash talker as Draymond is, Poole out trash talked him.
Oh, to make him hit him.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Draymond, good at talking trash, not great at hearing trash talk.
Has Jordan Poole scored 20 this year? Jesus Christ.
The way I look at Jordan Poole is he could be the worst player in the league from now until the time he retires. You can't take away the fact that they don't win a title without him.
Nobody will.
And
I won't.
Like, even if he stinks the rest, maybe he wouldn't have stunk. He wouldn't stink the rest of his career if Draymond had never punched him.
No doubt about it, man.
So, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Man, I've looked at some of these numbers.
Jordan Poole scored 25 against the Warriors, by the way.
Your face. That's right in your face and right in Curry's face.
That's my little brother.
How many did Curry have that night? 60, how many?
I don't think he played.
63?
Yeah, no, my point is, I didn't say he has it. It's just, this is not who I envisioned him to be. And you're right. It'll always be that. What if he hadn't got humiliated in front of the world, man? So I'm Team JP for life. I can't defend these 15 points a game, Steiny. 3 assists.
Why? Because he's trying to become a better all-around player?
Well,
because Jordan Poole said, you know what? I want to do more than just score 25. I want to score 16, pass. I don't know if you've seen his defense.
Gotten better?
I don't know.
Oh, I ain't watched too much Wizards.
Probably not. Man, this Warrior payroll.
They're the second largest, second most profitable, most valuable franchise in American sports.
I know things change, but if they extend Kuminga this summer for Jordan Poole, that's $30 million a year. That means in 2 years,
whoa,
the Warriors will have Curry at 60, Wiggins at 28, Green at 26, and Kuminga at 30.
But Joe's shown you he'll blow past it.
He won't blow past it if he doesn't think it's a title contender. Like, that's the other thing he said that we kind of missed out on. What's the priority? The priority, notice he didn't say to win a championship. The priority is to get under the apron.
That he said.
And I would just say, and I would say this to Joe, that is a very, very difficult challenge for this team to get better
and win
and get the payroll more under control. Because you're going to have to pay. The only way you get better is by keeping Kuminga, who's improving.
What did Monty say for now? But Kuminga's got to be, Stan, he ain't going nowhere.
I mean, if Kuminga and Podziemski keep playing the way they play, the decision the Warriors may have is whether or not to give those guys up for an established star who's 6-8 years into his career. It's a Warriors Wednesday. And you know what that means? It's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, what's coming up next? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Why is everyone voting Honda?
Stop hating on Moody.
He stinks.
No, you stink.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you in 10 minutes. We got the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. There are two guys that aren't high priorities that I'm also worried about when I look at this team.
I won't call them Kobe and Shaq. Remember that? They got, who's Shaq? Who's Kobe? Remember I called my guys that.
You said Willard and Dibbs. My bad.
No, they're not the two rats on the table. Yeah, else you got to figure out what you're doing with Peyton and Looney. Peyton's going to make $9 million next year. Looney $8. I get it. That ain't $30 million each, but that ain't chump change either when you're in the tax.
Man. And Looney, his minutes have come down, Steiny.
My fault.
The other thing is, like, they're not in a position where you can't trade both those guys for someone with a longer-term contract. Because then that boxes you in more. Like, they've got a lot of work to do. It doesn't mean they don't have ways to figure it out. Right. But it's going to be tough to figure it out and get better. It's tough.
Yeah, he can. I mean, if any man, what a Joey Lightyear, Steiny. This is when it's here we go. But number 2 on that list, if you wanted to just step back, pour a beer, and just talk about the success of Joe Lacob as a Warriors owner, that list just says it all, man. Privately funded.
Hold on.
Arena.
Let me maybe get
taxpayers didn't have to pay. Come on, man. Number 2.
Yeah, Uncle Loon's saying that third year's not all the way guaranteed. I'm looking at some stuff online. Looney, he says it says to me Looney signed a 3-year, $25.5 million contract. It's all guaranteed from what I'm looking at.
I know you get mad at stuff
last year's
like this.
Partially guaranteed.
Ruckus Lee on the First NorCal Credit Union.
How come it's not showing up for me as partially?
It's not your money, Steiny.
It's
Just
3 of the
whip
$8 million. So it means
So he's right.
Yeah.
So of the $25 million, only 20 was guaranteed, essentially. How come that's not showing up on Basketball Reference?
Got to go to Spotrac.
Yeah. Wait, I thought it was Sport Track. I think you might be right.
Well, there's no sport in Spotrac.
Okay.
Spot Rack. That's Spotrac.
All right. Steiny Guru with you. 95.7 The Game. Give me something, Goo. Just give me something.
Random?
Yeah.
Antonio Pierce has pissed me off.
That's what I was looking for.
They implemented Mahomes rules like the Pistons did for Jordan. You beat him one game. Right. And it's taken off starting. I just want to throw my computer. You just got the job. How about you beat him in the playoffs or win the AFC West before you start talking about we have Mahomes rules? There are none. I'm sorry.
Yes,
I had to let loose. What are they?
Last team to beat the Chiefs.
That's my Steiny.
The Timberwolves have some Curry rules. You laugh at that?
Evan, have you ever heard of those rules? I haven't. I'm not saying they don't have them.
I don't know if they work.
Well, I'm not saying they do, but you gotta try. Look
at it at the bottom. Raiders have Mahomes. Good luck with that.
Anytime.
You win a game when they're struggling. Hey, on Christmas, I get it, but to go national, I just have a problem with that. Dude just wins his 3rd Super Bowl. Hey, we got Mahomes.
Doesn't mean they work.
Right, but
he's thinking about how to stop
Why
them.
is he getting traction? Keep it to yourself.
Because it's
now
the
Mahomes
NFL
is
channel
probably
and they're
spitting
on
out
the
his
games
beer.
for 6 months.
Hey, honey, guess what? The Raiders, yeah. All right, good luck with that, Raider fan.
Do we know what they are?
Yeah, but I don't, boy. And do they exist? Dude's got his 3rd Super Bowl. I'm different.
Like there are a lot of coaches. Finch isn't the only one, but they will never allow Steph Curry to make 3 straight threes without taking a timeout. Period.
I love that.
Period.
But
I'm just saying.
Yeah. But they're number 1 in the West right now. So if we talked about it, you could. Yeah, Pierce just got the gig. Relax.
Ain't nobody out.
That's all I'm.
Ain't nobody out there believes in the Timberwolves.
That's the beauty.
You can't make fun of a team for 2 years and then say,
they believe in themselves, Steiny.
I'm talking about you. You don't. Evan doesn't. What? Yeah, everybody laughs at the Timberwolves. Barkley laughs at Finch. Everybody laughs.
I didn't know this about Barkley laughing at Finch.
Warriors may play the Timberwolves in the first round. How do you feel about that?
I would be, I can't use the word, I would be less. You know what word? I would be scared blankless.
You'd be one of the few Warrior fans that thought
that size and Anthony Edwards is using. This is a springboard to tell everybody this is my league.
But for 5 years, all we've done is laughed and made fun of Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns.
Cat was my guy.
The other softer.
Hey, I'm the guy that defended Cat. I've always liked Cat's game. He just got to get meaner.
He doesn't play defense. That makes sense.
I'm going to give you one.
Primarily a scorer. That makes sense.
Dude, Minnesota's got a team.
You can't say that now.
What?
You made fun of him for 2 years.
Evans
in the same boat.
I've always loved Edward. I'm the one that dubbed him Ant-Man.
That's a lie. Dave Benz did that.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I believe I did it. On my Vine, the Union City thread with Reg B,
that's
every
pathetic.
Mello, Kane.
That's gone from funny to pathetic. It really has.
I call you
That's
Steezy.
1,500 miles away, but you came up with Ant-Man. Why don't you go on social media right now and say, you know what? How come I'm not getting credit?
I will. The eve of the draft.
Do it right now.
That draft.
Right on YouTube.
And when they were
Let everybody see you do it on YouTube.
Stop. God. Hey, I haven't took many L's.
Go ahead.
But the DeMarcus Cousins Monty Pool answer. Just play that at my funeral. Oh, man. DeMarcus, I fought the good fight for you, brother. But, boy, DeAndre Jordan and Michael Malone loves. So what he didn't say is DeMarcus at this stage has some diva in him. That's how I took it.
I don't care what he's got. He hasn't played in 2 years. Okay,
Mike
you can't
Malone
play
loves
defense.
him and he can't give him a gig.
Thank you. Oh, but hey, no.
That was an L.
Hey, no.
That was an L.
No, you're right. Warrior fans, you know more about DeMarcus Cousins than Mike Malone. No, you're right. You're right. No, you're right. Yeah, DeMarcus Cousins will make a difference here.
No,
but Mike Malone doesn't want him.
He's 7 foot. You're in. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Tell Lucas to get out the control room.
How'd that work for James Wiseman?
Boy.
Yeah.
That hurt. LaMelo Ball, every time I see him, I just think of Wiseman.
I'm about ready to come out with he stinks too, but
he'll be here Friday.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
We going? We got our little thing to use, too.
Probably not.
We got our little coupon.
If I'm going out to chase, I ain't going to see Charlotte.
Well, it's more to see the Warriors.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you
new Warriors.
I'll give you
what about the venue we're supposed to go to?
I'm going to wink. Give you $1,000 right now if you know the coach of the Charlotte Hornets.
That is, man.
Borrego?
Look at me.
He got fired, didn't he?
Oh, boy.
And by the way, let me clear up a misconception.
Uh-oh.
Kenny Atkinson did not decline the Charlotte job because he thinks he's going to be the Warriors head coach in a year or two.
Isn't it Clifford?
I think it is.
Oh, no, he got fired. My God!
Kenny Atkinson did not take the Charlotte job because Michael Jordan was the owner at that point, and he said to Atkinson, I'm offering you the job, but you must take on all the assistant coaches who are still under contract. That's how cheap
that's
Michael
like
Jordan
Steve
was.
Wilkes. You can be my coordinator, but calls the other defense.
Thank you. We got to get out right now because we got the that thing we do with Willard and Dibbs on the other side. Don't forget, download that Odyssey app. Do it now, and you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class money market today.
Next question. It's truck month.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
It's his first time, Jim.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, you learn something new every day. Today, I found out that there's a hell of a player who plays out of Minneapolis, Anthony Edwards. I did not know that Daryl the Guru Johnson was the guy who coined him Ant-Man.
I believe I am.
Oh, okay.
Right before the draft.
Well, I mean,
I don't want the praise now.
That's
like, you won't get the praise.
Like Steiny saying that he came up with Bang Bang Niner Gang.
That's what he don't know when I'm running material.
I do not maintain that. I maintained that for a short period of time to get a smile.
There's some truth to that.
And that's also like
I don't think that, now listen.
That's
listen
also
to the words.
like you claiming that you said that Steph didn't break the NBA, and just because he retweeted that, now
he didn't break the NBA.
Now you're
every other nitwit shooting threes ruined the NBA.
I don't know who did what.
Steph gave you
Willard, I was running material.
But I'm struck by the irony of Dan Dibley, who thinks he started every media person's career getting mad at you two guys for your comments. Just struck by the irony. Onward. On we go.
There's no, actually, we're going to stick and stay for 2 and 2. Chuck Woolery.
I got to go to the restaurant.
You go ahead and ask the people who I claim to be on the Dibley coaching tree.
I have.
And they all admit, and they all know exactly how it all started.
Okay.
Go down the hall to Stephen Langford, 15 and 45, and you ask him how he got his humble beginnings. It was the Dibber.
We're not going to go through the whole list because
the list is like longer than Kyle
we leave it in your mind, and we leave at 6, so we wouldn't be able to get through them all.
In reality, and you go from Jim Rome to Colin Cowherd, and you work on down.
Phenomenal.
Thank you. They're all in the Dibber tree. Anyway,
I got 100 questions for you guys, and I got to be careful here.
Let's start with number 1.
Can I do something from last week?
Tree.
How does Steve Wilkes, how does the defensive coordinator, who, if he wasn't running his system, somebody else was calling the defense along with him or helping them? I've never heard
say that again.
He wasn't running his system here as a defensive coordinator for the Niners. So my thing was, I was in bed like, how are you the DC, but you're calling somebody else's?
What? It's just a different. He didn't bring any of his assistants, so he's dealing with D'Amico Ryan's staff, which was Robert Saleh's staff, which was whatever. That's Kyle Shanahan's defensive staff.
Had to be frustrating for him.
I still to me.
Why would he take the job?
Because it's a job and it's being offered to you, and there's money and status. Yeah. And by the way, the defensive coordinator for the 49ers, 2 DCs in a row turned into head coaches. So it looks like why would it not be a good setup? But
he wasn't part of the tree, I guess.
My question still remains, and I have not had the opportunity to talk to Kyle. Why did you hire him?
That's Tibbs.
I don't think he was a scapegoat. I don't get into any of this stuff that people are, because that's whittling the story down to like 1 day or 2 weeks, which is not what happened. It never fit. I was uncomfortable week 7 when he held a press conference and said into a microphone, Steve knows he messed up.
You were right there.
And I remember what I said that day? I'm like, something's not that. They're not getting along. You don't do that. You ever heard a head coach do that? I've never heard a head coach do that. So that was clue number 1, and obviously there was plenty going on. And it makes me want to ask Kyle why. Why would you have thought, hey, we would like to go and have somebody try to figure out our system,
and almost guess,
as opposed to just hire someone who runs your system if you're going to keep this. I don't understand it.
No doubt about it,
and I never will.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I mean, who else was out there in terms of candidates? Did he pass on somebody who he should have hired? Or
same list of people we're talking about right now.
Right. So, I mean, before we criticize the hire, we have to look back and say, who was out there? Who did he pass on? What did he think? Did he think that he could bring Steve in and Steve could adapt to what they were doing? Because the big thing for me is you hired Steve and he didn't bring his own people in. So you hired him basically saying, this is what we're doing. You come in here and now you run what we run.
But you got to relearn. You got to learn something that is not your thing.
Steve signed on for it.
How can you get in your bag if it's not your bag?
It's like being hired for a job that you're not qualified for in a way. It's like, you've all been there. You're interviewing because you need a gig, but you're like, but this isn't really what I do.
I got a second interview for that job, and
Which
I showed.
one?
It
What
was
were you
for
doing?
the Cal men's volleyball job.
Okay.
It's a club team. It's not their D1 team. They don't have a D1 team. So I do a phone interview and I nail it. And they say, hey, why don't you come in and run a practice as your second interview? So I show up and I'm going to run
Look at my guy.
I'm going to run my Harry
So
High
this is
School
not as a
stuff.
broadcaster. This is as a coach.
As a coach.
Okay.
And I'm coming off of 3 NCS titles and I'm, 117 and 52 and
Wow.
I'm very accomplished. And I had a dynasty at Drake, now Archie Williams and
boy.
Marin.
Dibs tree.
And I mean, it was incredible. And my coaching tree, don't even get me started. There's many, many coaches who now coach that I coached. But the point of the story is
He
I showed
believes
up.
it. That's why I love it.
It's a fact.
No,
I showed up to run a practice, and within 5 minutes, they knew and I knew.
Wow.
I was a fraud. I was not.
Like, just completely.
What did you
out,
do wrong?
Just over your
What gave it
skis.
away?
I didn't have the fundamentals. I didn't have the practice structure.
okay.
I didn't have the X's and O's. What I had in high school was incredible recruitment, and my teams were better than everyone else, and so we won. I was a good coach to the extent of being a high school coach, but you show up to a college environment, UC Berkeley.
Wow, man.
And literally,
They know.
Within 5 or 10 minutes, I'm getting looks from the players like eye rolls and like, oh my God. And so
He's become a sympathetic figure. Not that we can't.
Steve Wilkes?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It's just
No,
like
he's not a
it's
sympathetic
too much,
figure.
man. Even race is brought up. I'm like, nah, he did a bad job, but he shouldn't have been hired from the origin.
I don't even know that he did a bad job.
He did not do a bad job.
He just
did not do a bad
Well, the
job.
all-out blitz against Minnesota, the lack of the D-line before
Sure,
the playoffs.
But that's all marriage stuff. Like it's
Nico
all,
Ryans gave up more points. His defense.
when you do that,
but that's the statistical apples and oranges.
The statistical numbers show that
Wilkes
he
was-
was
yeah, he had some-
much
he was no
not
worse.
significantly
No
better.
worse. Better in some areas.
And everybody in this room and everyone listening watched the games and knows that that's just not like it's not relevant.
The Detroit game
This
for
is-
me.
Well, it's
this
certainly
is-
relevant.
It's not. I don't find it relevant at all.
So it's not relevant that Wilkes' team. I got to look at the numbers, but if you look
I
at the
don't
49ers,
care about the numbers
So if
in
they
this
gave up
conversation.
20, 19, 22, and 21 over the last 4
There's
years,
so many circumstances that go into the final point total.
what's more important than final point total?
Like, dude, you're playing PJ Walker, and he ran down the field on you, and
I
you're
realize-
like, well, but they only gave up 19 points. My man, y'all saw it. We watched.
well, how
it.
come you didn't say it in the middle of the
We
year?
did.
You did.
I
I know
know
you didn't. Come on, Mark.
Steiny, Matthew
Please.
Steinbeck.
Please.
After the
What did I
he
not
don't
say?
need me to vouch for
What
him.
did I not say?
But
that you
after
think
the
I should've
Minnesota
said?
debacle,
I
Steiny,
said
he was
week
like, there's a
7.
problem.
Week
The
7.
What about week 14
What
when they
about
were
it?
13 and 4?
What are you going to do at that point?
Well, my point is,
You think at any point-
it is patently unfair to say Wilkes was like significantly worse than any of the 3 previous coordinators.
Again, I literally just said it wasn't that he did a bad job. It was not the right mix or fit.
That I don't disagree with.
And that's what I said all year. And the players are saying it.
Right,
The players are saying it. This
but
is
the
not
results
news.
he got were not drastically different.
I disagree with that.
He
And
was a
you can-
defensive coordinator on a team that got to the Super
What
Bowl.
happened in the first half of that Lions game would have never happened at any other point in the Kyle Shanahan era. Period. Never.
I don't know.
No chance.
What
What happened in the
first half of
Super
Super
Bowl?
What about the Super Bowl?
The first half of the Super Bowl, they dominated Mahomes.
Right.
No,
They
I'm
should've
talking about what happened in the
21
Super
They
Bowl.
had great
What happened in the
players.
Super Bowl where the 49ers gave up 21 points in the fourth quarter?
That's like a completely different set of circumstances than what happened with Detroit. It didn't look like that. You got Tyreek Hill getting 31 yards on 3rd and 15 with Nick Bosa being held.
Mosley.
The Detroit Lions were handing the ball off and picking which freeway they wanted to run through. Like, it never looked like that. It
The
didn't look
49ers
like that.
I mean, to me, the defense was essentially the same over the last 4 years.
Yeah, I disagree. They were decent because they have amazing players. And Steve Wilkes is not a bad coordinator, but the whole thing was I don't know how could you say anything other than it's a bad fit?
I didn't say it's a bad.
Yeah,
I didn't say it wasn't a bad fit.
Dallas and
What I'm saying is,
and I didn't say he did a bad job.
The numbers bear out that he was not significantly
That
worse.
shocked me. I saw it.
And numbers,
You're right.
And
some numbers, Willard, were better
Numbers
when you
lie.
had them next. I got
Stats.
you. All right.
Stats.
But when they beat Dallas's ass.
How about results? They got
Wilkes
to the
was
Super
man.
Bowl with Wilkes.
Right.
They didn't get to the Super Bowl with D'Amico Ryans. Did they get to the Super Bowl with Saleh?
In my opinion.
Who was the guy before Saleh?
Yes.
Yeah, they got to the
did.
Super Bowl with Saleh.
And in my opinion,
Okay.
the
So 2 out of the 3 defensive coordinators
You call
have-
this myopic if you want. I think that the 49ers their roster is so much better than the rest of the league when healthy that they got to the Super Bowl and almost won the thing. in a situation where all of the defensive players were literally either confused or upset at the defensive coordinator. They're that good. They should have won. They should have won this league this year.
The offense let them down. I mean, when push came to shove,
you can give whatever.
I got something for you.
When the plays needed to be made, the offense was the one that let them down,
and the special teams and the defense. Everybody, we've all gone through all the plays where they screwed the whole thing up.
Okay, and this just
I don't look at it as a scapegoat. My question goes back to Kyle before the year, and it always will. I don't understand why you'd make a hire like that if you didn't think that if he doesn't know the system and he doesn't want to run.
I couldn't imagine that pressure, Dibs, trying to call or stop an offense with something that I didn't implement. Like, that's almost guessing or trying to do it on the fly. So kudos for Wilks for the performance the defense had after the tragedy against Detroit to do what they did in the first half against Mahomes. But this is my question. I've watched the game umpteen times. Bosa crashing down, and he's done this in his career. I mean, he had the running back. Every time he had the running back like a cat trying to get a mouse, Mahomes kept it. Yeah. But is that on Wilks or is that on Bosa at this age or this juncture in his career?
Well, he said it's on Wilks.
Oh, wow.
He said they weren't prepared for it.
Dude, he had the running back like a 4-yard long, but the running back don't have the ball more than 2 times.
When we watch football, this is the great hole in all of us breaking down what we see. We have no idea what they were asked to do. We have no idea who was assigned what. And that's why offensive linemen ended up yelling at each other on Twitter after the game, because people were blaming stuff that as it turns out, was not what you're supposed to, because we don't know who was supposed to do what. I don't know what Bosa was asked to do. I don't know what the assignment was.
He got that running back. Right. He just didn't have the ball.
You know?
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I've got no problem with saying, Wilks wasn't a great fit. That's one thing. And you know what? I'd have probably fired him too if he's not a great fit. But to say that like their defense was drastically worse this past year than it was in the last 3 or 4 years, that's what I would push back against.
I don't think it looked right.
It ran out of gas.
And I feel like this in this
room. Which they did the last 4 years, if you want to play that game.
At no point over the last 4 years until this year do I feel like we all sat in this room and continually said, why doesn't the defensive line look right? We never said that before. We're like, this is a devastating group.
When did they play Jacksonville?
After they got
bye,
and they got Chase Young.
Good
I call him Mr. Young.
They played great that week. They played great that week. But the defensive line, Bosa was called a disappearing act all year long.
All of them were.
Defensive line was the greatest, most expensive thing that we've seen across the NFL. And everybody was like, they're fine. They're okay. They're good, maybe
what
even.
Happened?
They're not great, and they should be great. Like, it just never... I don't think consistently, yes, you could point to games, Dallas, Jacksonville, what have you. I don't think that at any point they looked like they should look. You know, this group was better than those groups.
I understand
that you're comparing them to.
I just don't understand the hire.
This is a better group of personnel.
Do you think that people would say that this defense was better than the 2019 defense personnel-wise?
No. Personnel-wise?
Yeah.
Well, they had Buckner then.
Yes.
I would say that one was better than this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean,
and Jimmy Ward in the back.
Hargrave is supposed to.
Well, you're right. That's it. He didn't know how to use him, I guess.
Based on where they were sitting as they entered a year. What coming into this year, what was Buckner that Hargrave wasn't? They're both north of $20 million defensive tackle run stoppers, top of the conference.
Armstead is ready. I got you.
Grabbed Chase Young halfway through the year. Dre Greenlaw, what was Dre Greenlaw 4 years ago? You get the best linebacking core in the league, and now you have a legit 1 and a legit 2 corner. Like, those are not things that you had 4 years ago.
Any names of who's going to get the job? Do you think? Staley?
I still think Staley's a possibility.
He's a possibility, but to me, that's a wrong hire.
Okay.
I mean, they keep talking about internal, but who? Who's like a leader? You know what I mean? Who's ready to lead that thing?
Depends
internally?
on what you want to go with. Chris Kasarik is a leader.
Sounds like they're hard to coach.
That's D-line coach, right? Or back,
Yeah, Johnny Holland's been in the league a long time.
It sounds like it's not an easy unit to coach.
Well, greatness rarely is. Great players are tough to coach. Kobe and Shaq, great players are tough to coach. right?
Yeah, but they won.
They won titles.
Yeah. I get that. You don't think Chris Jones is tough to coach? I mean, he held out. There was like, you know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Bad dude.
Yeah, there's it comes with expectations. Therefore, it's harder.
The other thing is Bosa holding out screwed Wilks in a way.
Maybe.
A little bit, but you look at the defense, and they came out, they played great the first 5 games. They were 5-0. The defense was great. The opponents weren't strong. The Rams did a little bit of dink and dunk against them, but by and large, you got to a point in the postseason, and Detroit exposed them.
Man.
You went in the locker room, you came out, and you pitched a shutout, and then you came out against Kansas City, and you were amazing in the first half. So, to me, it's more than just like new coordinator, and now you're fine. You've got Dre Greenlaw, who is going to be gone for at least half the year,
That's
maybe
scary.
longer.
No doubt.
And I think that you look at all of the free agents up front. Chase Young.
He coming back if it's up to you?
Chase Young?
Yeah.
It depends.
No chance.
I mean, he's gonna command more money than you want to pay him, I think.
Man, but
Probably. He didn't do himself a ton of favors.
But the Super Bowl, that wasn't his worst game.
better.
No doubt
Much
about
better.
it.
He was, but I would argue that the moment they acquired him, if you had to guess what the contract would have been in that moment versus what it is now,
he lost some bread.
I think it went down.
Oh, it definitely went down.
I think it went down.
And I don't think that it went down so far, though, that they can bring him back on a bargain deal.
You're
He's
probably right.
He's probably going to get $12 million a year.
Wow.
10 to 12 million a year. Not fully guaranteed, but the Niners don't have really the room to spend that much.
They got more wiggle room than people think.
I know, then spend it.
Yeah.
And you can franchise him, and he's the one guy you might think about franchising.
Can you?
Yeah, absolutely. You have the franchise tag, and he's a guy you can tag. And you can tag him and pay him. I think the defensive end number is about 15 or 16 million, and you could do it non-restrictive to where if a team matches that sheet, then you get 2 first-round picks on the way back if somebody matches it. But I don't think you want to pay him franchise tag money. You want to pay him about 8 to 10 million a year, and he'll get more than that. That's my guess.
Definitely not going to franchise tag him. That would not be a smart.
No, but if you did it restrictive and somebody else matched that, then you would get picks coming back, and that's what this team loves. This team loves getting picks back, and they've got a couple of thirds this year, a couple of supplementals, and they love getting those free picks
so that they can trade him
if need be.
I mean, that's what they've done.
Which is what they'll do with Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
They'll trade Ayuk and get hopefully get a first round pick.
I don't think they will.
I don't think they have the stones for it, but they should trade him.
Why would you say it like that? They don't have the stones for it.
They don't have
they're
the
gutless
guts.
now.
Yeah,
pretty
much.
But why? Like why?
They're not gutless, but
why
they don't
does
have
that
the
take
guts.
Why does that take guts, Dibs?
Because it takes
why is
guts to
trading
take a
Ayuk
good player and trade a guy, knowing that you don't want to spend $25 million apiece on 2 wide receivers,
which you don't have to do.
You do eventually because he's going to make $25 million.
But do you
and you're
use him like
advocating
that?
cutting Deebo Samuel. You're down on Deebo.
Whoa, don't go there.
That's what you said yesterday.
No, I said that's a possibility.
Exactly.
You're doing what the Niners do all the time, which is you kick the can down the road.
Right.
You're acting like they've got to do something and they don't.
They don't have to.
They don't have to do crap.
You don't have to do anything.
Well, that's not what you said to Bucky Brooks.
What did I say to Bucky Brooks?
You were like, you can't have him hold out. And he was like, why not?
I didn't say you can't have him. You don't want it. You don't want it. Nobody wants that.
Well, would you rather pay Ayuk more than you want to pay him? Or what's the alternative?
What?
Like, we can't do that, Brandon. We'd love for you to come back on the 5th year.
I think sometimes, and this is the way our society is, we love to act like there's controversy before there's controversy. The first play is to sit down with Brandon and be like, where you at?
Like they did Debo, even though he scrubbed
and
IG.
then it ended up getting hot.
Right.
It doesn't. It's not there yet. Like, just talk to Brandon. Where you at? Here's our situation. We love you. We know you want to get paid. This is what's going on. Let's see where we're at. If it ends up controversial, if it ends up like Nick Bosa, whatever, then can you save it? Okay. But you don't want to go into next year with your top receiver holding out. But there's also no question the Niners have the leverage over Brandon.
But I honestly,
no question who's got the
I'm
leverage
starting
there.
to think Kyle.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying the restraint that I seen in the Super Bowl, the philosophy from Kyle, they'll never use a receiver on the outside like Randy Moss. Like, that's not his style. So if Jawan Jennings is Ayuk, I'm not saying he's better than Ayuk. Why would I invest in Brandon Ayuk all those resources when the way we kind of run things, Jennings is a fit? You know what I mean? They ain't using these guys like Jerry Rice. So why invest
like
all? And I love Ayuk. He could go somewhere and catch 100 balls if he was in Dallas.
But this is a point that Dibs made yesterday, and I think that we do this to coaches where we're like, well, this is their style, so this is what they do. I think they adjust their style all the time. This guy was an OC for Julio Jones.
And I love Ayuk.
And Matt Ryan was the MVP of the league.
3 catches in the Super Bowl.
I know.
And throughout the playoffs.
I know.
I'm like,
3-3-3.
Yeah, thank you.
3-3-3.
Man.
Yeah.
That's probably part of why Brandon is upset right now.
Of course, there's no doubt.
So whose fault is it? 3 catches, or he had 9 catches in the postseason, Ayuk? Is that is that on Purdy or Ayuk?
I think it's a byproduct of the. I'm going here.
I'm just saying, because if they both want, if Purdy wants 40 and Ayuk wants 25, how does that jibe?
I get it. And they know what that answer is, but the O-line didn't, like the touchdown Ayuk was open for. They would have, he beat his man, dropped him. And who did you, Bucky said they can't, they're not that good against
Well, Bucky retweeted out a video
coverage.
of Ayuk getting absolutely shut down in the second half.
I didn't see
he
that.
Fell down a couple times.
I gotta go see it.
He got blanketed. And, the Chiefs DBs,
they're for
when
real.
They switched to man, they completely shut down the passing attack. Other than the Brandon and Jawan both wide open. They're both wide open.
I think of Lester Hayes and Mike Haynes in the Super Bowl against the Redskins. And they just went man.
They went man. They went man and
honestly,
they shut them down.
Bucky Brooks.
He's good.
He's
very
you
good.
worked with him before,
incredible.
I love him. He's a former DB. He's a DB.
He's the first.
That's what he did.
Damn.
He's the first guy who yesterday gave me some stuff where I was like, wow, yeah. And that's
what'd you
the man-to-man stuff.
Yeah.
That maybe they are susceptible to a certain type of defense with a certain type of personnel.
Okay, but I would argue.
And the Ravens had it.
I would agreed, but I would argue when you say, for instance, like whose fault is that? Like, to me, the fix to that is not trade Brandon or get down on Brock. It's your O-line.
Give him time.
Okay. I didn't even think of that.
You will beat
fine.
man if you have a little bit more time.
You would have won the Super Bowl.
But he didn't have, like, they were not great at pass blocking. They weren't awful.
But what if Bucky would say to you, in the grand scheme of things, the offensive lines being equal, the Niners wide receivers aren't as good in man as other wide receivers.
I mean, I'd have to listen to him. I mean,
that's all. He made me think a little bit.
I hadn't heard that up until he said
we knew that about Debo.
Yeah, well,
you would have thought that about Debo's different.
No doubt about
it.
And
that to me speaks to the biggest conundrum with this conversation.
Debo is different.
All things created equally, you'd much rather have Brandon signed and Debo on a deal right now. A maybe or maybe not.
Do we all agree with that?
I agree with that.
You'd rather have Brandon right now have Debo's contract and Debo be in Brandon's situation.
I totally agree with that.
I think you'd much rather, as a Niner team, the dude's got 1,300 yards. He's a better receiver. Debo might be a better player overall, although he gets hurt a lot.
No doubt.
You'd much rather have these contracts be flipped.
But you can do that. You can do that. That's my point. That's when I said you would be
cut
open
Debo.
to
Just
not
say
cut
it.
Debo.
Just say it.
No, but
slash and burn.
You sign Brandon. You're not money. That money actually goes down this year.
Right.
Remember that. His number comes down this year if you sign him to an extension.
His fifth-year option goes
creates
down,
more money this year.
Wow.
And then you get another year of Debo. And then there's a potential out in the contract. And let's see where we're at. Did you bust both your shoulders again next year?
Missed the second half of the Green Bay.
That's what I mean about kick it down the road. There's more info to get. Another year of Brock. Like everybody says, Brock, $40 million. But then the answer is, well, let's see another year, right?
No, it's coming.
All right, let's do it. Let's see it. But
there's a reset coming.
I'm on team keep Brandon. He's right. I know what you're about to say. He's right.
Well, they got to figure out. Like, they can't have Ayuk at 25, Debo at 28, and 30 at 40.
Yeah,
probably not.
Right.
Probably not.
All right, gents, what you got coming up today?
Actually, we're going to play off of what you were talking about with the Warriors.
What did I miss? Go ahead. I'll stick around a little longer. The hell.
The one thing that
Now, if Willard got on me like this, I'd leave.
Wow.
What happened?
Well, I've had
Randy
enough
took
of you.
over and I lost my mic.
Okay.
That's, I mean.
Oh, boy, he muted you.
I don't love the young people. You were talking about the Warriors finish to the year and what it means for Kerr and Clay and everybody. And you were spot on, Steiny. I loved it, but you missed the biggest, the rat on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. What does Steph want? Because if Steph wants Steve, Steph gets Steve. So even if they fade it out, and you and I can debate this, if they fade out as a 10 seed and they lose the play-in, and Joe goes, you know what? I think we need a different coach. If Steph,
we brought that up, Diaz.
See,
I
must have missed it.
Yeah.
That would be a good debate.
We said this is Chef. Draymond's here because the chef wanted him here.
But I think what Joe Lacob said. But I think what Joe Lacob said is if things go south, there are going to be big changes. And I don't listen to anybody but Joe Lacob on that one.
The one person he would listen to, with apologies to Mike Dunleavy, both junior and senior, it would be the chef.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And if the chef says, you know what?
I want LeBron here.
If he says, I want Steve.
Oh, Steve, maybe. I might give you Steve.
Yeah, no, Steve.
What about personnel?
Steve
okay.
Steve
we can agree there.
Yeah, and I don't think Steve's getting 6 years and 80. I think a more likely scenario for Steve would be to be coterminous, which means his contract terminates with Steph, with Clay, if he signs, with Draymond, 3 and 45. Joe signs on for that. Anyway.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right, gents.
Yeah.
This was a fun one.
Yeah.
We'll be listening.
Talk to you later.
Yeah.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that's interesting. You know what I'd love to do right out of the gate? And we can open it up to everybody because the Warriors will play tomorrow night, Lakers in town, 888-957-9570. And he's probably been, would you agree? Well, no, Purdy probably wins this award. But outside of that, has Klay Thompson been the most discussed kind of guy so far? Last
2024?
6 to 9 months.
Oh, that long?
Yeah, just going back like Encompass Warriors and 49ers season. Has Klay been?
I was thinking about Jock Peterson and Pusoi Dos.
Yeah, that's going back into baseball season.
Sorry.
But you know what I
That was for
mean?
Guru.
Like pick it up at Halloween and who's been the most polarizing Bay Area guy?
Draymond.
Okay. I mean,
Draymond's done Draymondian things
That's
to
fair.
where.
That's fair.
But you're right in terms of Clay and Brock and Draymond. That'd be the big three, right? I think because
right.
And Draymond not necessarily for basketball reasons.
Right.
When he plays well.
Well,
usually.
So Draymond's back and he's playing well. Purdy is on a beach. So let's do not a cup check like they do in
Shout
Little
out
League.
Mitch.
Yeah, and Mitch. No, let's do a Klay check. Where you at? How you
Where am
feeling?
I at?
Yeah, where you at?
I'm loving him as a 6-man.
Okay.
Vinny Johnson.
Okay.
Keep him on the bench. Let him come off. And it's funny because we had our show thread and Mark Grandy had an interesting take about, if Klay shoots well, then he needs to start. And if Klay shoots badly, then it's a non-starter. I think my look at it is let Klay be on the bench. Let Klay come in and just do Klay things. Come in at the 6-minute mark or the 4-minute mark and come in and shoot with the second unit. That, for me, is the best way to allow Klay to evolve as a player.
The whole thing is interesting because when we last saw the Warriors and Klay Thompson, he was off the bench and scoring 35 points. And so that makes people go, oh. And this is fair now. He handled it well, right? There was no pouty pout.
First time off the bench in 12 years.
And he played well. And now you've even heard Steph Curry and others talk about the idea of Klay, quote unquote, getting used to a new role. Okay. So all of that's good, right? Well, if we all subscribe to the theory that Klay Thompson gets in his head sometimes, right? A little bit, he thinks too much about all of this stuff. Do we take the 35-point performance as a good thing or a bad thing? Or was it just a night where the ball went in? because the ball went in, so you get 35 points. But I think I could also argue, and you won't have a true answer to this until we see more games. And starting tomorrow, you get 3 games in 4 nights.
Wow.
Right here on 95.7 The Game. So
sell it.
Yeah, that'll be fun. And we'll get more info. But Klay Thompson, how did he react when he went to the bench? You could answer that by saying, well, he scored 35. Or you could say, by shooting twice as much as anybody else on the floor. That's an interesting way to react to getting sent to the bench. Was Klay just happy in his new role? Or was he doing what he often is prone to do and doing it at an even higher level, which is chuck it up and show everybody who he is for the audience?
Well,
Jonathan Kuminga got 6 shots that night. Klay got 22.
And made 13 of them.
And So maybe he just kept shooting because they were going in, or
he kept shooting because he's Klay Thompson, and that's what Klay does.
Okay.
But the fact that they were going in meant that it was good that he kept shooting. So I don't think that it matters that Klay was shooting and they went in or they didn't go in. Klay reacted the way you want him to react, by being Klay Thompson. When you put other players on the bench, they might react differently. They might sulk or they might go into a shell. And we've seen that from other NBA players where they get rebuked and maybe they don't come out and play the way that you want them to play. Klay went to the bench and he played 28 minutes and he shot 22 times.
He scored 35 points.
That's Klay Thompson.
That's fantastic.
Even if he was 5 of 22, he probably still would have taken 22 shots.
It's just funny because to me, he's in this spot where it's like all roads lead to Klay. And here's what I mean by that. What do you think is really being said when Joe Lacob goes on the TK pod and goes, well, you're going to have to play well here and have a good finish to the end of the season, or there'll be major changes? What does that mean? What major changes? What do you think that means? Here's what I think it means.
Yeah.
Not Steph and not Draymond.
Of course.
That's what I think it means.
It means Klay and maybe Kerr and maybe Looney and Chris Paul, most certainly.
Chris is gone.
No, but it means you're going to look at this roster and maybe it's Wiggins. Maybe it's you do everything you can to bring in Giannis. Steph, Draymond, Giannis, and I don't even care.
I need, by the way, quick aside since you brought that up, I need somebody smarter than me who really dive into the cap and all of the different things, the bird rights and the luxury tax and the apron and all of these words that we throw around. Somebody explain to me how the hell the Warriors are in play for any star who's available this offseason, because that's what we've been told.
Right.
They're in play. They will be involved with any potential two, if you will, to pair with Steph Curry. How? How's it even possible?
Well, you're going to shed 42 in Klay.
Right.
42 million and 30 million in Chris Paul.
Okay.
And if you get rid of Andrew Wiggins, which is about 23 or 24 next year, now we're at about 100.
But talk to me about get rid of, because you made it sound like you can
trade.
But then there's money coming back.
It would be Giannis. And I'm doing this in terms of Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Okay.
Who's got one more year. Next year, he's making 48.8.
And the Bucks are going to trade him for Andrew Wiggins.
If Giannis says, I don't want to be here anymore, me and Thanasis are out of here, then you're going to trade Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I guess.
And in this wild hypothetical, the Bucks are first-round losers or whatever happens, they flame out. Maybe he doesn't get along with me too much. My doc isn't as good as yours or Guru's, but I thought I would just give it a shot.
I'm going to let it sit there, though, for a second.
Let it sit, because it's not my bit. You know, my Wiggins is better than my Doc Rivers for sure.
You actually, that sounded like a form of your grandpa daddy impersonation. Actually,
it's Grandpa Daddy, Doc Rivers.
Yeah, there you go. Doc,
like
grandpa
limited.
daddy when he's had too much to drink is your Doc Rivers. All right. Anyway, onward.
And I do a Gene in Oakland too. I haven't called you guys. I've been at the dog park.
Gibbs does all the impersonations.
Yeah, of the callers.
Of people who people haven't met. Anyway, go ahead.
48.8. So if you shed 100 and you bring in 48.8. It can work, and
can it?
I think so.
I mean, again,
you may have to shed more than that.
Right, a lot of that money is all again. Joe Lacob has been like, we're trying to get out of this repeater tax.
Both aprons, yes.
Yeah, we don't want to wear aprons anymore.
If you're talking about doing dramatic things, these are dramatic things where there's no Klay, there's no CP3, Wiggins gets traded. There's a lot of things that you can potentially do in the offseason. Giannis can't be traded until April 23rd, which coincides with the end of the regular season or maybe the end of the first round of the playoffs. Not that it would happen on that date, but if you're looking at Joe Lacob saying, we will do dramatic things, that is a dramatic thing.
Sure. It's also a tremendous hypothetical.
Of course.
And by the way, this market has already been through months and months and months of, if Giannis fill in blank. Okay. Well, or
LeBron. Maybe it's LeBron who comes in.
Look, it's fun and it's possible.
Isn't LeBron a free agent at the end of this year? Player option?
Can be, yes.
Right.
Yeah, he needs to opt out, which I'm sure he will.
So there's a lot of dramatic things that could take place. So if you take Joe Lacob at his word, and I do, and if this thing does not go well between now and April, then if you believe that he's going to do dramatic things, those are two dramatic things that he could potentially do.
You just have to make me a promise, bud. You got to make me a promise.
I don't do promises.
You got to promise me something now.
All right.
Okay?
Ask for it. I'll let you know.
I got the hell out of L.A. and got back home because that city, this is the only show they do.
The LeBron show?
They just talk about all the stars and how they're supposed to be on the Lakers next year. That's it. That's the show. What the Dodgers do last night, doesn't matter. Let's talk about stars who might get mad and might want out and might want to be Lakers next year, and how do we get them? That's it. That's it. They've been doing it for 25 years.
Yeah.
And like once every decade they're right, and they're like, see, we got Dwight Howard. Nice. Enjoy your 8 seed. Like, it's just, I can't stand it. So we got to promise each other, like, we can talk about this stuff.
Sure.
But let's not turn the Warriors into, like, oh, we're not any good, but we're the Warriors, so there's a big name, and he definitely wants to be on our team.
Well, I will promise you that we won't do that day in and day out.
A little triggering for me, that's all.
I get that. I do understand where we are, though, in terms of the Warriors and Joe Lacob's words on the TK pod, where he basically is saying, I'm not going to sit around and run it back and hope for a 10 seed again. So if this thing does end with a 10 seed and no playoff, only a play-in or something of that ilk, I do believe that Joe Lacob is going to look at every possibility to try to make this thing right.
Well, now that's another subject that I think is worth discussing as well.
Warriors want LeBron.
The Warriors.
And Giannis. They're getting them both, Mark.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm in. So, boy, that really is. That's an LA show. Anyway.
Totally was.
So absurd. Anyway.
You play Steph at the 2, LeBron at the 1.
Oh, God.
Giannis as your stretch 4.
And people would just nod at you, and they're like, yeah, I bet that's what they want. I bet that's what all of them want.
LeBron comes in for the vet min.
God. Yeah. All right.
It's nonsense. I'm with you.
But what about this? Because all of us are myopic in our own way about our teams. And are we doing it now? Because don't you think that in general, and I get it, they went 8-2 to finish the first half. It's not the first half, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
Pre-All-Star break, finished 8-2. Optimism reigns right now. Should it?
Yes.
It should.
It should until it shouldn't.
Okay.
And that's the way I'm looking at it is, yes, optimism should reign. Does it mean I'm making plans for June in a parade? No. But do I feel like this team can be maybe in the top half of the play-in now? Absolutely.
The top half of the play-in.
A 7 or an 8.
Okay. All right. It's Warrior Wednesday. It's brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. 888-957-9570. Clay check. Where are you all on the Klay Thompson discussion that has been going all year? And where does the optimism sit for what's left, knowing that the Warriors have won 8 of 10, but also they're the 10 seed? Just sorry to remind everyone, yay, they're the 10 seed.
Captain Buzzkill over here.
Willard and Dibs.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, it is a fair point. And look, fans are fans. That's all we are. You don't expect us to know what's going on inside huddles, and you don't expect us to be rational because that's boring and not how it works. All that said, have we boiled Klay Thompson? And follow me here. This might sound stupid, but that's not new for me, so it's okay. But have we boiled down the Klay Thompson situation to simply like we like you if it goes in and we don't if it doesn't? And maybe people are like, well, yeah, that's life, that's sports.
It's a make or miss league, Mark.
It is, but I thought throughout the conversation this year that talk had more depth. There was some talk and some thought being put into Klay's mental state, his decision making. Not just are you shooting, but what shots are you picking? And what are you trying to say to the audience, to your coach, to yourself with those shots that you take? Because I would argue that if you love 35 points off the bench and 13 of 22, well, then you kind of got to live with it when it's 7 for 22. Like, you watched that game. Were they good shots or not? And I got completely other set of problems with the Golden State Warriors, which is that the Utah Jazz scored 137 points.
That's fine.
They seem to stink in the fourth quarter every single game. And I'm sorry for the role reversal that is today. I just apologize for it up front. I don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't see it. This
role reversal is I'm captain positive and I'm normally down on everyone.
We're going to the playoffs. You still can't stop a nosebleed in the fourth quarter. You can't get a rebound. And I'm supposed to believe you got it all figured out?
It's not all figured out, but they're trending in the right direction.
Okay, no doubt.
They're trending in the right direction.
They're healthier. Sure.
They're healthier, and they're about to get healthier.
Yeah. And there's some players who are now playing well.
And the schedule is, lightening up. They've got the third easiest schedule down the stretch in terms of winning percentage. So they're going to get more wins based on the schedule. I know they've got 3 and 4 nights coming up, and then next week they got 3 more in 4 days. I think it's a bit of a gauntlet, in part because of the makeup games that they had to have rescheduled. So it's not going to be easy. You look at the West, though, there are 10 teams, and the other 5 teams are fading away. So it feels like a play-in berth. It's not guaranteed, but it's pretty secure right now.
I agree with
where
that.
They are.
They're not going to, yes. I don't want to say it that firmly, but I'd be surprised if Utah or anybody else caught them from behind.
For the 10.
Yes.
So if you want to go ahead and give them the 10 right now, which nothing's earned at this point in February.
And yuck also.
I'm with you on that.
The 10 is yuck.
The 10 is yuck.
Brandon, yuck.
Thank you, Peter King. The 9 is also a little bit yuck. It's just yuck at home. And then if you get to the 8, okay, the 8 is still not, hey, we're the 8.
Yeah.
But at least if you're the 8, you've got 2 cracks at it.
Yeah.
You can lose and then win. If you lose and you lose, and you've done that before, it's not what you're looking for. But I think the 8's in play. The 7's a possibility. The 6 for me is a bit of a long shot based on the top 6 teams and where they look.
It's not out of the question. But
I do think that they're playing better. And yes, winning 140 to 137 against Utah is not ideal. They were at the end of a back-to-back, and they had played 4 games in 6 nights, and they were going into the break, leaking oil. So I'm not trying to sit here and make excuses, because that's not normally my bit. Normally I bury people.
That's right.
And you're out there giving the benefit of the doubt.
I got flowers.
Yeah.
And I give them out.
Not today. You got dead flowers, and they're black roses. And I get that.
Listen, I'm not burying anybody. I'm not dismissing anybody's chances. I just think that, and by the way, even in the 8 of 10, like, how close was it to being 10 of 10? You know what I mean? Those losses even go back to the beginning, the Lakers and the Kings, those 1-point losses. Like, the Warriors are playing much better basketball, and they are viable, they're watchable, they're interesting. Good God, They're the Warriors. But feels a little bit to me like some people saw the last 3 weeks leading up to the All-Star break. You kind of think like, winning it all is back in play. And I think that's a little silly.
Agreed. If I put the over-under on playoff wins at 4.5.
I would take, right now?
Yes.
God, I would take the under.
Exactly.
Because they're going to have to win games to even get into the playoffs.
They're going to have to win out of the play-in, and then that would mean you would win a series.
And that series is going to be against Denver or Minnesota or Oklahoma City.
Yep. Yeah. You've played Denver tough.
Yes.
And Minnesota, I still believe, is a little bit of a paper tiger. It's a bad matchup.
A rough matchup.
Agreed. They've got so much size and length that it's a bad matchup, but I do think the championship pedigree would lead many of our fans, our listeners, to say, yeah, they could beat Minnesota or Denver.
Well, sure, they could. They could. Yeah, they could do anything.
It's difficult. The best route for them to win a series would be to get to the 6, and that's a little bit of a long shot right now based on what the standings are.
Well,
and, right now you are 5 out of the 6. And you're also 5 out of the 5.
By the way, the 6 gets you a series with the Clippers, who you think are going to the NBA Finals.
Yeah, I think the Clippers are going to win the whole thing.
They're going to win the whole thing.
If they stay healthy, I think they're the best team in the West, and I think that something about the Clippers makes me feel like it's their time. They have a great coach. They've got Kawhi Leonard, and when healthy, he's one of the 7 best players in the league, and Paul George and Harden and Westbrook, and they have size and versatility.
You know their roster. Yes, you do.
They're dangerous, Mark.
Of course they are. They're dangerous.
The one thing about them
I think the Thunder are going to win the West.
The Thunder are awesome. I love the Thunder.
Yeah.
And the Thunder have been building this thing for 5 years to get to this point. But the West will be interesting because you've got good veteran teams near the bottom of the playoffs, and then you've got young unknown at the top. So I would love to see the Warriors at least get a piece of that. And you have the Adorables, who are the 8 right now. Let's get the Adorables as the 8 and the Warriors as the 7, and let's duke that out one more time.
Gosh, they're 5 full games behind the Pelicans for the 6.
That's a lot. With 29 left.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And in the NBA, you don't really do the up and down like you do in baseball. It takes a long time to gain traction in the NBA.
And the Suns, I should say the Suns too. The Suns and Pelicans have the same record. They're tied. They're 5 and 6. The Suns have the tiebreaker at the moment, but they're 5 full games. 4 in the loss column. I get it. Right. 4 in the loss column. So it's not out of the question.
They're playing 600 ball, which means that's 49 and 33 if they keep that pace and they wind up the year at a 600 winning percentage. So 49 and 33.
You're talking about the Suns and the Pelicans.
Correct.
Yes.
The Warriors would have to go 22 and 7 over the last 29 to get to that level. 22 and 7.
Not crazy.
It's crazy.
It's not crazy.
When was the last time that the Warriors played 22 and 7 ball over 29 games?
Over 29 games. I mean, I would imagine it was somewhere near the start of last season.
Or the championship year.
Yeah. It's not I don't think it's likely.
Right.
I don't think it's like banana brained.
Right. It's
possible.
Right. It's possible.
That's not like crazy basketball. It's very, very good.
It's a leap. And when you've played 509 ball all year.
So that's what I'm getting. So where are we going?
We're going to the play-in game. We're going to LA. Then we're going to Sacramento. Then we're going to Oklahoma City.
But no, like, where is this conversation going in Joe Lacob's head? Where's it going?
It's going to next year is where it's going.
You know what I mean? Like, I think and that's, I'm not throwing a wet blanket on anything. I'm here. I'm here for tomorrow night. Like, forget I don't know what the hell's going to happen after that. You know what I mean? Great players can get hurt on all teams. I don't know what's going to happen next, right? Philadelphia thought they were going to win a title. Then the next night, Joel Embiid is out, and that's the end of that. I don't know what's going to happen. But, I mean, as I sit here and look at this now, everybody keeps doing all of these if scenarios. Well, if they do this, then we're going to stay together. But if they do that, then there are going to be major changes. What the hell's the difference between this and that? Are you telling me right now that the Golden State Warriors' opportunity to stick with their core, re-sign Klay Thompson, and have the 3 amigos ride off into a statue sunset together and retire as Warriors, are you telling me that their opportunity to do that rests on the Warriors going approximately 22-7 or better, and then doing what when they get to the playoffs? And sell me on what it would need to look like for you to want to go status quo. You would want something other than major changes. You want to keep riding it out and running it back. What needs to happen the rest of the way that everybody keeps throwing out there as a possibility?
They need to go on a run. They need to either make the playoffs as a top 6 team, which is unlikely, or they need to get in the play-in, win a game or two as needed, get into a series and win that series, or at least make it close. Give Denver a real scare.
Okay.
Or, Oklahoma City's a team that you had dead to rights twice, and you let them off the hook.
Yeah, in regular season games. Sure.
Right, and you're the team with championship pedigree.
Sure.
So let's say you make it in as the 7. You wind up as the 8. You win the play-in game, so you get the 7 seed.
All right.
You face OKC, and you knock them out. And then you advance, and you take on, it would be the 3-seeded Clippers, and the Clippers get you. Because the Clippers are the eventual NBA champs, and you lose to the Clippers in 6 or 7.
Okay.
That, to me, is enough to send a signal to the owner that, you know what? We had some hardship this year. We're close.
Interesting.
Let's run it back.
Interesting.
I think that kind of thing, that kind of a run, if you wind up the year, forget 22-7. Let's say you wind up the year at, would that be 19-10, and you go on a real run, and you get the 7 or the 8, and you're a team with momentum, and Draymond's back and he's behaving, and Clay is a 6-man and thriving, and Wiggins, he's reemerged. He's actually back to he's back to two-way wins.
He's like there,
like you found something in Pods, and Kuminga's legit, and all the rest of it. It's like your team is humming, and then you beat OKC. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And you get to May, and you know what? The Clippers get you like the Lakers got you last year. Last year, you had that kind of a run, and then you ran it back. Not only did you run it back, you brought in Chris Paul, and you tried to give it one more good veteran shove.
Oh, be more cynical than that. You're way more cynical than that. I
don't do cynicism.
Wait, stop with they brought in Chris Paul to give it another college try. They brought in Chris Paul because there was one flipping way to get Jordan Poole out of town. And
I don't believe that at all.
Oh, stop. You know better than that.
I will not allow you to paint me with the cynical brush.
You think that the Warriors are like, you know what we need? Look at our roster.
Veteran point guard presence. We need the point guard.
We need someone even older.
We need the point guard.
We need an old guard. I'm looking around at this roster, not seeing enough old guards. Give me one more old guard.
Not the old guard, and old guard.
What is this, like the NBA version of Ocean's 11? I think we need one more. Come on. This is not what went down.
I don't think I like the cynical mark at all.
They got Chris Paul because they needed to get JP the heck out of town, and there was one place to do it and have that contract come off the books the next year. One place. And it was the Washington Wizards. You'll never hear from Jordan Poole again. And after this year, you'll never hear from Chris Paul again either. Be more cynical. I know it's in you.
I don't do cynicism.
It's in there. Oh, it's in there.
If they go on a plucky little run, shout out the lovely Christy.
Love that word.
If they go on a plucky little run and get the 8, and then they beat the 7, and they beat OKC, and they get into the Western Conference semis, and the Clippers just get them in that 7-3 matchup, well, darn it. It was a good run. Let's run it back.
I mean,
well, aw shucks.
How times have changed.
Yeah, big time.
I remember the conference semifinals, Game 6 last year. People were mad. Apparently, this year they'll be like, "Wow, yay!"
It's not about people. It's about Joe Lacob.
This is a nice little fun journey that we went on.
Joe Lacob would have gotten playoff revenue times about 6 games, and I think that if you look at the other side of it is. Let's say over the next 29, the Warriors go 14-15, and they wind up the year 41-41, and they limp in, and you're the 10, and you play the Adorables, who are the 9, or you play LeBron as the 9, and you lose that game. Well, now Joe Lacob is not getting playoff revenue, and now Joe Lacob is looking at a team that was 41-41, and I think he looks at things a little bit differently than he would in the other scenario.
You're turning my stomach with this idea that Joe Lacob is making this organization about whether or not they can grab some playoff revenue on their way to baseball season. Like, yuck.
Well, how's he looking at it then?
He's looking at it like, how quickly can I be the dog again? That's what he says in press conferences. That's our job, and be amazing every single year, and we will. Okay, so now we're like, I mean, plucky? That's what we're going for?
Well, what else is there?
Well, that's my point. That's my point. What is it that's on the table that would make anyone think the right thing to do is not only status quo, but status quo another full year from now? I want everything I see another year older, and I want to do it again.
But what's the alternative?
I don't know. You just told me that they're going to be in on every star who's available this offseason.
Well, if they are, then you're not doing status quo. That means Clay is gone, CP is gone, and Wiggins is probably gone if you're looking to bring in a star. But if you go on a nice little plucky run, shout out Christy, and you make it into May, and you give a scare into whoever you face, you might be more motivated to run it back. I also think the Steve Kerr piece is one that cannot be ignored.
100%.
Because
go there. What do you think?
Well, do you want to pay a coach $15 million a year to preside over the demise of your team? You don't.
Okay, you don't. Except for I'm always interested by those comments because I don't think that Joe Lacob, at least the way his brain works, would ever be like, all right, let's gather everybody around the table. Who do we want to coach our demise? That's not the way he's looking at it.
Right.
Who do we want to coach what we've got and what our game plan will be into the future, and how quickly can we get our butts back on top of the mountain? How quickly? As quick as possible. No demise.
Right.
Not signing up for demise.
But are you going to sign a coach for 6 years and $90 million, knowing that Steph is going to be done in 3 years and that Draymond's gone and Clay's gone, and then you're going to be left with this head coach who is going to be presiding over a team full of young guys?
I really argue against this idea that the Warriors as an organization right now are terrible at developing young players. I heard this conversation earlier with Steiny and Goo. I found it fascinating. I want to argue against this for a second. I know those of you who think Steve Kerr can't develop a young player, I know you think you've got a lot of evidence in your corner. James Wiseman's not a good basketball player and was constantly hurt, so let's wipe that to the side. Has Jonathan Kuminga now developed? That's a yes. Whatever any of us think about Jordan Poole, did he develop out of the end of the first round to somebody who got $130 million, yes or no? Okay, so there's that. Outside of that, what young player are you holding against him? When any veteran coach, when given the rosters that he's been given over the last 10 years, would be a moron if he spent all of his time developing young players. We out here with the best players in the world trying to win a championship. I don't care about somebody you drafted, Jacob Evans, and that. Like, who cares?
Man, Justinian Jessup.
But who cares? In those moments, who cares? Right? So that wasn't his job. His job was to win. The transition and trying to blend the whole, like, well, we still got Steph, but we got young players. Let's acknowledge that that's difficult. There have been bumpy moments, but they've arrived. By the way, I know it's early to do this, but Brandon Podziemski, is he not developing? Do you not like what you see?
Yeah.
Are you not entertained?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, I this idea that Steve Kerr can't be the coach because somebody might be 22 on the team, yes, he can.
Of course, but do you want to pay a coach $15 million a year if you are in that transitional phase?
Why
and
not?
when Steph is gone,
It's not touching
and
the cap.
Clay's gone, and Draymond's gone, but it's Joe Lacob's money. It's real money.
He's been throwing luxury tax money into the Bay on the annual that
But that's for
dwarfs
players.
that number.
That's for the on-court
No,
product.
it's for nothing.
It's not for the coach.
It's for tax.
No, but it's for players who you pay to be over the tax. It's not like you're paying a coach to preside over the inevitable transition, because I don't think that you're going to go from Steph to now we've got the next greatest superstar who we're just going to go out and trade for. We're just going to go out and grab from another team. That, I think, is pie in the sky mentality.
You offered Bob Myers, who wasn't even sure if he wanted to be here, $12 million a year.
Right. And he said no.
Right. But like, why are we so like, are you going to give him $15 million a year? This change. Chump change.
Well, then why hasn't he?
Don't make $15 million this weekend.
Why hasn't he given him $15 million?
I don't know.
Maybe he wants $20 million.
I don't know. Steve,
maybe he doesn't want to do it anymore.
Steve has intimated. No, well, Steve, then he's a liar, and I don't think he's a liar.
He said he wants to be here. He wants to keep doing it. Yeah. He said it to us repeatedly.
And he has repeatedly said that this is just negotiating. It's just money. I think this is when we compare this to Bob Myers' situation, I think this is very different. I don't think Bob really knew, and maybe he did. Like maybe he knew he didn't want to keep doing it.
Right.
But Bob, the whole year last year was like, yeah, right? Let's focus on this year. Steve has never even batted an eye when he gets asked. I want to coach. I want to be here. I have no designs on stopping. Clear as day, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I mean, you've got me as far as why it's not done yet.
Late February.
I have seen no reason why not, but there is one.
Yeah, and deadline spur action, and we're not to the deadline yet.
Sure. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. You want to get in on this, 888-957-9570. Also, we'll set up Brandon Ayuk and that situation as TJ Houshmandzadeh, who you well know as a fantastic former receiver. But additionally, every time he comes on, we remind you, he was Brandon's personal coach. He works directly with Brandon in the offseason. What does he think about Brandon's future with the 49ers? That's 20 minutes away on Willard and Dibs.
Freedom is all about choices, and while there is only one Jeep brand, you have the freedom to choose from an epic lineup.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, we're going to keep setting the table for you. Bobby Marks. Nobody knows the NBA cap better. Did you say 415 or 445? Okay. Bobby Marks at 445 is going to come tell us what Klay Thompson's value would be, how the Warriors could even get involved in a high-level free agent conversation in the offseason, the plans for Chris Paul. I'd be curious to know what Draymond Green's value would be on the market. Doesn't matter anymore, but I'd be curious to know.
Right.
So he's going to hop on at 445, and we'll absolutely get back to Klay Thompson, the Warriors, and everything else. But with TJ Houshmandzadeh coming up here in less than 15 minutes, not just somebody who knows the wide receiver position, but also worked directly with Brandon Ayuk for some time, and I think still does in the offseason. Sort of an equal time situation today. We had a DB on yesterday.
Yep.
We got to have a wide receiver on because the DBs are.
Yeah,
the DBs like, don't pay the wide receiver. They're a bunch of chumps.
And the DB highlighting on how the DB took away the wide receiver. So I'd like to get TJ's thoughts on how Brandon played in the Super Bowl. And there were plays where he was open.
Good question.
And there were plays when thank you. Yeah. There were plays when he wasn't open. A couple plays where he fell down. And is press man something that he needs to work on getting over?
I think he's a real. Sometimes this
TJ's a straight shooter.
Yes,
he's not a pom guy for his player.
Nobody. He's been. I remember hopping TJ on a show at night after the draft. That night, the Niners had traded up and they got Brandon, and I'm like, "What's cooking, man?" And he goes, "This dude is a dog. This dude is going to play at a high level." And we all know the story. He was exciting as a rookie, and then he got into the doghouse with Kyle Shanahan. And he deserves a lot of credit for working his way out. And now, with extensions, in discussions, he puts up over 1,300 yards, 7th in the league. I think he's a fantastic player. We can nitpick any player. They do this well, they don't do that well. Brandon's a fantastic wide receiver, and that's why a couple of things yesterday sort of penetrated my brain as far as helping form my actual opinion on this. This is one of them. Bucky Brooks with us yesterday.
Well, I don't know if you have to do anything right now with Brandon Ayuk. I know there's a rush, but he still has the 5th-year option to play on, right? I think he still has the 5th-year option before he's not free. So what you do is you make him play on the option, and then eventually you figure it out, because let's be honest, after next year, they're going to have to reset the entire program, because after next year, they're going to have to pay the quarterback if the quarterback continues to play like that. So once you pay the quarterback, you can't pay everybody else. And so that's the time where you have to reset the entire team.
Okay, so I do think this. Whenever somebody starts crying at their locker and their girl is on TikTok and their brother's on IG, and all of these indicators are like, ooh, our emotions, because we're fans, get all wrapped up and we're hot, and this is after the Super Bowl loss, and so everybody's frustrated. Emotions are running all over the place. Emotions don't belong in this conversation at all. None.
It's business.
And they won't. And so I think it's emotions that make us think, oh, we got, he upset? He's on TikTok. You got to do.
That's fan stuff.
No, you don't.
The team doesn't look at it like that.
You don't have to do anything.
Right.
Everything's fine. If I'm the 49ers, I prioritize this guy, but I'm not in a hurry at all.
Of course not. I mean, when did Bosa get signed? He got signed in early August, mid-August?
Oh.
It was
like
late August, early September.
Wasn't there like a game in 2 days or something?
It was a preseason game. It was the final preseason game in 2 days. I believe so.
I thought it was the Steelers game was in 2 days.
I thought that it was the final.
I'll look at it. You might be right. I'll look it up.
The point being, that was a little different because it was not an extension, but it was a deal that had to get done. And this one, I don't think you're going to see the Niners rush to get it done anytime before, July or August. And you could look up when they signed Deebo Samuel as an indicator for when this one might get done, because there really is no rush. And if Brandon Ayuk wants to scrub his social media of all Niner-related content, or if he wants to let word be known that he's unhappy with his targets, or he may want to kick the tires and go elsewhere, maybe he shows up at a celebrity golf tournament with Joe Burrow. It's like, ooh, he and Jamar Chase are out there playing cornhole someday in June in Ohio, and everybody, oh my God, and we all overreact. Neither side is in any great rush to get this done.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. By the way, what was the date of the Niners-Steelers game? Like the opening game.
Yeah, I thought it was
for the Niners.
September 11th. Wasn't that the opening of the year this year?
I think you might be right.
September 10th.
September 10th.
Appreciate it, Grandy.
Yeah, Nick Bosa signed on September 7th.
Okay, so it was that week.
Yeah. He signed on September 7th. And it was what? It was about an hour before our show. Remember?
Yep.
About an hour before our show on September 7th. So call that about lunchtime, September 7th. And that guy played 3 days later.
Deebo Samuel signed on July 31st. So that to me is a more accurate comp in terms of timeline because Deebo is in the same boat, right? It was a fifth-year option situation, and he was not happy, and that happened in the end of July before any preseason games took place. Right before camp even started. So in terms of what you're saying, the deadline, there's no deadline, there's no pressure, and Brandon Ayuk now has some time to take a step back, cool his jets, and the team, I'm sure, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm probably watching the game for the 13th time and thinking about all the things that he didn't do right, that Wilkes didn't do right, that the O-line didn't do right.
He being Kyle or he being Brandon?
He being Kyle, he being Brandon, he being Brock, everybody. I'm sure he's watched the game now offensively and looked at every single player and looked at what plays worked, what plays didn't work, what players worked, what players didn't work. And you're grinding already if you're Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, but boy, what a snap reaction it would be if the 49ers decide, boy, you know what? You can man up Brandon, and so we out. I think that's a wild thought. I mean, this is a really good receiver, and I do not subscribe to the theory that Brandon Ayuk cannot beat man coverage. I subscribe to the theory that, maybe he's not the best in the league at it, right? He's not built like that. Like sometimes you get that physically overwhelming receiver, A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, get off me.
DK Metcalf.
Sure. Brandon's, although, hell, man coverage against DK has gone pretty well for the 49ers in those games for the most part. But I think Brandon can do it. I think he's probably one of the better ones at it. Is he the best? Is it ideal? Maybe not. But my God, the way the 49ers, again, as we talked about yesterday, the way they run that offense, teams are really hesitant to go man because all of the bells and whistles that are happening pre-snap really confuse people to the point where you're going to have massive chunk plays if
you have time, man.
If you have time. If you have time. And they too often did not have time, especially in the biggest game of the year.
I look at Ayuk and I don't look to trade him because I don't think that he can do certain things. I would look to trade him thinking about what I could get back in draft capital and what I could get back in terms of cap savings and future savings.
Gosh, I think it's so interesting to feel that way in February. Like, why? Why do you not want him on the team?
It's not that I don't want him on the team. It's that I want to have first-round draft picks that I can use, and I want to have a multitude of picks, and I want to be able to get other talent onto this team that is more cost-controlled. Because I look at a Kyle Shanahan team that doesn't throw the ball very often. They threw it the 32nd most in football, and I don't think that that's because he doesn't have faith in his quarterback or he doesn't have faith in his wide receivers. I think that that's the way Kyle Shanahan wants to win, and they won that way. They ran it more than they threw it. Baltimore and Chicago were the only three teams to run it more than they passed it. Baltimore and the Niners were two of the last four teams playing. I think it's a winning formula, and you've got great blockers in your tight end, your offensive line in the run game, your fullback, you've got an elite running back. So do you really need to have two high-priced receivers? I don't think you do.
You need to have two good ones. And I don't know who the other good one is if you get rid of Brandon. And by the way, they have their first-round pick, And you're suggesting, I think,
you get a second first-round pick.
You think somebody's giving you their top 20 pick for Brandon Ayuk?
Absolutely. If he's a top 7 receiver in football,
I don't know. I mean, he's 7th in yards this year. I don't know if the world thinks he's one of the 7 best receivers in football.
Well, he's probably one of the 12 best receivers in football.
15,
I wouldn't go much further than 15.
Sure.
So if you're a team that, and I think about Cincinnati, a team that does throw it a lot, and you've got Higgins and Chase, if you add Ayuk, now all of a sudden you've got a very dynamic offense.
Higgins is a free agent. They're probably going to lose him. And if the concept is we can't pay $50 million for 2 receivers, then you're not going to pair Brandon Ayuk with Jamar Chase.
No, that's the Niners concept.
Well, I don't. Yeah,
that's my belief.
No team is doing that.
Right.
Quite frankly, no team is doing that. It's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. By the way, there is one paying $40 for 2 receivers. That would be the Chargers.
Oh, I was going to say Miami.
How they doing? And and they're also going to cut Mike Williams this offseason. So that's usually what happens when you decide to try to pay 2. TJ Hushmanzada joins us next. Willard and Dibs.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Head to Safeway this week for these
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do this. We've been looking forward to this since the weekend, especially with all the discussion about Brandon Ayuk and his future, his emotions after the Super Bowl loss. We thought a real good time to bring on one of our absolute favorites in former receiving great and Brandon's coach throughout some of the off seasons in the past, TJ Houshmandzadeh. Hey, TJ, what's cooking, man?
Mike, how you doing, bro? I'm good. How are you?
Everything is fine. What's your take on the emotions that Ayuk showed right after the loss, combined with family members on social media insinuating that his time as a Niner is done?
That's normal, man. When you lose a big game like that, emotions are extremely high. You feel as if, man, because you care about him so much. If he would have gotten the ball more, if he would have had more opportunities, maybe we win the game. And some will point to, well, in the games you won, he only had 3 catches. Yeah, when you win, we don't worry about that. When we lose, it's a problem. And so it's just the emotional aspect of losing a big game. And when you look at just the Niners in general, they're going to have to make some decisions as far as who are they going to pay, who will not be paid, who will be released. I mean, there's a lot of things that's going to go into them trying to maintain the core that they have and still remain competitive.
When you look at the tape and you see 3 catches for Brandon, you see a couple of plays where he broke open and other plays where he was contained by man coverage. What are your takeaways just from Brandon's performance against a good Kansas City secondary?
BA is one of the best receivers in the league. I'm going to just be honest. I don't think anybody on the Chiefs team can cover him man-to-man without help. That's just my opinion of knowing the game of football. I mean, you got to think on – it looked like it was a screen and go. If he stays outside a little bit more, that's where Purdy threw the ball because the safety was in the middle of the field. It's probably a touchdown. Probably misread it himself. Purdy threw it a little far outside. But those things, that's going to happen in the game of football. But when it comes to strictly you covering me man-to-man with no help, there's not many guys in the league that's going to stop BA out of 10 times.
TJ, it's interesting because our colleague, Bucky Brooks, and he was on with us yesterday, has been getting into it on social media saying that Ayuk and Debo are both tremendous playmakers, yak guys, but not elite route runners and therefore can struggle with man-to-man. Yep, go ahead.
Wrong. Bucky's wrong. He's wrong. And I know route running, and I'm not going to disrespect Bucky in that way, but when it comes to route running, he's wrong as 2 left feet. BA can run routes with the best of them, create separation with the best of them. I don't watch as much Debo because I don't know Debo that well. I know football. Debo is more of a football player. He may be somewhat correct about Debo. With BA, come on, Bucky, what you watching?
When you look at the Niners offense, TJ, do you see that the Niners are using him the right way, or are they misusing him in terms of just not giving him enough targets and enough one-on-one matchup possibilities?
I'm going to just say this. Debo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle. When you have all those guys on the same side of the ball that are tremendous playmakers, it gets hard. That's not easy to just, we going to feed Ayuk. You got all these other guys that can make plays. And so it makes it hard to say, let's get this guy the ball. This is a team that has so many weapons. That is not an easy job for Shanahan to kind of figure out, okay, who's going to get this touch? Okay, that's not easy. And so I don't want to sit there and say, Ayuk should be having this many targets per game. When you play with those type of players, you're going to have certain games where you get 5-6 targets, and you hope you can get 2 to 3 catches out of that, ideally 4 to 5, but that's the nature of the beast when you're on a successful team that wins as much as they do.
Okay, so TJ Houshmandzadeh joining us. TJ, therefore, is Brandon kind of built for that? And here's what I mean by that. Does Brandon want to be a part of an offensive group with tons of weapons where he won't quite get as many catches? Or do you think he'd like to spread his statistical wings elsewhere?
That's a question you would have to ask him. Like, if I'm in his position, I want to win. I want to get paid, because we all know when they pay you big money, they are going to look to get you the ball because that's why they're paying you big money. And so you will not get a hefty contract without a bunch of targets. Always understand that. But you want to win first and foremost. You want to win, and you want to get paid what your talent deserves. I mean, he had 1,300 yards. His first team All-Pro. He's All-Pro. And so did he have a ton of catches? No, but he had a ton of big plays that impacted the game. And so if I'm Ayuk, I want to win. I want to get paid. And everything else will take care of itself because he's a baller.
And you look at the situation he has at quarterback, do you think that Brock Purdy and his continual progression provides Brandon enough upside as a quarterback, or do you think that Brock Purdy would eventually limit what Brandon can do as a receiver?
No. All the narrative that I hate when a guy is drafted late and he plays well. He's an overachiever. Oh, it's everybody else. No, Brock Purdy can really play. I had to watch my language real quick. Brock Purdy can really play. It's because he has all these guys on the offense that are really good. You got Trent Williams, you got McCaffrey, you got Ayuk, you got Debo, you got Kittle, all those guys that I named earlier. And so they don't want to give Purdy his just due. But if Purdy was drafted higher, they would be saying he's great. And so I like Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy can play. It's just they have to figure out how to win the big game because now Shanahan is 0 for 3 in a Super Bowl as a coordinator and head coach. In a minute, he got to start looking in the mirror. And I think Shanahan is one of the best coaches in the league, no question. Can't lose another one, though, because you lose another one, it's you.
TJ Houshmandzadeh, what do you know about being drafted in the 7th round and then playing well?
That's what they do, bro. You get drafted late, overachiever. No, you just evaluated him wrong. He wasn't evaluated the correct way. You can't really judge somebody's composure, his mental makeup, his ability to process information quickly without panicking. That's what Brock Purdy does, and he throws the ball accurately. He's going to miss throws just like anybody else, but I like Brock Purdy.
TJ, you know about this. You were once a big-name receiver opposite another big-name receiver, and you know how teams approach the cap. The idea of almost $50 million to 2 receivers is very rare. So, give it to us. If you're the 49ers, how would you play this with these 2 guys?
You can do it. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Debo's contract next year is the final year in his contract, if I'm not mistaken. Ideally, you want to keep the younger guy. That's just the way the NFL works. But if they don't re-sign BA, he's going to be fine because finding a good receiver that can get open, that can run, that's shifty, that can block, you don't find all of that in one receiver. And so either way it goes, he's going to be fine. But if I'm the 49ers, I'll find a way to make it work because then you're going to have to go try to find somebody that can do what he's done, and it's not that easy.
I know you're not BA's agent. You're his coach and probably a personal advisor. But when you look at some of the other receivers on that top paid list, where do you think that BA, Brandon Ayuk, should fall on that list of highest paid wide receivers?
That's a tough question because when you look at Tyreek Hill being the highest paid, believe he has a salary of like $40-something million to kind of push the average per year up. But BA is for sure one of the top 10 receivers in the league, and you can mix and match between all the guys that are the top, and you're going to come out with a different top 10. But you want to be rewarded for what you've done. Now, is BA going to want to be the highest paid? Of course he's going to want to be the highest paid. Will that happen? Probably not. As long as he's rewarding his agent feel that is fair, I'm sure BA will have no problem. I want the best for him because I know the type of work that it takes to play at this level. The sacrifice you have to put in is not easy. The amount of pain that your body is in and week out, the way you push yourself in the off season. I don't think people want to come work out with him one day and see how that one workout is today, and then you're going to do probably a harder one tomorrow. It's not easy. And, they get paid all this money. Come put the work in with him and see if you could do it.
TJ, have you talked to him since the Super Bowl?
Briefly. Just text, man. Keep your head up. You'll be good. And, yeah, I'll see you soon. That was it.
Yeah, here's what I'm wondering. I wonder if you were sitting with him
and whether it's advising him or just being a friend or whatever. And within hours after the Super Bowl, you've got your girl on TikTok saying this might be the last time we're at Levi Stadium. You got your brother on IG saying we out. Like, what's your advice to him about that?
They can't do that. They know that. I'm sure he said something afterwards. But again, when you love somebody, man, you do things you shouldn't do. When you genuinely care about somebody, and there's a lot on the line, and you know what they've gone through to get to that point, the working out, the sacrifices they've made, it's just frustrating. I'm sure they regret it, but once you put that out there, what can you do? But yeah, I just look at it as it's somebody they genuinely care and love. Frustration. That's what it was, frustration.
Yeah, and the emotions are raw after a game like that. You play 5 quarters and you fall just short. You mentioned earlier about Kyle Shanahan, how he needs to get the next one. When you look at this one, where do you think it went wrong for the 49ers?
You really want to know?
I'm dying to know, TJ. I respect your football acumen.
Listen, y'all watched the game like I watched it. When Patrick Mahomes threw that interception, I, like everybody else, because I picked the Niners to win and I wanted to be right, I, like everybody else, said, oh, you get the ball on the 47-yard line. Run. You're at least going to get a field goal out of it. They pass, punt. I felt that was where the game started to turn. You ran the ball somewhat effectively in the first half, and you got away from it in the third quarter, got back to it midway in the fourth quarter. And to me, that was a turning point. Another turning point was, if you guys recall, Valdez-Scantling, he caught a hitch. And then he ran backwards and lost like 5 or 6 yards.
Yes.
It was 2nd and 15. Steve Wilks calls cover 0. But it was so easy to see. Everybody was off, and the rest of the guys were hugged up in the line. Throw a hitch, 8 yards. 3rd and 7. Cover 0 again, same exact look, first down. And I'm like, you cannot do this in a Super. Like, it's so easy to see what they're doing. And so I felt like those plays were critical plays. But ultimately, you have to bring that home when you're up double digits. And I felt like had they just run the ball after that interception, it put so much pressure on the Chiefs now to have to be perfect the rest of the game, because the defense did a hell of a job for 4 quarters, really, to be honest with you. The overtime, they kind of gave it up, but the defense was spectacular, man, through the whole entirety of the game with the exception of overtime. Offense has to do more, and part of that was Shanahan being a play caller. Let's run the ball a little more. If McCaffrey's going to get 40 carries or 40 touches, so be it. We are trying to win the game.
TJ, what's your take on the way the Steve Wilks thing played out?
Man. It kind of sucks for him because you just go through. The 49ers have been one of the best defenses in the National Football League year after year after year. And they lost the Super Bowl with Robert Saleh. He didn't get fired. They lost championship game with DeMeco Ryans. He didn't get fired. And so you lose it with Wilks, and he gets fired. But Wilks is running a defense that is not his own. He kind of had to adapt to what they had been running, and so it kind of sucks for him. It feels like he was a fall guy. But this is the National Football League, man. It's either you get it done or you don't. I don't care about how hard you work. I need results, and he didn't get Shanahan the results that he wanted, and so that's what happens.
TJ Hushman's out with us on Willard and Dibs. Hey, I want to circle back to Brandon for one more. And I know you know exactly how this all works and the leverage game and whatnot. So let's say as Brandon is now extension eligible, but he's got another year on his deal, and he's still on a rookie contract. If the 49ers say to Brandon Ayuk, look, we love you, but we're not ready to really do this right now. We're going to need you to go ahead and play the 5th year, and then we'll talk about it later. What do you do if you're him?
Oh, I'm not going to like it. I'm going to be pissed off for a little bit, and then I'm going to get my ass to work and go dominate another year. Now you're going to pay me more than you would have paid me the year before. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be pissed off, and then I'm going to go bust my you-know-what, run myself into the ground in the offseason, get better, come back and dominate, and now there's no, can you take it? Nah, I'm taking everything that I deserve, and that should be his mentality. It's natural to be upset. It's natural. But once you don't get it, you got to put your head down and get to work, because if you don't play well, it will be, that's why we made that decision. And so, yeah, it should upset you, but you can't let it affect you. It should upset you, but don't let it affect you at all. Get to work and come back and have a better year.
That's great old school advice right there from TJ Houshmandzadeh. Strong.
We love having you on, man. Thank you for doing it.
Man, y'all keep up the great work, fellas.
Okay, brother.
Thanks, TJ.
All right, TJ Houshmandzadeh. Gosh, that's some interesting stuff.
I love it. You want me to tell you? You sure you want to hear it?
Wouldn't it have been funny if we were like, nah.
No.
Never mind.
Yeah.
No.
I'm not ready for it.
You built that up too much. I don't think I could take it.
He was right, but there was the 2nd and 10 false start that we've talked about on Aaron Banks. But
Sure.
To his point, you could have run it on 2nd and 15.
No, I listen. I see where everyone's coming from on those 2 points. There's a couple things I'd add that if TJ, like if he were going to sit here with us for an hour,
sure,
yeah, I'd bring that up. And I don't think that Steve Wilks was a scapegoat or a fall guy.
Yeah.
I understand where everyone's coming from on that. It felt like, I think TJ gets it too. He's talking about the way this whole, that's my issue with it.
And he answered it too when he said, you can't go cover 0 on those,
Right.
He basically was telling you.
He's a fall guy, but oh, by the way, that's the stuff that was making Kyle grind his gears all year.
Right.
And so I still think it ends up on Kyle's lap. But my question is, I don't go fall guy. I don't go scapegoat. I go, Kyle, why'd you hire him before the year?
Exactly.
And TJ spoke to that as well with regard to, like, you've got him in there running a system that's not his with assistants that aren't his.
Exactly.
I'll never understand why that was the hire.
Well, that's a mistake that they can't repeat. So if you bring in another coach like Steve Wilks, you got to fire all your assistants. And spoiler alert, you're not firing your assistants. You love your assistants, and they're great at what they do. Kasarik and the rest of them. So you need to find somebody who can come in and run that system as the DC. But again, it's no rush right now in February. You can take your time and sort through what you want in terms of candidates.
Very important to hear what he said there at the end, though. Also, this is not somebody who's just a friend or a coach. He played the position. He's been a free agent before. If Brandon Ayuk doesn't like what the 49ers say, take a few days, my man, and be mad, and then get your butt to work.
Take it out on everyone else.
So, in big business, that's the play. And the 49ers, this whole like, oh my God, what are we going to do about Brandon Ayuk? Nothing. Maybe something. But there is not, I'm not saying it's not urgent, but it's not as urgent as we've made it sound.
It's not urgent. And I mentioned it last segment. Deebo Samuel signed on July 31st in the same scenario where he was going to play on his 5th-year option. He wanted an extension. The team said, yeah, we're going to work to give him what he deserves. And, in due time, we're going to take care of Deebo. And you got all the way into late July, early August, and it got done. And here we are in February. So let's get into March when the league year begins. We have the combine coming up here in about 8 days, I think it starts. So the team will focus on the combine, then the league year, then the draft. And if you're not going to trade Brandon Ayuk, and I don't think that they are, and I've been playing devil's advocate with the idea of, trading him, you get a 1st-round pick back and more, you restart the clock and all that. It's highly, highly unlikely. The most likely thing is we get into the summer and Brandon Ayuk is still not signed. And then we start to get a little bit of pressure as we get into OTAs, and maybe he doesn't show up to the voluntary minicamp.
Or not. I don't think he plays this the way Nick Bosa played it.
I'm thinking about Deebo.
If it gets to that, then sorry, you're still going to come in and play. I do not think you're looking at a holdout situation.
This is different than with Nick Bosa, who is coming off a DPOY year.
Right, and is from the Bosa family that's already got bajillions and was the number 2 overall pick, so his contract was much bigger than Brandon and Deebo's. Even the Deebo thing, let's say that had gotten to the season. What do you think would have happened? He just showed up. He They're not just giving paychecks away. So Brandon would be upset, but I don't think he would hold out like Nick Bosa did. I don't think it would look like that.
I think Nick Bosa had more leverage, certainly being a DPOY and being the number 2 overall and all the rest of it. Not that Brandon Ayuk, he has some leverage, but not a ton because, you want to get paid, and this is his first real year of getting real NFL receiver money. He's getting 14 and change this year no matter what. And I know that if he reworks his deal, the cap hit goes down, but he still gets paid almost about $800,000 a game. That's real money.
Yes, it is.
When you've only been making, about $200,000 a game. So his salary is going to quadruple this year.
Yeah, and he'll be here for it.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying the Niners need to try. I do agree. I don't know if this is going to end up in a Brandon or Debo situation, but if it does, I'm picking Brandon. Because it would be after this upcoming year, not even this year. Javier in Vacaville. Hey, you're on Willard and Dibs. What's up, man?
How you guys doing today? No, I was just trying to comment on the Bucky Brooks interview, but
go ahead.
Kind of touched on my main point that you just, brought up. Everyone keeps saying, and especially, Mr. Brooks and Kruger, you can't pay receivers between the two $50 million for a team that's the last in pass attempts. Well, why are you presuming that we need to pay Debo the half of that? Because at 28.6, questions still have not been answered about why would you want to play Debo Samuel at 28.6 and not Brandon Ayuk as an ascending wide receiver at the age of 25. We just went back-to-back 1,000-yard receiving seasons. The last receiver to do that again from yesterday was Terrell Owens. And to say want to reset and have control over the player that we take, I think they should learn their lesson from the last time they did that, when they traded DeForest Buckner for the 13th overall pick and reset that defensive front, which to their own dismay, they had to go and reset with a free agent they had to go more or less replace Buckner with and Javon Hargrave. So that was a mistake, not a trend. To say we're going to lose Brandon Ayuk after the 5th year out, that's completely ridiculous. There's a franchise tag, and again, like you just said, Mr. Willer, which I was going to point, and it's key. DeForest Buckner is the example. Debo Samuel is the fall. Debo Samuel, I love him. There's no way a 28-year-old wide back who has had one 1,000-yard receiving season in the last 3 years, who's coming off numerous injuries in the last 3 seasons, is going to be picked in a pick one or none between him and Brandon Ayuk, and he's going to be the one they select. That's just not practical. We're thinking about logically who has the upward projection, and trajectory is obviously Brandon Ayuk. I don't want to, Bucky Brooks says he's not a good route runner. Have you watched the tape? He's the best dig route runner in the NFL. He's top 5 in yards per catch, and most importantly, he doesn't win in press coverage because he didn't have the best of games against one of the top defenses in the league in the Super Bowl. Again, that's a guy that does not watch all the tape. He watched one game on the national spectrum, and most importantly, if you watch weeks 1 through 17, Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk collectively were great against man coverage, but Brandon Ayuk is even better than Debo Samuel in press coverage.
Oh, no doubt. There's no doubt about that. Javier, thank you very much. We got to cook. Yeah, it would have been fun to have those two on together, TJ and Bucky.
Yeah,
he's wrong.
Yeah. All due respect, though.
All due respect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You couldn't even finish your question. He was interrupting you.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We can keep reacting to that. Everything that TJ Houshmandzadeh had to say. We get back to Clay and the Warriors and start marching toward Bobby Marks, one of the best NBA capologists out there, who is exactly an hour away. This is Willard and Dibs.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient,
Sports on 95.7 The Game.
Listen, I'll say this. That was a fun 1-2 punch this week of Bucky Brooks yesterday and TJ Houshmandzadeh today.
For sure.
Really allows, I'm speaking for me, it allows you to really pull in multiple perspectives and opinions on a situation that bleeds into opinions about the team as a whole, the coach, the structure, the everything, and I found it fascinating. And I don't dismiss either of their points and what they had to say. I will say I lean a little bit more like if this was a high school debate class and Bucky went first and TJ went second, I'm probably going to go sit in TJ's section for a second. I'm open to what everyone's saying here. But
in a debate, Bucky would get a chance to
rebuttal, yes.
Yeah, and then TJ could rebut the rebuttal. But specifically,
I think the bottom line, and we're going to do some other stuff here in just a second, and Bobby Marks going to join us in less than an hour. But the bottom line for me is I don't think that Brandon Ayuk is anywhere near as replaceable as some people would suggest. The second you trade him or move off him or whatever, you are immediately in a urgent situation of finding somebody to do what he does. And my God, do y'all just trust the 49ers to be like, yeah, we'll pick up a receiver. Don't worry. Oh, God, no.
Well, they've been hot of late.
Have they?
Jawan Jennings and
is that
Debo
and that's like 4 years.
And Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, that's 4 or 5. Yeah, how about Danny Gray? How about
Jalen Hurd was another one.
Yep,
didn't really work out.
Yeah,
Danny Gray. The jury's still out on Danny Gray. It's 1 year.
It is.
You can't judge him off for 1 year.
It's not been 1 year. It has not been 1 year. Danny Gray played with Trey Lance. The last year, Trey Lance hit Danny Gray down the left sideline in the preseason game, got everybody all excited. Everyone thought that was going to be the future connect of the San Francisco 49ers.
2 years for Danny Gray.
Yeah, deep balls. Trey Lance to Danny Gray.
Ronnie Bell was this year.
Yeah. Ronnie, I think Ronnie's he's more interesting player than Danny Gray right now. I mean, he did more than Danny's done.
Danny's got one catch.
Yeah.
In his career, 2 years. So.
Yeah. I'm just, you need a focal piece of the passing offense.
Right.
And that is Brandon Ayuk. And if you're just like, yeah, you go get another one. Oof.
Like TJ said, you've got George and Debo, and you've got Christian and Brandon. So it's definitely an ensemble. This is not Tyreek Hill. This is not Justin Jefferson where you're the clear-cut one. CeeDee Lamb, like if you lose him from Dallas, well, he's their clear-cut one.
Yep.
You could argue that Brandon Ayuk isn't even the one. I think that he is the one, and he emerged this year as the one. But
he is at that position. I understand the offense as a whole's got all these moving parts, and Christian McCaffrey is certainly the quote-unquote focal point of the offense. I think Brandon Ayuk's a focal point of the passing game.
Yeah, you could argue.
He's the one in the passing game.
He's a focal point. Yeah. You've got George and you've got Debo, and they definitely spread it around. So I think that the loss of Brandon Ayuk would be tough to offset, but you could do it through the draft, especially if you got a first-round pick for him.
Bucky Brooks on Debo and Ayuk against man coverage.
The 49ers have an offense that is all catch and run based, meaning they want to put the ball in the hands of the playmakers and let them run around. Most teams are afraid to play the Niners in man-to-man because of all the pre-snap shifting, all the condensed formations, and all of the myriad of things that Kyle Shanahan does. So what you get is Brandon Ayuk, Debo Samuel, George Kittle catching the ball in space on the move so they can run and utilize all the punt return skills that are in the background. What I'm saying is when the Chiefs and when other teams like the Cleveland Browns line up and play man-to-man, nose-to-nose, the San Francisco 49ers, that's not their strength in terms of their wide receivers. And so everyone pushed back like, oh, you're saying Brandon Ayuk sucks. No, he's a good route runner. I'm saying that when we talk about the best of the best, winning one-on-one, him, Debo Samuel, and all those guys, it's been proven. They don't win against the elite corners based on what they did last year. So they have to understand that that's a part of the game that either Cal has to help them get over by stacking and moving and doing some other stuff. You just have to know what they are. They can be elite receivers because, by all accounts, Brandon Ayuk was an elite receiver last season. But with the route running part of it, particularly against press and man and all those things, it's still an area where they have to win. And before you hit me with the analytics and space and all that other stuff, when you look at the tape tells you they struggle against man-to-man teams.
Oh, I'm not going to hit you with the analytics. I'm going to hit you with TJ, who's your mama?
Bucky's wrong. He's wrong. And I know route running, and I'm not going to disrespect Bucky in that way. But when it comes to route running, he's wrong as 2 left feet. BA can run routes with the best of them, create separation with the best of them. I don't watch as much Debo because I don't know Debo that well. I know football. Debo is more of a football player. He may be somewhat correct about Debo. With BA, come on, Bucky, what you watching?
Okay. I am not the trained eye that those two are.
Of course not, nor am I.
But when I listen to both of them talk, TJ's the one who sounds more right to me with the breakdown of what we watch those two receivers do. Like even Bucky putting Brandon and Debo in the same bucket feels wrong. I'm like, they're not the same.
They're different players.
They're very different players.
The team was 4th in the league in yak yards.
Yes, so fantastic, no doubt.
To Bucky's point, they are a very yak-heavy team. Kansas City, Cincinnati, and the Dolphins had more than the Niners, so that is a lot of what the offense tries to do. They try to get the ball to their receivers early and let them make you miss and make plays with their legs and with their body. That part is true.
Did you see the Warren Sharp thing about that? About quarterbacks in the NFL and their average length of yards in the air of their touchdown passes only.
I didn't see that, no.
Oh, my God.
I have the intended air yards per pass attempt.
Yeah. The average, where is it? Gosh darn it, where'd you go, Warren? Shoot, let me see if I can find it. Basically, the average length of the ball in the air for all quarterbacks in the NFL with regard to their touchdown passes only, the last on the entire list. In other words, the lowest
I see it right here.
Distance for all QBs is Patrick Mahomes.
Correct. I'm looking at it right here. Average length of TD passes by air yards. Tyrod Taylor,
yes.
Will Levis, number 2. And you know when he came in, he had a couple of just big bombs.
He was just hucking. He's like, where's Hopkins?
Exactly.
It's just hucking downfield.
Brock Purdy's at 12.1.
Which is kind of middle of the pack.
Yeah, and he's including people like Nick Mullins, who didn't play that many games.
Yeah, he's got Jimmy Garoppolo in here.
Right.
Yeah, he's got Josh Dobbs in here.
He's got Deshaun Watson.
Bailey Zappi's in here. All those
Brock
guys.
Purdy's right next to Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. He's right ahead of those two guys.
Yes, and tied with Jared Goff.
Exactly, at 12.1 air yards per TD pass.
Yeah.
So that tells you in terms of dinking and dunking for TDs anyway, that Pat Mahomes is closer to Zach Wilson and Bryce Young, which is amazing when you think about it.
It's
but
wild.
It also, and I wonder how much of that is red zone, like red zone efficiency. I know Kansas City was very good in the red zone this year. So you get down to the 3-yard line and you're going to throw a 3-yard pass for a touchdown.
Well, and I'm sure Patrick was in a very different spot if you had done this 2 years ago when Tyreek Hill was on his team, because there's a lot of over-the-top touchdown passes. But yeah, think of your Chiefs games this year. Think of them. Now imagine that time where they threw it up over the top for a touchdown.
Well, they threw one up over the top against the Niners. They didn't get a touchdown.
They didn't score, but didn't score.
That was MVS, right?
Should have picked the thing off.
But didn't.
Got all spun around.
Yeah, that's on Steve Wilkes. I'm sure we can blame, for Gibson getting spun around.
It's on Kyle, too. It's not on Deshaun. No.
Players make plays.
I don't know how players even know where to go without their head coach.
Or their defensive coordinator,
Do they even know where the stadium is without their head coach? Anyway, we don't need to get into all that. But, yeah, it's fascinating. The whole thing is fascinating, and it comes down to 1,000 different scenarios of play calling and the structure of what you're trying to do offensively and who your people are, what the personnel is, what's the defense going against them. So you can, as we know, in the age of analytics, and I think that's what Bucky was getting at, in the age of analytics, we can go find numbers to back what we're trying to say anywhere we want. So Bucky can and TJ can. I just try to I try to boil it down to this. Like, I'm watching Brandon Ayuk play. I think that guy can run a route. I think that guy can beat man coverage. And I would not compare him to Deebo Samuel and say, yeah, these guys are just like, they're great, but they're playmakers. Like, you just need to dump the ball to them and let them do their thing. That's not what Brandon Ayuk did this year at all. That's not what Brandon Ayuk does.
No.
I mean, he led the league, or he was second in the league in yards per catch. That man was down in the field, getting open.
Right. And yet you look at the Super Bowl, and this is where I differ with TJ in terms of his analysis. I lean more toward Bucky Brooks, and you look at the tape, and I haven't looked at the full game and the all-22, but there were many plays where in the second half, Kansas City took Brandon and Deebo away. And I know some of those plays, Brock didn't have a lot of time, but Spagnuolo made the adjustment, and they took away the two key receivers in that second half, and the Niners offense sputtered.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Opened a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. All right, 45 minutes away, Bobby Marks. The structure of the Warriors, the capologist, Klay Thompson's value. What would you do? Can't wait for that conversation. We were talking about this too, and this sort of goes into your excitement level for what the Warriors still have. Was it 29? They have 29 games left?
Yes.
Is that right? 29
53 down, 29 to go.
I want to get this out up front. I'm excited about everything always. That's just kind of the way that I roll.
Yeah.
I mean, the Warriors play the Lakers tomorrow night. I can't wait to get home. Like, I run to the car and get home because the game is on. That's one thing that's me. And that's one of the reasons, and it's only one of them, but from a baseball perspective, one of the reasons I love the game is because I can use that phrase 162 times. The game is on. I'm going to go home, and the game is on. I love that. I love the game on when I'm focused on it. I love it on in the background. So we're talking out excitement levels in terms of what's coming as we now move into the post-football era, 2024. May it rest in peace. Mwah. We loved you. We miss you already.
P.S. We'll never forget you for a number of reasons.
Crap.
Right?
Anyway.
Sorry, but that's true.
Grandy said something earlier today before the show, and it didn't stick with me because of what he said. It stuck with me because of how he said it. Now, Grandy, and I'm going to paraphrase. I could pull the text, but I'll just paraphrase. He expressed excitement about Giants baseball. But he said so in such a way that was like, look, don't kill me, okay? I don't even know why I feel this way.
Right.
But I kind of do. Please don't be mad. And it spoke to me because when I look at what's going on with the Giants, and I know you boys, some of you are listening to me set this up and you're already like, oh, we're going to point a Farhan gun right at Willard's head because here he goes. Here he goes. I already said what I said yesterday. This pitching staff is not ready. That's not a viable starting rotation. When Farhan says he's done, you better not be. By the way, I did reach out to someone who I really, really respect, who is really, really dialed in. And I said, please tell me that that's negotiating. They're not, quote unquote, done. The response I got was, they're just waiting for prices to go down. So the Boars 4 is still out there, or whatever transaction, trade, who knows what. I don't buy it that they're done. However, if you wanted me to Farhan all over the place, I can. I could tell you that they've spent the second most dollars in free agency.
Please don't.
I could. It's a fact.
Great.
Okay, I could say that. I could
on injured guys and question marks, but that's okay. But I don't want to counterpoint your enthusiasm with my own analysis.
Again, I'm saying I could say that. I didn't.
You did.
I could.
By saying I could and then saying it is you saying it.
But I could.
Just so you know that.
But I didn't.
You did.
Fine. So.
Just so you know, you said it.
No, but I could.
But you did.
The other thing I could say
and you're going to, so just say it.
We've been told that the Giants are a bunch of dead personality fish. And the two biggest free agents they've signed are Jung-Hoo Lee and Jorge Soler. Now that's different, right? We got bat flips and chest bumps and nicknames and wearing chains.
Ooh, chains.
We don't know, right? If you watch Jorge Soler hit a home run, it looks different than when Yaz hits one.
Right.
We don't put the head down and let's run around. No. Like, let's freak out and celebrate. That's a Jorge Soler home run. Hopefully he's healthy enough to hit one this year.
There it is. There's the caveat.
All right. Put it all together, and here's the point that I do want to make. I think that it's a bummer. I get it, but it's a bummer that the toxicity of the fan base right now, which is understandable, that anger is totally understandable, but I think it's a bummer that fan toxicity is almost ready to be turned on the fans themselves. You want to be mad at Farhan? I get it. You want to be mad at Larry Baer? My God, I get it. You want to make fun of the Giants for the last 2 years? I get it. And you've got a lot of points, and you are right with the way they have treated you, the fan. But why is it that if a fan today is excited about Giants season, you kind of have to duck right after you say that? Because that's what it felt like when Grandy texted us today.
Well, he said that he's very positive, and I am in the minority here, and I don't know why I feel this way, especially considering how I felt about the team at the end of last season. Right. I think that's a fair way to go about it. I don't know if you necessarily have to duck, but I don't want you to expect to have a large number of people next to you sharing your excitement. And you and I were talking about this during the break. My excitement level for the Giants right now on February 21st is about a 2 on a scale of 1 to 10, in part because of the roster, but also in part because of the calendar. Yeah, I'm just not ready to dive both feet in. And you say that Jung-Hoo Lee has got a great personality and that Jorge Soler wears chains and he hits home runs and all the rest of it. That'll all be determined when we get to actual games in April. Well, and yes, spring training, once the real games and spring training start, I'll keep an eye on it, or 2 eyes, and you'll start to watch as things develop and you start to see players and who might make the team and who might not. But right now, my excitement level for baseball in general is just never that high because it's February.
Totally fine.
So I don't think you need to duck because you are super excited.
Let's go through the whole text, because this is in text form. This is ducking.
I don't think so, because a lot of it had to do with a comparison between two different teams. And I think that the ducking comes from, some of us on the thread being more excited about another team than that team.
That all came later. This text came well before that idea ever came up. What are you more excited about? That was Lucas trying to be a jerk. About 7 minutes later, Lucas is like, what do you like better, Giants or Warriors? Pick one. Like, that's Lucas just being that needler personality that he is. Always trying to get under your damn shirt, trying to get in there and run around.
And he got you.
Yeah,
he got you.
You want to go get coffee? Like, not just.
What a jerk.
Yeah. Like, chill,
producing coffee.
Chill, bro. Like, book someone. Anyway.
Bobby Marks, 445.
Thank you. I know, I'm totally.
He did get your goat.
I'm totally kidding.
Matt.
I'm totally kidding.
Turns out your goat fence is about a foot high.
No, this is well before that. And that's why I bring it up. This just came from Grandy's brain. That's it. Nowhere else. No, this is unprompted. Listen to the sort of apologetic tone of the whole thing. I'm also very positive. I am in the minority here, and IDK why I feel this way, parentheses, especially considering how I felt about the team at the end of last year, end parentheses. But I think the Giants have had a very good offseason, and I'm actually excited, like way more than I thought I would be. They're once again suffering from setting their own expectations too high. If they just kept their damn mouths shut about signing a superstar, then this offseason would be looked at in a much better light. This team is loads better than last year.
when healthy. I don't know where the ducking is coming in. Nobody fired back at him. Nobody
no.
attacked you or him.
I wasn't even a part of this.
Right.
I hadn't even said anything. I hadn't even said anything about the Giants.
Right. I don't sense the ducking from Mark Grandy because he's expressing that he's more excited about this team and he doesn't know why.
He used the word excited after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines of text before he could use the word excited.
Well, he led with, I'm also very positive.
You know what that is, Dibs? That's called a qualification sensation.
Oh, okay.
You got 8 lines and parentheses. There's parentheses in here.
Yeah.
Now listen, I know that they're the Giants, and I don't know.
Well, the phrase
why I feel this way.
I'm actually excited.
Yeah.
That's what makes it a little bit of a qualification.
There you go. And we got an IDK in there. I don't even know why I feel this way. Maybe I just drank something. I don't know.
It's possible.
And considering this, and then when you consider that, and once I'm done with 8 lines, I'm kind of excited.
I just don't feel, in my heart of hearts, I feel like they don't deserve my excitement, but I can't help but feel excited.
And that's, look, all opinions and feelings and emotions are fair. They're yours. So, no, I'm not telling anybody else to be excited. I thought this struck my funny bone that, as you even hear Mark say right there, it's almost like, I'm excited. I don't think I'm allowed to be. And I know that this will not be popular, but I am.
Oh, he's allowed to be, but how excited is he? Is he running out and buying season tickets or buying a Jorge Soler mini plan?
I think we pay him. What's the matter with you?
Coach, it's a text. I don't think that he's really.
Let's move on.
I don't think he's really that excited at all.
I think he is. Look at him. He's smiling.
He's embarrassed because we're talking about
He's
him.
blushing.
He doesn't like to be the center of attention except for 6 to 7.
He wants his cheeks
when
to be
it's the
orange.
Best of.
It's Orange-tober.
It's an Orange Friday.
That's right.
It's an Orange Friday.
Hashtag nobody like him.
You know what I think it is? Right. I think for the first time in weeks, it finally starts to feel like baseball season. The sun is finally out. I think that's what got you, Grandy. The sunshine.
The sun came out 2 hours ago for the first time.
That's when he sent the text.
No, it's not.
Good point.
It was pouring when he sent it.
It was 11 o'clock, when he sent it.
It was pouring. I took the dog to the park. That park was wet.
I'm just
Point
interested.
Stands feels like baseball season.
Yeah, I'm just interested by two things. One, the notion of, the Giants offseason being better than they're getting credit for. That's yet to be determined. I don't necessarily see that, but I do think that he's right about their expectations, and if they wouldn't put it out there that they're going big game hunting and winding up without any big game again, that I do think leads to what you're talking about, where people are expecting things that aren't delivered. Whether or not the expectation came from Farhan's mouth himself, the notion is the Giants are going to go big game hunting, and when you say they've spent the second most in free agency, and if that's factually accurate, and I believe that it is, the Giants fans in general would say, how? I haven't heard of any of these guys. Jung-Hoo Lee? The majority of fans would not know who Jung-Hoo Lee is.
That's a 9-figure deal.
But you're missing the point. The majority of fans don't know who he is.
That doesn't matter.
That matters to the extent of expectations because they didn't land players that we know about.
All right.
Casuals.
So let me ask you this question, but don't answer it yet because we're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Oh.
But coming up next, because I understand the concept and the emotion, if they had just kept their mouths shut. All right. I would just for an exercise, and then we'll get back to Warriors. You tell me that when Susan Slusser and Bags and Pavs, they get Farhan and they say, what's the plan this offseason as far as free agency? I'd love, just as an exercise, I'd love to hear you answer that, how you wish the Giants would have answered it. I'd love to hear that on Willard and Dibs.
1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced.
comfort needs since 1962. Check them out at valleyheating.com. That's valleyheating.com. Damn it, Farhan. Trade him!
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You do a great Farhan. So, first and foremost, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. How'd you answer it? Hey, what's your plans for free agency this offseason?
Well, we plan to pursue, we plan to be active in the market, and we're always looking to upgrade at every position, and we're gonna try and see if we can't. Probably overdoing the chuckling too much, but you get the bit. We're gonna try to improve our team. We're gonna leave no stone unturned. We're gonna go big game hunting, but let's be honest, Suze and Bags, Pavs, we're going to come up short because it's what we do. But I'll tell you this.
All right, now
if there's a Rule 5 guy out there, if there is a third-string catcher,
I'm a Giants fan.
Go
if there is a 15-year-old Dominican shortstop, then we're going to bring him in.
You can't go 30 seconds without getting sarcastic on this. You can't go 30. Obviously, you don't mean he would actually say that.
Of course not, Mark. I'm trying to play it for humor.
No, but wait.
You know what? What he says, I don't care what he says. It's what he does that matters.
But you guys are saying that you do care what he says.
I care what he does. No, it doesn't matter what he says.
Multiple times on this radio show, you have said that they should not have managed expectations this way. They should not have said that they were going to go after big names. Mark Grandy's text, if they had just kept their mouths shut about what they were going to do this offseason, I accept that.
Well,
what I want to know is how would you have answered that, like for real, how would you have answered that question?
We are going to be
in a way that you would have found acceptable.
We're going to be in on all free agents. We understand that there are competitors and challenges, and we're not going to guarantee that we're going to get anybody, but I'll tell you this. We're going to be out there. We're going to try like heck to make this team better. And, we're going to improve this product.
And you feel like it was answered differently than that?
I feel like they set expectations about bringing in big names. And Farhan said back in January, he understands the need to bring in big names and big talent. And I don't think that they've done that.
I don't remember that quote.
I was just looking at it during the break.
What did he say?
I'll pull it back up here. It was in January. He said, yeah.
January as in a month ago?
January, yes. Farhan shoulders the blame for their struggle to bring in a superstar.
Okay.
This is from the TK Show podcast.
Okay. What do you say?
He said, I would say to the extent that I've been a part of this, I take responsibility for it. None of it should be interpreted or viewed as an indictment of the Bay Area. He was responding to the idea of the Bay Area being
so this is that's after the fact, though.
Right.
That's after the fact. That's after the Shoheis and the Yamamotos, who, by the way, nobody had heard of him either until free agency started.
Right.
But this is after those guys ended up as Dodgers. I'm like, and this is, I hope you understand this. I'm not trying to make a point. This is sincere. I want to know how it is. Those of you who feel like the Giants somehow told you that they were going to land a big star in free agency, how do you think they answered it? And how do you want them to answer it? Because my sense is a lot of people go, gosh, you promised the world. And I'm like, I didn't hear that. When did they promise that?
It's not about promises.
When has anyone ever promised?
Their actions. They try to get these players, and then they don't deliver these players.
Right, but that's a totally different point.
That to me is the greater point.
But that I agree with. But I'm going on your words here and Grandy's, because I've heard you say this a number of times, that you believe the Giants somehow publicly held some sort of an event. And there was
no, I've never said they held an event.
There were poster boards. It was like, we're going to get a star.
Impression. It's the notion that they're going after these players. It doesn't have to be words. It's the optics of, all the reports of Rosenthal, and all the rest of them. The Giants are in on Aaron Judge, blah, blah, blah. But the Giants are a finalist for Shohei Ohtani.
Is that not out of their control, though, what the national reporters say? Like John Heyman is like,
well, they get that report from somewhere.
Right, but they're in on everyone.
And then they're out on everyone as well.
And then they fail. And that is obviously a massive problem.
And that, to me, is the bigger issue than... I'm
just talking
Grandy's
about
text talking about what they say. I don't really care what they say.
No, but you've said that. You've
said
that for a year.
Under-promise and over-deliver. They don't under-promise and over-deliver.
But they also don't over-promise and under-deliver. I don't think they've promised anything at all, is what I'm saying.
Well, and that's why no one's showing up.
I think they've disappointed
general attendance.
They've disappointed the hell out of us.
Year after year, but in free agency.
All I'm focused on here is this idea that a lot of people seem to be running around with, that the Giants like held a press conference and told everyone we're going to get him, which it's like I missed that. I never heard that. Maybe it is by osmosis because John Heyman
they had the press conference with the owner, right? Back when he said, we're just trying to break even.
That was super underwhelming.
Right.
I'm like, talk about that's under promise and under deliver.
Correct.
Was Greg Johnson. And that's my number one issue with this whole organization right now. And I get that they're over there and people don't even know who they are or whatever. Like Farhan, we can have a discussion about him. To me, to this point, this is an ownership thing. Even look at them right now.
Well, it's a city thing. And if you listen to during Buster Posey,
bunch of bull.
Buster saying that players have told him that, well, that's Buster made that. Yeah. Buster made that a thing.
No, I mean,
so it's partly a thing because Buster Posey said that players have told him it's a thing. It's a thing.
I'm not saying that it's not a thing for certain people.
Right.
It's just unfortunately a bunch of bull.
I agree with you.
That has even ended up a thing.
Although I almost got jumped 4 times last night walking back. Turned out it was all you. You and I were crisscrossing on the streets.
You were the one who jumped. Yeah, you came up behind me and I wasn't even looking.
I was about to grab your umbrella, but you didn't really see me coming, and so I didn't want to. I didn't want to catch an elbow or have you swivel around and clock me. So
I can't and won't defend the repeated free agent failures. I can't and won't defend even what I'm looking at right now in this moment. Go back to that text message I told you I got where the insider's like they're waiting for prices to come down.
Right.
Really? That it's February 21st and that's your game plan? Hey Boris, we like your guys, but let's piss them off first. Let's do that.
And you think you're the only team waiting for the price to come down?
For what?
All 29 teams
for what?
Are waiting for the price to come down.
You're trying to save a couple bucks?
Right.
With your Mission Rock crap?
Well, you're trying to come close to breaking even.
Get the player.
That's not how they're approaching this.
And they're wrong.
Well,
why do you think they keep not getting the player?
And that's partly why my excitement level is not as high. If you would have signed Chapman and or Bellinger or Snell or Montgomery, if you would have had those guys in right now, the excitement level would be higher. I still wouldn't be at an 8 or a 9 because it's February.
I'm totally with you. My point is kind of quirky. I'm not defending the Giants offseason, even with their second most spending. Their starting rotation is not viable. I don't even think their lineup is potentially approaching viable, but I don't even think that's necessarily there yet. What I am wondering is why does everybody feel like they literally looked you in the eye and promised you that they were going to nail it? I don't think they did that. And maybe that doesn't matter, but I just hear it. I hear it all the time.
Right.
And you did a lot last year.
Yeah.
They went out there and they promised. I'm like, they did? I don't think they promised it. That would be the stupidest thing to do ever.
The idea of a promise it's not the idea. It doesn't even matter to me if they said, we promise you that we're going to get a guy. They wouldn't do that because they don't control that. The player controls it. It's the idea and the notion that they've been really hell-bent on bringing in one of these people and they've been unable to do it.
Correct.
And, Jung-Hoo Lee aside, we don't know a guy from the KBL. You gave him $113 million. That doesn't mean he's any good. Now, if he is worth $113 million, then good on you, Farhan. That's a steal.
Yep.
That's a find. That's great. He's a leadoff hitter. He can defend. He's got speed. He's got personality. Oh, boy. He could be a face of the franchise for 6 years going forward, but we don't know if the guy's any good.
Nope.
None of us has ever seen him play once in our life on TV, in person.
Lots of highlights.
Sure.
Like Darko Milicic-esque highlights.
Exactly. Did you see any of his lowlights?
I've never seen him strike out.
Exactly.
Every swing he takes, the ball goes out to the wall in right field. It's incredible. I've never seen anything else.
I mean, that's your biggest high-priced item was that you traded for a guy who can't pitch until July.
Yeah.
Jorge Soler, hopefully he is the same slugger he's been at times, but he's had down years. He's had hurt years. Yeah. This is not like you signed Pete Alonso.
Nobody's
traded for Alonso or
nobody's
yeah. So
that. I just wonder. I wonder why people think that they told you that they were definitely getting Shohei or whatever.
Here's a line from an Andrew Baggerly piece about the pursuit of Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Okay.
Baggerly writes, according to those familiar with Zaidi's thinking, he has never been so all in on a free agent in his 6 years while leading the Giants baseball operations group. So it's less of a promise, but it's more just, as Zibs was saying, the reporting about how this was the year. It was finally going to happen.
And with that, I agree with you two and everyone else wholeheartedly. You put 3 years into this pursuit, and you got beat. You got beat. Nobody's going to tell you that's okay. You got beat again. So yeah, I'm totally with you there. I just I hear that a lot. Like the Giants promised us this. Well, no, they didn't.
Yeah,
no,
I don't.
Didn't.
Personally, I don't do promises in my own life, so I know that I never would have said they promised us. No, a promise.
You got married last year,
right? And
it's a promise.
Well, it's a commitment, is what it is. You and I have both been in commitments that maybe didn't go the distance.
Yeah.
So the idea of a promise. No, I'm not going to promise you. I'm going to do my darndest.
Yeah.
I give you my word that I'm going to try like heck to be a good radio partner. I'm not going to promise you that I'm going to be the partner you want. I'm not going to promise you that I'm going to be great every day. We know that. I've already broken that promise multiple times.
And that's
today.
I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at as far as the expectation, or it's, it does. It feels like a lot of fans feel jilted. And I'm just like you can, again, be mad. I don't think that I don't want to hear that this roster's ready. I don't want to hear it. No, it's not. It's not. But I don't feel like somebody you know what I mean? Like I'm not asking for a refund. I didn't spend anything yet, but you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, but I also
can I real quick, remember the whole, for those of you who were listening to the crossover, remember the whole my son's gift was late and didn't come for the birthday? I just want to say this out loud because, and it's not about my son or me or anything like that, but and I had people in my life because I was it ended up showing up the day after the birthday, the day after. And I had people in my life because I'm I'm emailing them. I'm like, you did not, you promised me something. There was a line when I bought it that said 2 to 5 days shipping.
Yeah.
I bought it on February 1st. It showed up on February 19th.
That's more than 2 to 5 days.
That's not 2 to 5 days. That's a promise that you didn't keep. But I had a lot of people be like, good luck. I've tried this a bunch of times, and businesses are just going to be like, so sorry, shipping's tough in 2024. I emailed them. I said, we love the product. We're having a great time with it. I'm glad it's been found. However, this did not meet my expectations, and it did not meet my son's birthday party. And I would like to be compensated for that. And I got about a third of the price of the whole thing back.
Nice.
And so I appreciate that company. I'm like, I wasn't asking for a refund.
Yeah.
But meet me halfway. You didn't keep your promise. So good on that company.
Yeah.
They're called Putterball. It's fun. And
I've seen it.
And I appreciate their responsiveness and their action. That's good. That's a promise that wasn't kept. I just think that's different.
It is different.
Yeah.
And I'm currently in a battle. I've taken up a battle for my wife because she got a garment from a company, and I won't name the company.
She knows who to put on them.
Well, and she's exasperated.
This company doesn't
It's an exasperation sensation. It's funny because I'm actually the good cop in this relationship. She plays more of the bad cop, and it hasn't gotten her very far. So I said, let me take up for you. She got a garment sent to her that had a hole in it, and she said, there's a hole in it. and they actually showed a picture of how they sent it. And when they sent it, it had a hole in it because they were blaming the shippers. And so she wants her money back, and she hit a dead end. And so I've taken it up now, and I'm trying to kill him with kindness. I'll let you know how it goes.
That's a good start.
Yeah.
Be ready to pivot.
You know me, Mark.
Pivot?
I will pivot. I will pivot to the... I will go dark side if I need to. But the idea of Farhan, he maybe didn't make a promise, but the notion as a consumer is that they were going big game hunting.
Totally.
And all he's come back with is small game.
Medium game.
Apologies to Jung-Hoo Lee. We don't know what kind of game you are. You got an injured pitcher, and you've got you got a slugger.
Yeah.
Good little hitter.
Yeah.
We'll see if that pans out in a pitcher-friendly ballpark.
No, I mean, yeah.
So it feels like, as a consumer, that he hasn't really done the job that you want him to do.
Absolutely.
The idea of promising big names, I think that's a fool's errand because, Yamamoto, he didn't want to come here. Arson Judge stayed in New York, and all the rest of them. The one guy who did want to come here, you kind of turned your back on because he failed his physical. Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
And after 1 year, I'm going to give that one to Farhan. 1 year in, you get a win for year one because Correa's year was not worth what you were going to pay him.
Although, he's starting to get good in the playoffs, which is what he does.
He did.
It's what he does. Richie in Queens, and Bobby Marks is joining us in 10 minutes. Capologist, NBA. We'll get into the Warriors situation. Klay Thompson. Hey, Richie, you're on with Willie and Dibby. What's up?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
All right. I spoke to you guys about 2 months ago, and you were talking, I think it was you were mentioning as who wants to come here. And you were insisting that people do want to come here after Posey's comments and whatever. And I remember saying, I'll believe it when I see it. I agree. I would have liked to see Chapman. I would like to see Montgomery. I didn't think we were going to get Snell. Bellinger would have been a great fit. I don't know how Bellinger felt about coming here.
Those are all still on the table, Richie. They're all still on the table.
Yeah, and they could still make a move. And, But look, I look at this team, and I always try to look at the positive. They were 81-81 last year, which was amazing with what they had. Have they improved? I think they have a little bit. Soler, I give them a B. The reason I give them a B is because getting Soler kind of he's been a proven winner, MVP in the playoffs. Gives them pop. They haven't had a 30 home run guy since 04. So I think they'll be better. But, this is not the kind of draft or the kind of off season to say, wow, they projected and jumped right into the top of the echelon. But after what happened last year, guys, with Arizona and with Texas, you just want to get to the playoffs. Obviously, Robbie Ray coming back and Cobb, they'll probably come back in July. Maybe those guys will be like, wow, they're on the cusp, and now it's almost like picking up two guys at the trade deadline. But then, I don't want to see Flores every day. I love Flores. It was tremendous, but he can't be our best hitter. Conforto was a definite disappointment. Does he turn around? I think Yaz is going south, guys, at this point. I think physically it's taken its toll on him. And maybe Wade's healthier. So bottom line, I love baseball. I want to look for the positives. I think they'll be competitive. It's going to be really tough to compete with Arizona and the Dodgers in that division. But at least I think they've improved a notch. And they still got room for improvement.
Richie,
always a pleasure, guys.
Yep, to you as well.
Thanks,
Thank you so much. I agree with pretty much everything you said. Have they improved? Yes. Enough? No.
They were 79-83 last year.
Yeah, 79-83.
81-81 the year before.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just whatever. Like perfect records at the end of exactly. Yeah. So
I wouldn't say they improved by a notch. I'd say their offense went a notch up and their pitching went a notch down.
Did it? I mean, the only pitchers that they moved on from, everybody hated. Moved on from DeSclafani and Alex Wood.
But who's the rotation right now?
Well, it's a lot of question marks, but we don't know that they're not good. We don't know that they're good. Yeah, I'm not comfortable with the rotation, but I also can't tell you that Kyle Harrison and Jordan Hicks aren't going to come out and throw fireballs all over the whole league. I have no idea.
Right.
I know Keaton Wynn is already on the shelf for a week, and he's supposed to be the fourth starter, and I'm not comfortable with that.
Your 9-figure acquisition has 0 at-bats, not only in Major League Baseball, but in America. So, I mean, KBO players, I don't know how many how many hitters have come over and really torn it up instantly, and you're paying a guy $113 million. Gigantic question mark to me.
Roll the dice. Roll the dice. No doubt. Connor, San Leandro. Hey, Connor, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. What's up? Just listening to you. And, I'm hearing this debate about whether or not we've technically caught Farhan in a promise. I mean, he did say that he's never been so all in on a free agent as Yoshinobu Yamamoto. So that's literally his best effort, and it failed. That's a high watermark of what he can achieve. I am, in addition to being a diehard 49ers fan and a diehard San Francisco Giants fan, I happen to be a Knicks fan. And if you look at what Leon Rose has done on the other coast to build a real contender, he has been a real executive. He hasn't just bid the same amount as everyone else and then washed his hands of the whole deal. What he's done instead is by hook or by crook. If I need to hire the second to Luka Doncic, and I need to hire his father, bring him in, and then get his son to play for us, after a really incredible offseason run by the Dallas Mavs, then I'm going to do that. We need creative thinkers. And the creative thought that Farhan has brought is dumpster diving. He hasn't brought any creative thought to what he can do to change the perception. And if anything, he's kind of let the cat out of the bag on having everyone argue about whether the Bay Area is actually attracting free agents. He should have been well in front of that 5 years ago. He should have seen where the wind was blowing, so to speak, but also literally, and figure out how we can change this team to make it competitive with what the Dodgers were going to do. He was in that building before he was in ours.
Wow,
and
Connor,
he didn't know what the Dodgers were going to do.
I completely agree with that. This subject has now come up twice, and it never should have come up at all. I don't care how true it is. This was my whole point. There's still people out and about who think I came after Buster Posey. I didn't. He's allowed to have the opinion. He's the one there talking to people.
Right.
So I'm sure he's right.
I came after Buster
My
Posey.
issue was that it went public.
That was the issue.
There's no way to win there. And all you do is make it a national conversation that ends up in Charles Barkley's mouth on TNT.
Exactly.
3 months later. How is this helping you? And then Farhan's over here. Here's the other one. Oh, we finally got Jorge Soler. Well, how'd you do it? Well, I got Wilmer Flores on the Zoom, and he closed. The guy who's going to lose the at-bats is the one who came in and convinced Soler to close the deal. Like, this is really just all PR, people. It's just PR.
Speaking of which, the Panda's back. I mean, it's all PR.
I mean, you look at the three teams, and you can tell who's got the PR rankings. Number one, Golden State Warriors.
Raymond Ritter, best in the business.
And Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr will jump on the air and be like,
Steph Curry, my God.
I messed everything up last night. That was my bad.
Steph, I'll put my reputation on the line and duel that out at the All-Star Weekend against Sabrina Ionescu. Wow.
PR ranking number 2, San Francisco 49ers. Can be clunky. Kyle's arrogant, thinks he's right. Sometimes he'll tell you, but they're really good. They haven't won rings.
Jed York with a nice comeback as an owner, too. He's figured it out, PR-wise.
PR ranking number 3, Giants. What are you doing?
I think the Quakes and the Bay Area Panthers both are ahead of the Giants.
Giants are terrified of the A's leaving because they've got them beat in PR, but that's about it.
Quakes' 50-year anniversary season just about to start, Mark. Don't sleep on it.
We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Where are you on Klay Thompson? And what is it the Warriors can and potentially would do in the second half of this season to make you think that major changes should not be afoot? We get into all of that with, for our money, the best capologist in the NBA. And that's Bobby Marks of ESPN, who joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Bobby Marks is standing by. Can't wait to talk to him. Willard and Dibbs, glad you're with us. But a couple things to pass along that the Lakers just announced. Number one, LeBron James is out tomorrow night. We knew he was questionable with the ankle. He played in the All-Star game and everything. But he is out tomorrow night. And the Lakers also announcing that Christian Wood is out approximately 2 weeks with swelling in the left knee. No excuses, Warriors. Got to get the W tomorrow night.
Sometimes those teams without stars are the most dangerous teams that you have to face.
Steve Kerr said that to us right before the Clippers game with no Kawhi. He goes, I hate it. I hate that he's out. But anyway, Lakers will do it without LeBron. Bobby Marks, NBA front office expert, capologist, ESPN, joining us here on the show. We're going to get you kind of some of the Joe Lacob sound from the TK pod as we talk it out with Bobby. Hey, Bobby, thanks for coming on. How are you?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
We're doing fantastic. I tell you what, before we play the Joe Lacob sound for everybody, because he kind of referenced the tax apron, could you give us this? What do you think Klay Thompson is worth on the open market right now, and what makes sense for the Warriors if they get to that conversation?
Probably what makes sense is probably what he was offered, I guess, in an extension, in that probably that $25 to $30 million range. I don't see anything more. He's not a max player at this stage of his career. You look at, so for me, I think it's, anywhere between 25 and 30, probably maybe a little bit north where Draymond came in. But you get concerned as far as multiple years, past two. So for me, it's probably in that $25 million range, because you look at it, it's like, okay, if it's not Golden State, then who is it, right? You go a little bit of a process of elimination as far as teams that have significant cap space, and really the teams that have it, that are playoff teams. He could certainly want to go to a rebuild. Detroit would be one of them, but would be potentially Oklahoma City and potentially a team like Philadelphia.
And if you look at the Warriors situation, then assuming that the Chris Paul $30 million comes off the books and Joe Lacob's desire to reduce payroll, can they really pay Klay Thompson that $25 to $30 million a year amount and still stay under that luxury tax threshold?
It'll be tight. It'll be really tight. You've got about $137 million in guaranteed contracts right now. That doesn't include. Looney's got a partial guarantee there, and the luxury tax 171. You do the math. You add 25, and then you fill out your roster. You'll be probably right at the tax. You will be probably below the apron, which is certainly the goal. But yeah, it's a challenge as far as staying under the tax. I know, I heard, as far as being a repeater tax team, which they are, and you're paying, a significant amount of money and everything, but you're going to have hard decisions. You're going to have hard decisions with, as you said, the Chris Paul contract. You're going to have hard decisions if you have to choose between Wiggins and Klay. You have hard decisions as far as what Klay's number is going to be. Because eventually, next year, Kuminga's, number would come in because he's extension eligible this offseason here. And Steph's extension eligible too. You could add another year onto his contract here. So, yeah, it's doable, but it's going to be extremely tough as far as getting under that 171 number if that's what the goal is.
And Bobby, since you referenced it twice, we want to play for our audience what Joe Lacob did recently say on the TK pod. Here it is.
Can you say you are going to be out of the second apron going into the going into next season? You will not be in the second apron.
I'll go beyond that. I'll tell you that our, plan 1 or 1A is actually we'd like to be out of the tax. And we think we have a way to do that. That kind of is the plan, not just under the second apron. And I'll tell you why that's important. Because the truth is that we need to be out of the tax 2 years out of the next 4 in order, or below the tax line, in order to get this repeater thing off our books. We don't want to be a repeater. It's just so prohibitive. Not to say we wouldn't do it if we had to, but you got to look at what the downside is to doing that. So That's the plan, is to try to do that. And we think we can keep our team together and retain even the players we might be able to bring players back at different numbers and so on. So that's kind of plan A, but there's a plan 1B, I guess, or probably 1A. And 1B is, we could go even further than that. And we could make big changes if we had to. If this team, were to go slide all the way down here and not do well at the end of the year, there's going to be big changes. But if we do really well, we might decide to go the other way. So everything's open. We have to be flexible. I can just tell you that the goal is to not be a lottery team ever. The goal is to be competitive. The goal is to win. And ideally, if it's possible, to win championships or compete for championships.
So here's my question for you, Bobby, especially with the way you referenced it. And Bobby Marks, ESPN, with us. When Joe talks about getting under the apron, in listening to you, you make it sound like it's possible, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily give them any flexibility to improve. Is that accurate? What kind of flexibility would they have?
Yeah, I think there's two different things. He referenced the luxury tax, which is projected to be at 171, and then we have the aprons here, right? So the first apron is like 179, and the second one is going to be at 189. So listen, if you're in the second apron, you better like your roster. You better like your roster, because you won't be able to add outside of guys on the veteran minimum, and it's extremely, extremely challenging to trade for players. It's basically dollar for dollar, and you can't aggregate. What he's referenced as far as with the luxury tax is that this team is a repeater tax team, which means they've been in the tax at least 4 years. Their luxury tax bill is $180 million plus, and then you add salary $200 million. So you're paying $380 for a playing team right now. That's not justifiable. It just really isn't. Unless you just want to continually spend. The hard thing, what Joe's probably looking at too, is that when we get to 2025, so not this offseason, the following, these luxury tax penalties become more significant. Instead of having a $180 million tax penalty, it could be $300 million, or it could be $350 million, because it's more punitive as far as the tax rates are going to be here. But yeah, listen, everything is, as you said, everything's on the table. Where you are right now in the standings, and you're fighting to get in. I think they will. You're looking at the 9-10, and then you got to win 2 to get it to face probably Minnesota or Oklahoma City, and maybe you get a run in you, and things change a little bit here. But the reality probably is that, as he said, you're probably going to have to make some hard decisions, and you probably have a placeholder as far as where you see Clay's numbers going to be, and then as far as, and maybe what you see with Wiggins is going to be, but as you guys you're fully aware, then what's the message it sends to Curry, right? What is the message send to Steph Curry that your final 2 years of your contract here, or maybe it'll be even longer, that it's going to be a little bit of a step back. It's going to be a little bit of a youth movement here, and we're going to rely on Kuminga and Brandon. We'll still have Draymond, and we'll see what happens with what happens with Wiggins, and maybe he can turn into something like that. So everything's doable, but as he said, there's going to be some hard decisions.
Is it at all doable to go big game hunting in terms of some of the bigger names that might be available in the offseason? I don't want to put names to it because then people go crazy, but to add a player who's 45 or 50 million, what would that mean in terms of subtracting from this roster going into next season?
Yeah, what's happening with these rules when we get into the offseason starting in April. So if you're a first or second apron team, if you're one of these teams, not a luxury tax, a first or second apron. So if you've got salary over $78, $79 million, everything is dollar for dollar. So if you want to go out and get, I'm just throwing in Trae Young, for example, right? You want to go out and get Trae Young or Donovan Mitchell, then you got to trade a $40 million player. It's got to match up. There's no more percentages. It's not 125 or 10%. So you've got to match up. You got to find a salary on your roster and to do that. So you can't combine. If you're a second apron team, if you're one of these teams out, high spending, you can't combine Wiggins and Chris Paul to go get a $50 million player. Those days are over here. So that becomes more challenging for where Golden State is with their salaries here to go out, and if that all-star became available, you've got the picks. It's not an issue of the picks or maybe even your younger players. It's just a matter of salaries matching up because of where these rules are right now.
Bobby, if there is a Kuminga extension in the offseason, what does that contract look like?
Probably what you're looking at, probably in Minnesota with Jaden McDaniels. I mean, he got 5 for $131. You're probably looking at $30 million per. I think certainly what his role is going to be moving forward. What his role is right now as a starter, he's only going to get better. As my colleague Brian Windhorst calls it, it's he's not going to get a max, but it's the fun max, right? It's the first contract. It's the first extension here. It's not the second or third contract. It's basically buying stock in something, and hopefully it exceeds the expectations here. But you're probably looking at him in that $30 million range.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Jordan Poole got turned into Chris Paul, and he's making 30 this year, and next year I know is not fully guaranteed. Is there any way that the Warriors can turn Chris Paul's salary spot into something in the open market in the offseason?
You can. It's just a matter of how much salary do you want to bring back. The challenge becomes is that because Chris's contract is non-guaranteed, you're not trading a $30 million player unless you guarantee some of that money. So if you want to go out and get a $30 million player, you have to basically guarantee, basically all of it here. So it's basically what Phoenix went through. Phoenix went through last year when they traded him to the Wizards in the Beal deal, and they had to guarantee the contract here. So yeah, I mean, you could definitely flip that again. It's just a matter of how much more salary are you willing to take back.
Bobby Marks, ESPN, NBA capologist, front office talker, joining us here. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Bobby, what about the? Can we go back to Clay for a second?
Sure.
25 to 30 million. There's another team out there that would offer him that.
It's hard for me to see it, unless it's like, Orlando, who, maybe, feels, they need shooting down there and are willing to come in and maybe give you a 1-year, $30 million deal, something like that. It's hard for me to see a team going out and committing 3 years, $75 million for Klay Thompson. It really is. And he's been up and down. We all know what's going on coming off the bench. He was great in Utah before the All-Star break here. But as the salaries are these days, you basically have two max guys, and then your next guy is in that $20 to $25 million range. I mean, it's basically trying to do a puzzle, and that's kind of where he would fit in.
Yeah. So, but if another team wouldn't offer it to him, then why would the Warriors have to pay him that?
Yeah, I mean it's a good point. I mean, you don't have to do anything. You can maybe let him go out and let the market dictate it. He's not a restricted free agent. You don't have the right to match anything. You can certainly put something on the table before June 30th as far as an extension here, or you can let him go out and shop. And the one thing you don't want him to do is leave. It leaves for nothing. It all it does is it ensures you basically that you'll be under the luxury tax.
When you look at the Andrew Wiggins contract now, a year or two after the Warriors signed him to that extension, what does the league think of him as a player, and how valuable does he become based on his relative amount on the salary cap?
Yeah, I mean, the guys, as I said, the guys in that 20, and he's a little bit north of that, the guys in that $20 million range are value. I know he's been up and down. He has played better. He's got 3 for 85 left after this year. If you ever had to dump him, you definitely could. I think where Golden State caught a break, and I was talking to a couple of teams about it, the Jordan Poole contract, which I thought at the time was a good value deal. You get a lot of teams talking as one of the worst contracts in the NBA right now, based on his production in Washington. So you caught a break there as far as flipping that, because if you had been stuck with that, then you would be heading to purgatory as far as from a cap standpoint.
Bobby, your understanding of this whole picture, and then add in your basketball acumen. I want to throw a phrase at you, and you tell me what it means to you, because we say this and hear it in the Bay Area all the time. Maximizing the remainder of Steph Curry's career.
Yeah.
What does that mean to you? What does that look like for the Warriors?
I mean, what it means is that you have to keep the checkbook open. I mean, that's and it's kind of similar to what's going to happen in LA with LeBron. You know, the reality is that you might just be at a point where maybe you're not good enough compared to some of these Western Conference teams here. And this is kind of who you are, in that you're hoping that the young kids take a big step here. But, you know, as far as maximizing, you know, can you pull another rabbit out of the hat from a couple of years ago when you won a championship? I mean, that's probably that's what you probably, you know, do you have another run in with this group if you do re-sign Clay and your two young players take a huge step here and you get Wiggins back from 2 years ago. So, yeah, I mean, what you want to do, yeah, you're trying to after this year, he's got 2 years left. He's still playing at a high level. You're trying to do everything. And it's going to be interesting here is if you start cutting corners from a salary standpoint to devalue the product on the roster, what does that send to your best player?
Yeah, it's a message that fans don't want to see sent. You mentioned LeBron James, and he's got a player option for next year. What do you think the chances are of him taking his talents, maybe not to South Beach, but elsewhere, in hopes of maybe uniting with his son who comes out early?
It's going to be fascinating. You know, I mean, yeah, his son is, would be draft eligible if he declares, would a team, if a team was like Philadelphia, for example, if they're picking in the 20s, would they pick him thinking they have a chance of getting LeBron? He's got a $51 million player option. I think if LeBron ever raised his hand and said, I want out and I want to go somewhere else, whether it be in a trade or, going into free agency to go play with his son, I think that would certainly be on the table here. But, as you guys have seen, you'll see them tomorrow night, they're no closer to a championship. And they played better, but they're nowhere near where Denver is and some of these younger teams. And that's the beauty of the Western Conference, is that all you have to do is get into the playoffs, because you're going to get probably Minnesota or OKC, teams that have not been there before. You get if you're Golden State, you get OKC in round one. I'd like your chances there.
Any chance LeBron ends up on the Warriors next year, Bobby?
It was a fun story, and I think, there's certainly merit to it. And I think, when you go through the trade deadline and he's tweeting out emojis of hourglasses, you definitely have to put the call in there. I just don't listen. If you wanted to come there for the veteran minimum, I mean, you can do that. If he wants to play with, a sign and trade would be extremely challenging. Him opting into his contract. Who knows? I would say it's probably, you never say never in this league, but I would say unlikely.
Bobby, great stuff, man. We love the info, the perspective. Thank you so much for hopping on.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Bobby Marks, ESPN.
Yeah, it's a good follow-up to the idea, because we all want to dream, but those are the two scenarios. LeBron plays for the veteran minimum, and Bobby kind of cracked himself up as he was saying that and how unlikely, and then a sign and trade. And as he mentioned, when you're up where they are in the second apron, it has to be dollar for dollar. You don't get that 125% salary buffer, so to speak. So it'd be a $51 million worth of player going out, which would mean you sign Clay to 25, and then you throw in Wiggins, and then you throw in Kuminga, all to get LeBron for 1 year.
Yeah.
I mean, even Joe Lacob, who likes to throw those dice, I don't think he'd want to throw those dice.
Okay, let me throw a little rat-a-tat-tat at you. Okay. Some things that I heard Bobby say that we should bat around for a second. Jonathan Kuminga, approximately 5 years, $131 million.
Yeah.
You in?
I'm in. And this feels different than the Jordan Poole deal, which wasn't quite that high. But when they gave Poole that money, it felt like, okay, Jordan, now go out and have another year where you average 20 a night and really develop into a guy. Now, you're not ever going to find the next Steph, but can Jordan Poole be a 20-point-a-night guy? Okay, Jordan, go do it. And as we know, he got punched. He didn't develop, and now it's seen as one of the worst contracts in the association.
That was the next thing I was going to throw out to you.
I didn't mean to skip ahead on the rat-a-tat-tat.
Jordan Poole, this is, again, thought of around the league as one of the worst contracts in the league. I mean, I'm no capologist,
right?
But yeah. I mean, look at the number, and forget social media and the funny clips you see of Jordan Poole.
Yeah,
and instead go to the efficiency rankings of players and their DVOA and their output and all of that. Jordan Poole is one of, and I know it's hard for people. So, Bob, he's averaging 17 a game. He's one of the worst players in the league.
Right.
No Jordan Poole.
Yeah, he's been bottom 10 all year.
One of the worst players per minute in the league.
No doubt. No doubt. And we've talked about it all season. Yeah. And, points per game, he's up there. Jordan Poole is...
What's he averaging now?
Let me see if I can find him. He's averaging 15.6.
Is it down to that? Oh, my God.
He's 72nd in the association in points per game.
Hop online if you were one of those people that was like, he's going to average 28 a game in Washington.
Effective field goal percentage.
Jeez.
Effective field goal percentage of the players who qualify, there are 143 of them. His rank, 143. He is last in the association in effective field goal percentage at 46.9%.
Good Lord, look at these numbers.
They're bad, Mark. They're bad. So just raw field goal percentage, he's shooting 48%, which is ahead of only 8 guys in the association, including Trae Young, by the way. Yikes.
Well, and Trae Young, there's another. Like, you can start to see these players. They start to show themselves a number of years into their career, and it doesn't mean they're bad players, and I'm not here to be a hater or anything like that. Like, I've used Steve Francis as an example of this in the past.
Ooh.
I think there are others. There are others, plenty of them.
Many others.
There's a lot of them in the league. They're very, very talented. They are offensively stunning sometimes, but they don't guard anyone, and they don't really understand, in my opinion, the intricacies of how to approach offensive and team basketball. And the net result of it is somebody who can do things statistically in the league, but not lead a winner.
Right.
And I firmly believe that about Trae Young. That is never going to be a 1 or a 2 on a team that ends up in the Final Four. Never.
And is your game such to where you can be a 2 or a 3 based on the way you play? And I think about Russell Westbrook, and that's why every time I say, the Clippers this year, well, he's now their 4. So he can be, like, Russ doesn't have to do what Russ used to do, and his game has changed a little bit. And the other one,
it's had to.
Also a Clipper, is James Harden, where, he's a much better player than these guys we mentioned.
Well, he's the system.
He is, but he's such a volume scorer, and the way he's always gone about it as a team's number 1, he's never been good enough to be your 1 and be a winner, but now he's a 3 on that team.
Although at least James Harden, his Rockets, Harden.
Thank you.
They got close. They should have beat the Warriors.
And his Thunder got close when he was the 6th man.
Although, he wasn't the 1 or the 2.
He was the 3.
He was the 3. Nobody going anywhere on that team without Kevin Durant.
Jordan Poole's contracts this year, 27.4. Then it goes to 29.7, 31.8, 34 flat.
Good Lord.
It was a 4-year, $128 million deal. So Kuminga wouldn't even get Jordan Poole money. He would be getting 5 and 131, according to Bobby Marks, which...
Well, and he was just comparing it to Jaden McDaniels.
Correct.
And so he said something along those lines. We don't know exactly what it would be.
Right. But if you
frame of reference, and I know we do this every offseason in the NBA. You're going to pay what for who? Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, how many of you have ever watched Jaden McDaniels play basketball? 5 years, $131 million. You're probably like, I don't even really know who that is.
Yeah.
So that's the NBA.
He's averaging 10.7 a night.
When Bobby Marks says Klay Thompson $25 million a year, every one of you is like, no, we're not doing that. Well, but someone might.
Right.
Orlando might. Philly might. They might.
Well, and that's when I asked him if the Warriors, how does that look for the Warriors if they did sign Klay at that level? And, they could squeeze him in at 25. Now, if you sign Klay for 25, Chris Paul comes off. Kevon's not guaranteed, which... that's another one. It's only a partial guarantee, so you hate to think about it, but, this might be it for Kevon Looney as a Warrior.
Yeah, it could be.
If you look at the way the league goes, and Steve Kerr actually said it to us when he came on about a month and a half ago, the way Kevon plays doesn't really fit with today's NBA.
Well, certainly not the way that the Warriors specifically had evolved either.
Right.
Which is that a lot of their starters suddenly weren't their starters anymore.
And it's a faster game, and Kevon is not an explosive offensive or defensive player.
Like Kevon Looney next to Steph, Clay, Dre, and Andrew Wiggins at their height of their powers, that worked. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, no, Wiggins isn't playing well anymore.
Right.
And Klay Thompson isn't a starter anymore. And Draymond's not in the league anymore for a little while. And all of a sudden it just cratered. It cratered completely. I totally get it. All right. This has been undersold, I've decided.
And over-delivered? Just
no.
undersold.
Undersold and under-delivered.
I love it.
Let's deliver a little more.
Sell it to me.
Well, we just played it. I'd like to play it again, and I'd like for each of you to lean in a little closer to your smart speakers or turn your AirPods up or go to YouTube and see something that was a very unsettling, which was an extreme close-up of Dan Dibley.
My bad eye, too.
That was very funny.
Okay.
Did you hear when we just played that Joe Lacob clip to Bobby Marks? Did you all just, oh, yeah, there's Joe talking to TK, and yeah, he wants to save some money. Did you hear what he said? Did you hear the whole thing?
I did, but I'm sensing you want me to hear it again, and I'll lean in again if you want.
I want you to lean in, all of you.
The audience wants me to lean back, apparently.
I lean back.
Please.
I lean back.
Shout out Fat Joe.
I lean back. Listen, I want you to pull your cars over. I want you to tell your kids in the back, shut up.
I want you to tell your dog, quiet. Quiet, you.
Hey, shut up, dog. All right.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
Yeah, cut it out.
Thank you.
Listen to what Joe Lacob just said to you, Warrior fans.
I think you're building it up too much now.
I'm not. This is a moment. Listen to the whole minute 20.
We're going to listen.
All right. TK show.
Can you say you were going to be out of the second apron going into the off, going into next season? You will not be in the second
I'll
apron.
go beyond that. I'll tell you that our, plan 1 or 1A is actually we'd like to be out of the tax. And we think we have a way to do that. That kind of is the plan, not just under the second apron. And I'll tell you why that's important. Because the truth is that we need to be out of the tax 2 years out of the next 4 in order, or below the tax line, in order to get this repeater thing off our books. We don't want to be a repeater. It's just so prohibitive. Not to say we wouldn't do it if we had to, but you got to look at what the downside is to doing that. So that's the plan, is to try to do that. And we think we can keep our team together and retain even the players we might be able to bring players back at different numbers and so on. So that's kind of plan A, but there's a plan 1B, I guess, or probably 1A. And 1B is, we could go even further than that. And we could make big changes if we had to. If this team, were to go slide all the way down here and not do well at the end of the year, there's going to be big changes. But if we do really well, we might decide to go the other way. So everything's open. We have to be flexible. I can just tell you that the goal is to not be a lottery team ever. The goal is to be competitive. The goal is to win. And ideally, if it's possible, to win championships or compete for championships.
Did you hear the last 15 seconds of that comment?
He says they could also go the other way.
He says that the goal is to not be a lottery team.
Ever.
The goal is to compete and win. And, if it's possible, everything just kind of falls in place. Maybe compete for a championship.
Yeah.
Okay. I have never in my entire life as a Warrior fan heard Joe Lacob talk like that. That's the man who sat at Bob Myers' press conference and said, our job is to figure it out and be amazing every year. Every year, be amazing. Joe Lacob started and I don't blame him. I understand where they're at. But TK goes, you want to get out of the second apron? He says, we're not getting out of the second apron. We want to get out of the first apron.
Out of the tax.
We want to get out of the whole damn thing. And that's plan A. All about money. He didn't say anything about Steph. He didn't say anything about winning. Next thing he says is, by the way, could go even further. Some of you, I think, translated that to mean like, oh, they might play further. No. They might go even further financially down if we crater and don't play well. But if we play well, it could go the other way and we could keep people together. And the goal is to not be in the lottery.
Yeah.
The goal is to compete.
Ever in the lottery.
And then something crazy happens, then maybe, I don't know, like compete for a championship.
He's keeping it real.
Listen, my eyes are completely wide open and have been the whole time, but I have never, and neither have you, heard Joe Lacob talk like this because he's never talked like this before.
Right.
He just gave you his priority list. Priority 1, stop spending so much money. That's priority 1. Priority 2, don't be a lottery team. Priority 3, compete. Priority 4, win. Priority 5, championship. Listen, I'm sorry. I get that he's just talking to TK. I understand the situation. People are aging, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. And Bobby Marks was just on our air talking about the lack of flexibility, but they're lucky it's not even worse because of Jordan Poole. I understand all of it. I'm not saying that there is this way out. Certainly not quickly. But I've never heard Joe Lacob talk like that.
I appreciate the honesty and the frankness.
So do I.
Because if I were in his shoes and I was spending $380 million for a 10 seed, I would give the exact same answer. He's done everything financially to give this team a chance to win, including this year, where you traded Jordan Poole and you brought back Chris Paul and you're paying everybody and you're spending $380 million, as Bobby Marks said to us at the top of the hour, for a 10 seed. And you may move up and you may get in the playoffs, and Bobby's right about the West. There's some vulnerability with the inexperienced teams at the top. The Warriors could go on a run, and maybe that changes Joe's tune because he is the number one Warriors fan in the world. Forget the fact that he's the owner. He's courtside. He's pumping the fist. He wants this more than probably all of us. But when he lays it out so frankly, I give him credit for that level of honesty, because that's the way that they're going to do this. If they wind up as a 10 seed, you are going to make drastic changes because we're not doing $400 million, Mark, as he famously said, and you're not doing $400 million for a 10 seed. And you've got 4 chips, and yeah, you're going to do everything you can to put a winner around Steph Curry. But the thing about we're not going to be a lottery team ever, that struck me. That tells me that they're not just going to blow the whole thing up. No. And they're also not going to be a lottery team in 5 years when all this ends.
Right, but I'd also argue that as a soundbite, that's not a goal that fans want to hear. Like Warrior basketball, we won't be in the lottery.
Right.
Huh?
Well, the slogan used to be Warriors basketball, see you in Secaucus.
Well, yeah, Warrior basketball, we suck. Yeah, I get it.
Warriors basketball, come on, ping pong balls. Because that's all we had was the lottery.
I want to be very clear. You're not wrong. I don't blame Joe Lacob one bit. It's not his fault that people have turned 35. It's not his fault. Like, there's nothing you can do about that. And I appreciate honesty always as well. However, there is one fair question to ask as a follow-up there. How do you think Steph Curry felt listening to that?
I think Steph knows exactly what's going on. And
I don't. I think he knows what's going on. I don't think he accepts it.
Well, I think that he accepts it because he understands. And I think he accepts the fact that Joe Lacob is spending $380 million this year and they're a 10 seed.
Yep.
So he doesn't owe Steph Curry a damn thing.
No, he doesn't. It's not about owing it to him. But if I'm Steph Curry, I have to think about my business and the end of my career.
Right.
And it very much sounds to me like Joe Lacob is saying out loud, the goal for us is to now be a little bit smarter about this because we're not a championship contender anymore. And so why are we going to blow a bunch of money, as you just said, on a 10 seed? And if I'm Steph Curry and people are dancing around on Twitter about LeBron and Giannis, I don't want to hear that. You're telling me, Joe, that the plan A for the remainder of my career is you want to stop spending tax money?
See, it's not the remainder of his career.
It is.
He's talking about the next year because then you avoid being a repeater.
I get it.
That to me is, if I'm Joe Lacob, that's job one.
Okay, but what are they flexible to even do after that?
Well, after you get out of the repeater, then you can get back into the tax if you want.
You can. However, this is still a soft cap league. You can't just go, okay, now we're just going to sign somebody for $60 million a year.
Right.
And who the hell's available? And another year of Steph's career at this point is quite a large thing. He said last week he thinks about retirement every day.
Yep. He signed for 2 more years after this one.
So
he's making 55.7 and 59.6. So over the next 2 years, you're going to be up against it no matter what you do, because you have one guy making about a fourth or even a little bit more of your cap.
Look, maybe Steph gets it. Maybe Steph's cool with it. Yep. We had our run, we had our fun. But if that guy still has designs on another ring before his career is over, I'm sorry. I don't think that was a wonderful quote. If I were Steph and that were my goal, I don't think that I want to hear that. Job 1, save money. Job 2, don't suck. Like how many, how far down the list before, like, what happened to maximize the remainder of Steph Curry's career? What happened to that?
Well, they're trying to, but to expect him to continue to dance with the luxury tax and in the second apron, if you continue to be a repeater, you lose draft picks under the new penalty structure. I believe it's 2029. You would lose your first round pick. So now Steph is going to be 40 or 41 if he decides to play that long, and he's going to retire. And well, you don't have a first round pick because you kept shoveling bad money after good as a 10 seed, and Joe Lacob's spending $380 million a year to watch his team in the play-in tournament.
Oh, I'm not calling him crazy.
I know you're not.
I'm not saying a word about Joe Lacob.
The idea of him verbalizing it, I think, is not. I don't know if fans get offended by that.
I don't think that they do. I think it'd be pretty hard to get offended by anything Joe Lacob does financially after what he's done for the last decade. I'm simply saying that if my name were Steph Curry, I'd be like, okay, good to know.
And I think that this is all cast in the light of urgency about these final 29 games. And Joe Lacob even said it in that answer, depending on how things go here, if they do end up the year on a 20-9 run and they snag a 7 seed and they get in the playoffs and they make a little run and they make some noise, well, now Joe Lacob might be motivated to stay not in the second apron. Maybe he's in the first apron. And maybe you decide to quote, run it back in some ways.
Boy, based on the conversations that you and I have with Warrior fans every day, I don't even know if people want that. Y'all want the Warriors to go on a little run here in the second half to the 8 seed and then come out of the play-in tournament and lose to the Thunder in 5 games or 6 games and then have people go, oh, okay, let's keep them all together. Like that, is that what you want? That's not what we hear every day.
Of course not.
I mean, even the chat right now is sitting here, no, it's time like reboot, Kuminga, build around this, build around that, Podziemski. All right. Like, again, if my name's Steph Curry, I'm not real into that. A lot of you are sitting here going, well, this is very normal, Mark. This is an owner who called Jeannie Buss 2 weeks ago about LeBron James. 2 weeks ago.
Right.
He's on the phone with Jeannie Buss about LeBron James, and now you're making it sound normal that he's like, yeah, I mean, like it'd be great to win another title, but probably not. And acting like that won't land with Steph a certain way. It would if I were him.
Well, you get to the offseason, and if you do flame out in the play-in or in the first round of the playoffs, however that ends, and you're looking at drastic changes, you can make drastic changes, and one of them might include getting LeBron James to come to Golden State. Whether or not that's enough to win a title, if LeBron opts out, or you get him into some sort of a sign and trade, you get Chris Paul off the books, you'd move on from Andrew Wiggins, and you find a team that is willing to pay his. It's 26, 28, and then there's a player option for Wiggins for $30 million in the third year. It's not a lot.
The LeBron thing does not feel realistic. It doesn't, it's fun. It's like,
no, but if you're Joe Lacob and you're looking to make drastic changes, I'm sure you're going to call, you're going to back channel it through Draymond.
But the way you're saying it, and maybe you're right, is that the drastic changes sound like moves to be made for right now. And I think that could go completely in the opposite direction as well. If this doesn't go well over the second half of the season, I don't think it's that, let's bring in someone like LeBron. No, it's more like buy Chris, buy Clay, and then find ways with even other people, potentially a Wiggins, a Looney, to get even younger. And all I'm asking,
I don't know if he'll go that route, because that tells me that sends you to the lottery.
I think the Warriors would love to get younger. That doesn't mean young, but younger. I think it'd be ridiculous to not think that way when you look at the roster right now.
Hard to not get younger when you have Chris Paul, a 39-year-old Chris Paul, and if Clay moves on at 34, you're going to get younger anyway. I don't think that they're going to end up getting like a lot younger, and you don't have your first-round pick next year unless you do land in the lottery. It's only top 4 protected, so you're losing that pick. So the only way that you can, quote, get better would be, getting rid of some salary and, bringing in a veteran or finding some young players.
I don't disagree with a word you're saying.
They're a little screwed in terms of trying to, quote, get better.
And my question is like, we're all running around going, well, Steph's going to finish his career with the Warriors. Well, there's someone who has some say in that we haven't really brought up yet. His name's Steph.
Right.
I don't know how this would land with him. Option A is to spend less money. And, gosh, if everything landed perfectly, maybe we could compete at a high level.
That will be interesting because
I don't know what he wants.
Steph will be 38 when the contract is up. He'll turn 36 here in about 2 weeks. And I think it's March 10th or March 11th is Steph's birthday. He'll be 36. When the contract's up, he'll be 38. And when you think about that, just when you say 38-year-old Steph Curry, you think, wow, he's going to be close to the end. But then you look at Steph this year and you think, 38-year-old Steph, he's probably still going to be a top 20 player in the association.
He might be, but you're also thinking about it in terms of like, what would he do when the contract ends? Never forget, this is an NBA star. He can move any day, anytime,
of course,
whenever he says so. So if we get to the end of this year and all of a sudden it's like we're letting Clay walk, Chris is out, and it's major change time, we're rebooting this thing, we're trading Wiggins. I mean, is it impossible that Steph's got some sort of something to say about all of this in a negative way? Like
Steph's going to demand a trade?
I don't know. Are we? And
that
again,
to me seems more.
It seems absurd.
More absurd than LeBron coming to the Warriors.
But is it not equally absurd to think that Steph is just going to quietly be like, yeah, we could just be like kind of okay for the last 2 years of my career, and then I'll leave?
I think that he would put faith in Dunleavy and Lacob and the power structure to not just go gently into that good night, but to try to put talent around him. And maybe if you get through another year of mediocrity and it looks like they're heading down that road of youth and rebuilding, then maybe he might make a back channel move. I can't see him doing that after this year.
No, I can't. I've never been able to even think about that.
I don't even want to talk about it.
I'm not thinking about it now.
Kind of mad at you right now.
Well, no, but like, can we process what we're saying and then like also run it through Steph? I don't think he would like that. I'm not saying he would demand anything. I'm sure he would like to never wear a different uniform. I'm sure of that. But I don't think that this sounds fun for him. I don't think this sounds like a good setup for him, the scenarios that we're talking about right now. I mean, it puts a lot of urgency on these remaining 29 games.
It does.
But not the kind of urgency that we're used to.
Right.
I don't think that it's, in my mind, it's not realistic to sit here right now, and I hate that word, but it's not, to sit here and think about somebody that's in the 10 seed with 29 games to go. Like, okay, can they put a run together and win a championship? Like, come on. What are we actually talking about here? This is a completely different kind of urgency. The Warriors have turned into a reality TV show, and people are about to get voted off the island.
Yeah, and it feels like that person who would get voted off would be Klay Thompson.
Klay Thompson.
Yeah, and you also have to think about last year where the Miami Heat were an 8 seed, 44-38, and they went out and went on a nice little run, and they were able to make it all the way to the NBA Finals. So it is possible. Warriors is a 10 seed. In this current structure in the Western Conference, it feels more plausible than it would if there was a couple of really powerful teams at the top. I know Denver and Phoenix are daunting, but the two teams at the top have very little experience. So I'm not saying I'm putting my my money on the line for the Warriors to make it to the NBA Finals, but there is a scenario where it could happen. It's more likely that they're a play-in team and they're a first round out, either in the play-in or in the playoffs. And if that's the case, then we're faced with what you're talking about.
Yeah, the whole thing that I think is also interesting is I think when we're in the moment with certain players, we prioritize this idea of them never wearing another uniform, and we do get a little overly emotional about it. And I'm not quite talking about Steph because he is very, very, very special, and so I do think that that's different. But let's entertain this idea of Klay Thompson, which, by the way, if you even just went out, like it's an election year, if we did an election and everybody got your absentee ballot and there was only one question on the ballot, do you want Klay Thompson on this team next year or not? I don't know who would win the election. Like Warrior fans right now, and maybe this is our echo chamber, but there is a very healthy amount of I'm done with Klay. And I know that moves and evolves. If we had done this 6 weeks ago, everybody was done with Draymond. Now you're not done with Draymond anymore because he's behaving and playing well. But the Klay Thompson thing, the idea of these guys wearing a different uniform at some point, there's not really a whole lot of evidence. If what you're worried about is that in retirement, these players will not identify as Golden State Warriors and have that relationship, that forever relationship with the fans that you really want, it's okay. You can go play for Orlando for a year or two.
Klay?
Sure.
Not Steph.
How's Jerry Rice's relationship with 49er fans?
It's all right.
It's only all right?
It'd be better if he wasn't a Raider.
I don't agree with that.
I was just joking.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Guy's still running routes
with
at
the chains,
Levi's every single game. You know what I mean? Like that
Ronnie Lott was a Jet.
Ronnie Lott was and a Raider.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And I won't use Joe Montana as an example.
Jerry was a Bronco.
Yes, he was. And a Seahawk.
And a Seahawk. I always forget about the Seahawks.
Went through that whole division.
We can play this game with everyone except Steph.
I agree.
So if Klay wants to go out and be a Magics, and if he wants to go and then be a Pelicans, and he wants to go do whatever, as soon as his career is over, you're a Warriors. Come back and get on your boat, and you're one of us. Draymond, the same.
Nothing's
Even though we have a love-hate relationship with Draymond,
right?
It's all the same. Steph Curry, I cannot. I mean, I don't know if I could stomach watching him be a Pacer.
No, it's absolutely gut-wrenching. However,
Halliburton right side, now to Steph Curry.
But it wouldn't.
No.
I don't think it would change his retirement relationship with the Golden State Warriors.
It wouldn't, but it would be absolutely gut-wrenching
Totally.
to watch him as a Wizards. There's Jordan Poole, left side, swing it over, Steph Curry. No.
When Boach...
A Pistons.
When Boach retired, even though he wasn't actually retired.
I'm forced out.
I'm leaving. When Boach retired, of all those players that came out of the center field gate, who got the biggest ovation? You remember?
Was it Bumgarner?
No, we don't get to see him.
Was it Timmy?
Yeah. It's Freak.
Oh, and he was a Mariners, right?
He was an Angels.
Oh, that's right.
Right? I don't think he was. Was he a Mariners?
Maybe not.
He was I know he was an Angel. He was an Angels. Tim Lincecum played for the Angels.
Yeah. It's all of this pales in comparison to Steph, but your point is well taken.
But then he comes back and it's all forgotten. You're ours and you'll never not be ours. And that's true for these three guys no matter what.
Well,
you are Warriors.
Joe Montana is on the phone.
Okay.
Because, hey, I don't even know who I have to root for here.
See, okay, yeah, you can ruin it if you want with your words.
You can.
But you can't ruin it by being traded or signing somewhere else.
Bumgarner's an interesting one because when he ever reemerges again, the place will go bananas. Exactly. Even though he was a Diamondback.
Greatest individual baseball performance I've ever seen in my life. Nothing will change it.
Didn't matter that he went on to become a Diamondback.
And he's probably, I mean, like he's kind of a wackadoodle too. Like, what do we know in Madison for? World Series hero.
It's not Rockets.
It's not Rockets and angry locker room behavior. Like, what a weirdo. But
that and being a closet steer roper, right?
Right.
Did I get that right?
What was his damn name on Facebook for the rodeo thing? What was his name?
Remember the fake name?
Oh, yeah.
I never remember. I'll look it up.
It's like Hudson Jenkins or something random. I'll find it. Lucas should know that.
Yeah, nothing's going to change that. I hope people.
Mason Saunders.
There it is.
Thank
Mason
you.
Saunders. Very good.
Grandy had it. Grandy had it first.
The Grandy man.
I beat him to it. And does.
Nothing's ever going to take him away. Nothing is ever going to make Klay Thompson not a Warriors.
You mentioned the urgency of the final 29 games, and it feels more now if the losses come more frequently than the wins, it feels like these 29 might be the last 29 of the big three together. And that's where
that's a
just
possibility.
when you were laying
Big
that out
time.
earlier about the urgency of the 29 games remaining, and I'm thinking about it more and more. It's not about can they go on a run. It's more for me about, is this the end of the big three?
We ought to put together a little thingamabob. Let's have all of our sound people put together a little thingamabob with the theme music from Survivor, but inject in the Warriors, because that's what we're playing. We're playing Warriors Survivor for the next 29 games.
Oh, I thought you were going Destiny's Child.
No,
I'm a survivor.
No, not that.
Do we get to vote people off the team?
Yeah. Yeah, well, no, we don't, but they do. Joe Lacob does. Mike Dunleavy does. Is Jonathan Kuminga get an extension? Is Andrew Wiggins traded? Is Klay Thompson re-signed? Is Chris Paul re-signed or option picked up? On and on and on and on. Like, we're playing, that's these 29 based on what we just played. 29 games of Warriors Survivor is what's about to unfold starting tomorrow night.
That final tribal council would be outstanding. Sorry, Dibs.
No.
Where we get to ask questions.
Right?
Yeah.
To Draymond Green? Huh?
Who's getting their torch blown out first?
It's a great question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah. You want to have an alliance with Draymond Green? You better have an alliance with Draymond Green because he will cut you if you don't.
Man, don't betray him at the Tribal Council.
Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. We'll get you some final thoughts here next on Willard and Dibs.
Safeway, proud to be local, has great deals this week in store. Choose from USDA Choice Boneless Top Sirloin, $4.97 per pound, and Foster Farms Chicken Breast, only $1.97 per pound with digital coupon. Plus Oral Wheat Bread, buy one, get one, member price.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
We're Warriors! Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, this is random, but we did a lot of Brandon Ayuk earlier today. And I saw this tweet from Tyreek Hill earlier today. Check it out.
Thank you.
My boy Waddle is the future. He's better than I was at this point in his career. He meant in my career, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
Let it go. Let Tyreek eat.
And for people in this fan base to want to trade him is ludicrous.
Luda.
And then there was an emoji with
trade him.
Yeah. Some teary eyes. So
it's tough.
Well.
And he's a year behind Brandon Ayuk.
Yep.
In terms of his I want an extension cycle. He's 3 years in and he was a first rounder. So he's got to play one more year before he gets into scrubbing the Dolphins from his timeline and all the rest of it.
But Waddle, I think it's fair based on things that I saw and read this year. Waddle did not love the fact that, great, Tyreek Hill had an unbelievable season. But when you're as good as Jalen Waddle, this is just life, man. It's kind of like what I used to say about Jordan Poole when he was playing behind Steph. It's like, dude, yeah, you want to win. Yeah, you're a team player. But, let me eat. I'm really good. And Jalen Waddle is really good. And it's the fact that they threw the ball to Tyreek Hill 15 times a game. I think there were times where Waddle was like, that's not my favorite part of being here. That's not my favorite. And so I don't know if the trade talk is because as you say, he's a year away from even this really even being a thing.
A year away from tantrum season.
Right, but I don't know how happy or content Jalen Waddle is, but and Tyreek Hill makes, $6 or $7 million more than Deebo Samuel does. But his point is one that I think we need to let resonate in our brains. You get a good player who does that stuff for you. We have been trained by the greatness of Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes to think that great wide receiver play is replaceable. And it's not. It's just not. The idea, I am terrified at the idea of the 49ers being trade Brandon, go get another one in the draft. It's just receivers. Turn and burn. No, thank you.
A dime a dozen.
No, thank you. Give me Brandon Ayuk on the 49ers going forward. The younger one.
Right.
That's going to be a no from me, dog. Thank you.
Yeah. Waddle, 37th in the league in catches. He had 72 catches.
Yep.
Missed 3 games. Got 1,000 yards, though, as a clear number 2 receiver on that team.
Yeah.
And, there'll be receivers this year in the first round. There'll probably be 4 or 5 wide receivers taken at the mocks I've looked at. So there's receivers out there you can draft.
I mean, everybody talks about Marvin Harrison Jr. That's everybody's.
He's top 3.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's everybody's bee's knees at the wide receiver position. It's funny though to me because first he's not going to end up on the 49ers number 1. I don't even know how the hell they would get into that spot in the draft. I have no interest in seeing them try. But Marvin Harrison Jr. is a fantastic prospect. You know what though he's not great at? What the 49ers like in receivers.
Blocking.
And
physicality.
No, playmaking. Like open field, yak, all of that, where the Niners are so good. And the offense is partially based on that. That's not really Marvin's jam. But yeah, there's some good receivers coming out. Guess what? What'd you say? 5 in the first round?
I'm just looking at Daniel Jeremiah's mock.
Okay.
And I'm looking, he's got Harrison at 3. Malik Neighbors goes number 4. You've got Rome Odunze, Washington. Shout out the Pac-12. He goes 9. You go down and I can keep scrolling.
Okay.
About 5.
Okay.
Going to Daniel Jeremiah.
I'll set the over
Brian Thomas Jr.
Perfect. I'll set the over under at 2.5 in terms of how many work out.
Adonai Mitchell out of Texas. We're at 5 right there. Troy Franklin.
There you go.
He goes number 32 to Kansas City.
You know where he went, right?
He went to the Oregon.
Is that the one who was really, really, really tight with Bo Nix?
No.
What receiver was that?
Tez Johnson.
Yeah, there you go.
It's his brother.
Daniel
Yeah,
Jeremiah's got
sort of.
6
Right.
listed. And who came out this year, rookie receivers in the National Football League?
Puka Nakua.
Okay.
Except for he wasn't a first rounder.
Worked out.
But that's my point. Like, you might find the best receiver in the draft in round 4. I don't know. And neither do they, because it's an inexact science. And I got no interest in trying to replace Brandon Ayuk that way, because that's a complete huck it up against the wall and hope.
Rashee Rice, Tank Dell, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers.
All good players.
Yeah.
All good players. Any that didn't work out?
Probably a couple in there.
Yeah.
Probably a couple.
Probably a couple.
Yeah. A bird in the hand is worth more than 2 in the bush when you're dealing with an all-pro receiver who was a big part of you going to the Super Bowl. But I can't help be tempted by what's in the bush. What's in the bush? You trade Ayuk, you get a first and a third, and
you're not getting mad.
Oh, sure you are.
No, you're not.
You're getting a first for sure.
Ugh.
This guy he's an all-pro. He's a top 7 receiver. You telling me there's not a team out there that wouldn't give you a first-round pick for Brandon Ayuk?
I don't know. I am not sure about that at all, especially with what you just detailed. You're telling me that remember now, you're not just, first round pick Brandon Ayuk. Yes, and $26 million a year. Or we could take one of these guys for $5.
Ladd McConkey.
Yeah.
Son of an NFL player.
Son of a what?
Son of an NFL player. His dad was, what's his face, McConkey. He played for the Giants.
Phil.
Was it Phil McConkey? I don't think it was Phil McConkey.
It wasn't? I think it was.
I'm usually wrong on these, so it was, I'll find it.
Yeah, look it up.
I'm leaking oil here at the end of the show.
Well, here, while
Personal
you look that
life.
up.
His father, Benji McConkey, never mind.
That's not an
NFL
NFL
Might have been his
player.
uncle.
Who are you?
His grandfather was Vic McConkey.
I don't think it was the guy you're thinking of was not McConkey. I think it was McConkle or something like that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll leave you with this. Further evidence.
Phil McConkey, yeah.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Phil. See?
Apology.
You thought I was
Nice.
making it funny. It was Phil. Anyway.
You Phil McConkey.
You do it. So we'll leave you with this.
Okay.
The 49ers broke the Eagles more than you even realize. A couple of reports coming out today that the thought in Philadelphia was that the Eagles' season went sideways starting on December 3rd when the Niners embarrassed them. But they didn't just embarrass them. Remember who they took out. Now, the Eagles took out Dre Greenlaw, but the 49ers, they took out Big Dom.
It's a big loss for us.
So the report states that Big Dom getting suspended from the sidelines ended up being really bad for Nick Sirianni because Dom was kind of like his emotional COVID animal. Like, he was the one who was like, Nick, hang tight, whatever. I'm going to help you navigate this whole thing. With Big Dom not there, numerous fights broke out, arguments on the sideline between Sirianni and his players. Furthermore, Jalen Hurts' big contract pulled in numerous directions, both on and off the field, put him under a lot of pressure that he, quote, didn't handle well. So Hurts' contract and Nick Sirianni without Big Dom turned the sideline into a complete bleep show from which the Eagles never recovered.
I told you it was a big loss. Nobody believed me. I had him under control. I left, and he was off the reservation. How many games did we win without me? I ask you.
There was one.
It was just one.
One. It was one.
Just one.
Well, one man is actually going to lead off the best of, and it's our conversation with Bobby Marks. A lot of great Warrior content in there. If you missed it, you're going to want to hear it, and Grandy has that leading things off coming up next on the Best of the Game, which is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Here comes Grandy. Dibs, you want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it again. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shots. All you got.
In order for small businesses to thrive,
of treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day.
Hey, everybody.
On 95.7 The Game.
Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Best of the Game here on 95.7 The Game. It's Mark Randy with you as we recap the day that was on this Wednesday, the 21st of February here on 95.7. Let's begin with the show you just heard. Willard and Dibbs had on a couple of really fun guests, TJ Houshmandzadeh, but we will first hear from the second guest, Bobby Marks, ESPN's NBA front office insider. He's an expert, perhaps the foremost expert on the NBA salary cap and all of the rules and the changing rules, by the way, for the NBA salary cap. So who better to have on to talk about the flexibility or lack thereof that the Warriors have going into this offseason, the decision that they have to make on Klay Thompson, and everything else that Joe Lacob and company are considering for the Golden State Warriors. A really, really eye-opening conversation with Bobby Marks, and then you'll hear Willard and Dibbs react after the fact as well. Let's get right to it. Again, it's ESPN's Bobby Marks on with Willard and Dibbs, talking about the future, the offseason ahead, full of important decisions that have to be made by the Golden State Warriors. Here is Bobby Marks on with Willard and Dibbs.
Before we play the Joe Lacob sound for everybody, because he kind of referenced the tax apron, could you give us this? What do you think Klay Thompson is worth on the open market right now, and what makes sense for the Warriors if they get to that conversation?
Probably what makes sense is probably what he was offered, I guess, in an extension, in that probably that $25 to $30 million range. I don't see anything more. He's not a max player at this stage of his career. You look at, so for me, I think it's, anywhere between 25 and 30, probably maybe a little bit north where Draymond came in, but you get concerned as far as multiple years, past two. So for me, it's probably in that $25 million range, because you look at it, it's like, okay, if it's not Golden State, then who is it, right? You go a little bit of a process of elimination as far as teams that have significant cap space, and really the teams that have it, that are playoff teams. He could certainly want to go to a rebuild. Detroit would be one of them, but would be potentially Oklahoma City and potentially a team like Philadelphia.
And if you look at the Warriors situation, then assuming that the Chris Paul $30 million comes off the books and Joe Lacob's desire to reduce payroll, can they really pay Klay Thompson that $25 to $30 million a year amount and still stay under that luxury tax threshold?
It'll be tight. It'll be really tight. You've got about $137 million in guaranteed contracts right now. That doesn't include. Looney's got a partial guarantee there, and the luxury tax 171. You do the math, you add 25, and then you fill out your roster. You'll be probably right at the tax. You will be probably below the apron, which is certainly the goal. But yeah, it's a challenge as far as staying under the tax. I know, I heard, as far as being a repeater tax team, which they are, and you're paying, a significant amount of money and everything, but you're going to have hard decisions. You're going to have hard decisions with, as you said, the Chris Paul contract. You're going to have hard decisions if you have to choose between Wiggins and Klay. You have hard decisions as far as what Klay's number is going to be. Because eventually, next year, Kuminga's, number would come in because he's extension eligible this offseason here. And Steph's extension eligible too. You could add another year on to his contract here. So, yeah, it's doable, but it's going to be extremely tough as far as getting under that 171 number if that's what the goal is.
And Bobby, since you referenced it twice, we want to play for our audience what Joe Lacob did recently say on the TK pod. Here it is.
Can you say you are going to be out of the second apron going into going into next season? You will not be in the second
I'll
apron?
go beyond that. I'll tell you that our, plan 1 or 1A is actually we'd like to be out of the tax. And we think we have a way to do that. That kind of is the plan, not just under the second apron. And I'll tell you why that's important. Because the truth is that we need to be out of the tax 2 years out of the next 4 in order, or below the tax line, in order to get this repeater thing off our books. We don't want to be a repeater. It's just so prohibitive. Not to say we wouldn't do it if we had to, but you got to look at what the downside is to doing that. So that's the plan, is to try to do that. And we think we can keep our team together and retain even the players we might be able to bring players back at different numbers and so on. So that's kind of plan A, but there's a plan 1B, I guess, or probably 1A. And 1B is, we could go even further than that. And we could make big changes if we had to. If this team, were to go slide all the way down here and not do well at the end of the year, there's going to be big changes. But if we do really well, we might decide to go the other way. So everything's open. We have to be flexible. I can just tell you that the goal is to not be a lottery team ever. The goal is to be competitive. The goal is to win. And ideally, if it's possible, to win championships or compete for championships.
So here's my question for you, Bobby, especially with the way you referenced it. And Bobby Marks, ESPN, with us. When Joe talks about getting under the apron, in listening to you, you make it sound like it's possible, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily give them any flexibility to improve. Is that accurate? What kind of flexibility would they have?
Yeah, I think there's two different things. He referenced the luxury tax, which is projected to be at 171, and then we have the aprons here, right? So the first apron is like 179, and the second one is going to be at 189. So listen, if you're in the second apron, you better like your roster. You better like your roster, because you won't be able to add outside of guys on the veteran minimum, and it's extremely, extremely challenging to trade for players. It's basically dollar for dollar, and you can't aggregate. What he's referenced as far as with the luxury tax is that this team is a repeater tax team, which means they've been in the tax at least 4 years. Their luxury tax bill is $180 million plus, and then you add salary $200 million, so you're paying $380 for a playing team right now. That's not justifiable. It just really isn't. Unless you just want to continually spend. The hard thing, what Joe's probably looking at too, is that when we get to 2025, so not this offseason, the following, these luxury tax penalties become more significant. Instead of having a $180 million tax penalty, it could be $300 million, or it could be $350 million, because it's more punitive as far as the tax rates are going to be here. But yeah, listen, everything is, as you said, everything's on the table. Where you are right now in the standings, and you're fighting to get in. I think they will. You're looking at the 9-10, and then you got to win 2 to get it to face probably Minnesota or Oklahoma City, and maybe you get a run in you, and things change a little bit here. But the reality probably is that, as he said, you're probably going to have to make some hard decisions, and you probably have a placeholder as far as where you see Clay's numbers going to be, and then as far as, and maybe what you see with Wiggins is going to be, but as you guys you're fully aware, then what's the message it sends to Curry, right? What is the message send to Steph Curry that your final 2 years of your contract here, or maybe it'll be even longer, that it's going to be a little bit of a step back. It's going to be a little bit of a youth movement here, and we're going to rely on Kuminga and Brandon. We'll still have Draymond, and we'll see what happens with what happens with Wiggins, and maybe he can turn into something like that. So everything's doable, but as he said, there's going to be some hard decisions.
Is it at all doable to go big game hunting in terms of some of the bigger names that might be available in the offseason? I don't want to put names to it, because then people go crazy, but to add a player who's 45 or 50 million, what would that mean in terms of subtracting from this roster going into next season?
Yeah, what's happening with these rules when we get into the offseason starting in April? So if you're a first or second apron team, if you're one of these teams, not a luxury tax, a first or second apron. So if you've got salary over $78, $79 million, everything is dollar for dollar. So if you want to go out and get, I'm just throwing in Trae Young, for example, right? You want to go out and get Trae Young or Donovan Mitchell, then you got to trade a $40 million player. It's got to match up. There's no more percentages. It's not 125 or 110%. So you've got to match up. You've got to find a salary on your roster and to do that. So you can't combine, if you're a second apron team, if you're one of these teams out, high spending, you can't combine Wiggins and Chris Paul to go get a $50 million player. Those days are over here. So that becomes more challenging for where Golden State is with their salaries here to go out, and if that all-star became available, you've got the picks. It's not an issue of the picks or maybe even your younger players. It's just a matter of salaries matching up because of where these rules are right now.
Bobby, if there is a Kuminga extension in the offseason, what does that contract look like?
Probably what you're looking at, probably in Minnesota with Jaden McDaniels. I mean, he got 5 for $131. You're probably looking at $30 million per. I think certainly what his role is going to be moving forward. What his role is right now as a starter, he's only going to get better. As my colleague Brian Windhorst calls it, it's he's not going to get a max, but it's the fun max, right? It's the first contract. It's the first extension here. It's not the second or third contract. It's basically buying stock in something, and hopefully it exceeds the expectations here. But you're probably looking at him in that $30 million range.
Jordan Poole got turned into Chris Paul, and he's making 30 this year, and next year I know is not fully guaranteed. Is there any way that the Warriors can turn Chris Paul's salary spot into something in the open market in the offseason?
You can. It's just a matter of how much salary you want to bring back. The challenge becomes is that because Chris's contract is non-guaranteed, you're not trading a $30 million player unless you guarantee some of that money. So if you want to go out and get a $30 million player, you have to basically guarantee, basically all of it here. So it's basically what Phoenix went through. Phoenix went through last year when they traded him to the Wizards in the Beal deal, and they had to guarantee the contract here. So yeah, I mean, you could definitely flip that again. It's just a matter of how much more salary are you willing to take back.
Bobby Marks, ESPN, NBA capologist, front office talker, joining us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Bobby, what about can we go back to Clay for a second?
Sure.
25 to $30 million. There's another team out there that would offer him that?
It's hard for me to see it, unless it's like, Orlando, who, maybe, feels, they need shooting down there and are willing to come in and maybe give you a 1-year, $30 million deal, something like that. It's hard for me to see a team going out and committing 3 years, $75 million for Klay Thompson. It really is. And he's been up and down. We all know what's going on coming off the bench. He was great in Utah before the All-Star break here. But as the salaries are these days, you basically have two max guys, and then your next guy is in that $20 to $25 million range. I mean, they're basically trying to do a puzzle, and that's kind of where he would fit in.
Yeah. So, but if another team wouldn't offer it to him, then why would the Warriors have to pay him that?
Yeah, I mean it's a good point. I mean, you don't have to do anything. You can maybe let him go out and let the market dictate it. He's not a restricted free agent. You don't have the right to match anything. You can certainly put something on the table before June 30th as far as an extension here, or you can let him go out and shop. And the one thing you don't want him to do is leave. He leaves for nothing. It all it does is it ensures you basically that you'll be under the luxury tax.
When you look at the Andrew Wiggins contract now, a year or two after the Warriors signed him to that extension, what does the league think of him as a player, and how valuable does he become based on his relative amount on the salary cap?
Yeah, I mean, the guys, as I said, the guys in that 20, and he's a little bit north of that, the guys in that $20 million range are value. I know he's been up and down. He has played better. He's got 3 for 85 left after this year. If you ever had to dump him, you definitely could. I think where Golden State caught a break, and I was talking to a couple teams about the Jordan Poole contract, which I thought at the time was a good value deal. You get a lot of teams talking as one of the worst contracts in the NBA right now, based on his production in Washington. So you caught a break there as far as flipping that, because if you had been stuck with that, then you would be heading to purgatory as far as from a cap standpoint.
Bobby, your understanding of this whole picture, and then add in your basketball acumen. I want to throw a phrase at you, and you tell me what it means to you, because we say this and hear it in the Bay Area all the time. Maximizing the remainder of Steph Curry's career. What does that mean to you? What does that look like for the Warriors?
I mean, what it means is that you have to keep the checkbook open. I mean, that's and it's kind of similar to what's going to happen in LA with LeBron. The reality is that you might just be at a point where maybe you're not good enough compared to some of these Western Conference teams here. And this is kind of who you are, in that you're hoping that the young kids take a big step here. But as far as maximizing, can you pull another rabbit out of the hat from a couple of years ago when you won a championship? I mean, that's probably where. That's what you probably, do you have another run in with this group if you do re-sign Clay and your two young players take a huge step here and you get Wiggins back from 2 years ago? So, I mean, what you want to do, you're trying to, after this year, he's got 2 years left. He's still playing at a high level. You're trying to do everything. And it's going to be interesting here is if you start cutting corners from a salary standpoint to devalue the product on the roster, what does that send to your best player?
Yeah, it's a message that fans don't want to see sent. You mentioned LeBron James, and he's got a player option for next year. What do you think the chances are of him taking his talents, maybe not to South Beach, but elsewhere, in hopes of maybe uniting with his son who comes out early?
It's going to be fascinating. His son is, would be draft eligible if he declares, what a team, if a team was like Philadelphia, for example, if they're picking in the 20s, would they pick him thinking they have a chance of getting LeBron? He's got a $51 million player option. I think if LeBron ever raised his hand and said, I want out and I want to go somewhere else, whether it be in a trade or, going into free agency to go play with his son, I think that would certainly be on the table here. But, as you guys, and you'll see them tomorrow night, they're no closer to a championship. And they played better, but they're nowhere near where Denver is and some of these younger teams. And that's the beauty of the Western Conference, is that all you have to do is get into the playoffs, because you're going to get probably Minnesota or OKC, teams that have not been there before. You get if you're Golden State, you get OKC in round one. I'd like your chances there.
Any chance LeBron ends up on the Warriors next year, Bobby?
It was a fun story, and I think, there's certainly merit to it. And I think, when you go through the trade deadline and he's tweeting out emojis of hourglasses, you definitely have to put the call in there. I just don't listen. If you wanted to come there for the veteran minimum, I mean, you could do that. If he wants to play with, a sign and trade would be extremely, extremely challenging. Him opting into his contract. Who knows? I would say it's probably, you never say never in this league, but I would say unlikely.
Bobby, great stuff, man. We love the info, the perspective. Thank you so much for hopping on.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Bobby Marks, ESPN.
Yeah, it's a good follow-up to the idea, because we all want to dream, but those are the two scenarios. LeBron plays for the veteran minimum, and Bobby kind of cracked himself up as he was saying that and how unlikely, and then a sign and trade. And as he mentioned, when you're up where they are in the second apron, it has to be dollar for dollar. You don't get that 125% salary buffer, so to speak. So it'd be a $51 million worth of player going out, which would mean you sign Clay to 25, and then you throw in Wiggins, and then you throw in Kuminga, all to get LeBron for 1 year.
Yeah.
I mean, even Joe Lacob, who likes to throw those dice, I don't think he'd want to throw those dice.
Okay, let me throw a little rat-a-tat-tat at you. Okay. Some things that I heard Bobby say that we should bat around for a second. Jonathan Kuminga, approximately 5 years, $131 million.
Yeah.
You in?
I'm in. And this feels different than the Jordan Poole deal, which wasn't quite that high. But when they gave Poole that money, it felt like, okay, Jordan, now go out and have another year where you average 20 a night and really develop into a guy. Now, you're not ever going to find the next Steph, but can Jordan Poole be a 20-point-a-night guy? Okay, Jordan, go do it. And as we know, he got punched he didn't develop, and now it's seen as one of the worst contracts in the association.
That was the next thing I was going to throw at you.
So I didn't mean to skip ahead on the rat-a-tat-tat.
Jordan Poole, this is, again, thought of around the league as one of the worst contracts in the league. I mean, I'm no capologist.
Right.
But yeah. I mean, look at the number and forget social media and the funny clips you see of Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
And instead go to the efficiency rankings of players and their DVOA and their output and all of that. Jordan Poole is one of, and I know it's hard for people. So, Bob, he's averaging 17 a game. He's one of the worst players in the league.
Right.
No Jordan Poole.
Yeah, he's been bottom 10 all year.
One of the worst players per minute in the league.
No doubt. And we've talked about it all season. Yeah. And, points per game, he's up there. Jordan Poole is...
What's he averaging now?
Let me see if I can find him. He's averaging 15.6.
Is it down to that? Oh, my God.
He's 72nd in the association in points per game.
Hop online if you were one of those people that was like, he's going to average 28 a game in Washington.
Effective field goal percentage.
Jeez.
Effective field goal percentage of the players who qualify, there are 143 of them. His rank, 143. He is last in the association in effective field goal percentage at 46.9%.
Good Lord, look at these numbers.
They're bad, Mark. They're bad. So just raw field goal percentage, he's shooting 48%, which is ahead of only 8 guys in the association, including Trae Young, by the way. Yikes.
Well, and Trae Young, there's another. Like, you can start to see these players. They start to show themselves a number of years into their career, and it doesn't mean they're bad players, and I'm not here to be a hater or anything like that. Like, I've used Steve Francis as an example of this in the past.
Ooh.
I think there are others. There are others, plenty of them.
Many others.
There's a lot of them in the league. They're very, very talented. They are offensively stunning sometimes, but they don't guard anyone, and they don't really understand, in my opinion, the intricacies of how to approach offensive and team basketball. And the net result of it is somebody who can do things statistically in the league, but not lead a winner.
Right.
And I firmly believe that about Trae Young. That is never going to be a 1 or a 2 on a team that ends up in the Final Four. Never.
And is your game such to where you can be a 2 or a 3 based on the way you play? And I think about Russell Westbrook, and that's why every time I say, the Clippers this year, well, he's now their 4. So he can be, like, Russ doesn't have to do what Russ used to do, and his game has changed a little bit. And the other one,
it's had to.
Also a Clipper, is James Harden, where, he's a much better player than these guys we mentioned.
Well, he's the system.
He is, but he's such a volume scorer, and the way he's always gone about it as a team's number 1, he's never been good enough to be your 1 and be a winner, but now he's a 3 on that team.
Although at least James Harden, his Rockets, Harden.
Thank you.
They got close. I mean, they should have beat the Warriors.
And his Thunder got close when he was the 6th man.
Although, he wasn't the 1 or the 2.
He was the 3.
He was the 3. Nobody going anywhere on that team without Kevin Durant.
Jordan Poole's contracts this year, 27.4. Then it goes to 29.7, 31.8, 34 flat.
Good Lord.
All right, that's Willard and Dibs from earlier today, along with Bobby Marks, and then the reaction to that conversation right afterward. A really good conversation with ESPN's Bobby Marks. If you missed it, it is available for you on the free Odyssey app, also on the 95.7 The Game YouTube page, youtube.com/957 The Game. All right, time for a break. When we come back, we'll rewind to Steiny and Guru. That's coming up on the other side as Best of the Game continues right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's the 6 o'clock shop this week at Safeway. Choose from USDA Choice boneless top sirloin, $4.97 per pound, and Foster Farms chicken breast, only $1.97 per pound. With digital coupon plus Oral Wheat bread, buy one get one member price. Sincerely, Safeway.
Our world is constantly changing, and every day, Stanford Medicine advances our understanding. Our world-class School of Medicine and adult and children's health systems work together, expanding what we know and sharing what we discover to make breakthroughs both possible and accessible. Stanford Medicine, advancing knowledge, improving lives. StanfordMedicine.org.
My 13-year-old acts like a puppy again. Almost overnight, she's a different dog.
Perfect poops. When people switch their dog's food to the farmer's dog, the effects can seem like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's simply real meat and vegetables with all the nutrients dogs need, instead of highly processed pellets. No tricks, just smarter, healthier pet food delivered in packs portioned for your dog. It's amazing what real food can do. Get 50% off your first order at thefarmersdog.com/no-magic.
Freedom is all about choices, and while there is only one Jeep brand, you have the freedom to choose from an epic lineup of Jeep brand vehicles. Hit the trails with the versatile classic, the Jeep Gladiator, or experience the wild and style with the sophistication and comfort of the Jeep Grand Cherokee or Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xe. Looking for a more immersive experience? Let nature come to you in the open-air Jeep Wrangler or Jeep Wrangler 4xe, America's best-selling plug-in hybrid. Whatever you choose, adventure is just one drive away. Visit Jeep.com for details. Based on 2022 CYQ4 sales, JD Power retail sales data. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Bosch appliances. From refrigerators with their trademark Farm Fresh system that extends food freshness so you can make less trips to the grocery store, or dishwashers with precision wash technology that helps to clean, sanitize, and dry dishes and eliminate up to 99.9% of bacteria. You can see all of the Bosch appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
I'll take plenty of heat as well. We've lost 5 or 6 games that I think we probably should have won, and I could have made better decisions.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
Right?
Steve Kerr's presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, KARS Cars for Kids, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDs. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. Pass it on. From PassItOn.com.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Now, back to the best of the game on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Best of the Game continues here on 95.7 The Game. It's Mark Randy with you until 7 o'clock. We already heard from Bobby Marks on with Willard and Dibbs. Let's keep it on the hardwood, but fast forward, I guess rewind further in the day to Steiny and Guru. The guys welcomed on Monty Poole, Warriors insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. Does a great job covering the Golden State Warriors. And the guys talked to him about everything around this Warriors team as they prepare to enter the second half of the season. What is on the table for the Warriors the rest of the year? What is realistic that they can accomplish? And what questions do they have to answer over the offseason? All that and more. It's Monty Poole from earlier today with Steiny and Guru as Best of the Game continues on 95.7 The Game.
Joe Lacob made some comments this past week, and I want to focus on one thing that stuck out to me, and it was when he said, you know, if this team were to slide all the way down and not do well at the end of the year here, you know there's going to be big changes. So I kind of came out today and said, what I'm hearing from Joe Lacob is we got 29 more games left. I'm giving this team a chance to have a good last 29 games, maybe make some noise in the postseason. But if we don't, all bets are off at that point. Is that essentially what you heard, or did you hear something different?
I didn't hear all bets are off.
Okay.
But I did hear that.
What would big changes be?
Well, you know, they have obviously pretty severe luxury tax payments, and they need to offload what they can. Obviously, Clay and Chris Paul, who this year make up about $74 million. Those guys come off the books next year at the end of the year, or could come off the books. Clay can be an unrestricted free agent. Chris can be basically a free agent also if the Warriors decide to opt out, which is the plan from what I understand. So, but I think what he is saying is, to me at least, that they would probably try and find a way again to get some youth back into the fold. They want to ride Steph as long as they can, and that's why I said not all bets are off, because Steph ain't going nowhere.
Fair.
He's not going anywhere. That's one guy who's not going anywhere. And after all they've been through with Draymond, I think I can say pretty much the same about him. You know, I think Steph and Draymond are going to be together as long as Steph wants it that way, and there's no indication that he does not want it that way. But after that, you got Kuminga, who they love now, and they like him. I say now, because, you know, there were times in the past when they weren't so sure. There were maybe a year ago, even less than that, when there were people who, you know, can he really play at the NBA level and contribute on a regular basis? There was that question. And now I think he's answered that question and saying, yes, he can. Yeah, he still has some things to learn, but the progress he's made, even this season, is remarkable. So they're happy about that for a couple of reasons. One, he looks like he can be a future star. And two, he's not costing them a ton of money right now. So that's a double benefit there for this team. With the big salaries, his salary is like, you know, number 5 or 6 down the list on the team. So, but big changes, you know, I think, you know, they have to decide Steve has to decide whether he wants to come back. All indications are that he does, but at the same time, you know, we'll see how it plays out. I think Steve's also wants to see how this is going to play out. So they're all in the same situation where Steve, Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, Kirk Lacob, they're all kind of looking at this and saying, okay, we got 29 games to go. Let's see how we play them. Now, last year at this time, they were 29-29, and they won 19 of their last 24 games. They moved from 9th place in the West to 6th place. I think the goal this year is try to move from 10th to 6th, which is going to be harder.
Right.
It's going to be harder than it was last year. Not impossible. If they finish like they did last year, maybe they can get somewhere near, 48, 49 wins, which I think is what it's going to take to get to the top 6. But, I think they're still in kind of, okay, we're going to see how this plays out. They signed Lester Quinones off a two-way, going to take him off two-way into a standard NBA contract, which to me indicates that if they do fill the 15th roster spot, they will do it even later, and they can do it another week or two. So, and I'm not sure that they won't. I just think that when they convert Lester, that maybe they're thinking they probably won't, because there's been no indication that they are absolutely committed to guaranteeing to a 15th roster spot. That could change, but I personally think they could still use a big off the bench. Even if it's just for 6, 8, 10 minutes a game in certain games against certain teams, because when you look at the West, everybody above them, all 9 teams above them, all have at least one 7-footer, and Minnesota has 2. So, and Draymond's he's great, but good Lord, I mean, how much can he take of a steady diet of that in the postseason without getting a break and having somebody who can go out there and bump and bang with some of these guys? So we're going to see how it plays out, but I think that's what Joe is basically saying, is that my eyes are on this. Let's see how it plays out, because I do have some concerns.
Look, Monty, I watch you and Bonte every night, and I got to give you credit. You keep it real at every turn throughout this season. And I told Stoney and the listeners, I owe Dre the biggest apology, because while he was out, I was just focused on, I'll call them his shenanigans and suspensions, but I forgot about his impact. Now you see JK take a step. The Warriors are getting more easier baskets than I can remember. And they look alive, and Pods is helping. And now they look like a collective unit. But you just mentioned it. As excited as I am, Monty, about these next 29, that size issue is just... Do you see TJD getting more of an opportunity during this 29 by default? But you're right, man. How do they overcome that?
Well, I mean, their stock answer over the past year plus is that we won a championship in 22 without having a quote unquote big man off the bench. And so, but the league has changed in that time. The league has changed. The Denver team that they beat in 22 is not the Denver team they would play now. When they got him in 22, Jamal Murray wasn't there. He wasn't there yet. Michael Porter Jr. was out, still recovering from back surgery or whatever he was dealing with. KCP wasn't there yet. So all those guys that have joined that team that made become a championship to win a championship last year, they didn't deal with those in the first round of the 2022 playoffs. It's a different Denver team. You go on the list now. Minnesota's becoming. They're a good team, well coached, good defense. And you got Rudy and Cat, you got 2 giants out there at the same time. And so I know Cat's mostly an outside guy, but he's still 6'11", 7 feet. You look at, let's go down the list. Okay, the Clippers, they got size. They got depth. You can look at Oklahoma City. Chet, yeah, he's narrow. he's not heavy, but he's still 7+, And so when you get down there, Dallas has a couple of 7-footers. New Orleans has Valanciunas. He's 7 feet. So I hear that. They're gonna run into this at some point in the playoffs, and you don't want that to be the reason why they don't advance. So that's why I think, even if they did like they did 5 years ago, when they went to Australia and brought back Andrew Bogut. Why? Because they saw they needed someone as a break glass in case of emergency. And Bogut, he didn't play a lot, but he played spot minutes here and there. And it made a difference, not just because it gave Draymond and Luna rest, but it also gives you can use 6 fouls. You got a guy out there who can do some things and give up 6 fouls and guard a big man. If he gets fouls, so be it. He's not going to play big minutes anyway. So I don't think the door is closed on that. But when they sign Lester, when they convert Lester, that means to me at least that they feel like it's less of a pressing issue.
Monty Poole joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. The one thing when we're talking about money and getting under the apron and maybe getting under the luxury tax, we talk a lot about Thompson and Chris Paul and if they walk. Aren't the Warriors going to extend Kuminga this year? Probably.
It could.
What do you think what would that contract look like, you think? Assuming he plays out the rest of this year like he's been playing.
Yeah. To me, here's the thing they have to figure out, okay? When they extended Jordan Poole, they thought, okay, we got a guy who we think is going to be a big part of our team because in 2022, he's a big part of that championship team.
Yep.
Had a great playoffs. So, and now maybe they're a little skittish about doing that again. You know what I mean? That didn't work out so well for them. They were able to trade it, but he didn't become the player they hoped he would be last season. And we all know why. I mean, there were some factors that really shouldn't have come into play, but did. And Jordan did not produce as well as, and certainly not as efficiently as he had before. So I think if you look at JK, you want to pay him you want to give him a contract that's along those lines. But you may be a little bit skittish because of what happened before. So you may want to have incentives. You may want to put certain things in the contract to make sure. I think that's what they're thinking about now. I do believe that he is deserving of an extension, beyond next season, because, he's still locked in for next season. But I think that's something that they definitely want to do. But that's something that, all these things, all these movements, whether it be guys who come and go, whether it be the veterans, whether it has to do with Clay and Chris and those two guys, and even Wiggins, he's got a contract, but, do they want to keep him? So these are all things that are in play. And that's why when Joe says that, I think he's saying that, yeah, we could do it anything because let's face it, man, that guy is thirsty for championships. He wants to have a quality team. And I understand it. He's paying more than anybody in the NBA. So, I think Kuminga's contract, if they give him an extension, I think it has to be somewhere in the range similar to what Jordan got.
There's Monty Poole earlier today with Steiny and Guru. Of course, Monty covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. I did have to take a little bit out of that conversation to make it fit here on Best of the Game because we have a little bit more to get to before we do wrap things up. So if you want to hear that full unedited conversation, it is available for you on the free Odyssey app. Just search 95.7 The Game, search Steiny and Guru, and it'll pop up there for you all free. You can also check it out by visiting 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel, youtube.com/957 The Game. It's available there in its entirety as well. All right, let's transition from the hardwood to the NFL offseason. Some of the drama around the 49ers after the Super Bowl loss has been Brandon Ayuk. And what do the 49ers do with Ayuk this offseason? Do they extend him as has been their pattern with Deebo Samuel and George Kittle and Nick Bosa and a few others, Fred Warner before that? Do they follow that mold, or are all of the Warriors contracts, the Niners contracts adding up? And will they consider trading Brandon Ayuk? Well, who better to talk about Brandon Ayuk than his personal wide receiver coach, former longtime NFL wide receiver himself, TJ Houshmandzadeh. He joined Willard and Dibbs this afternoon as well to break down everything relating to Brandon Ayuk and take us inside the wide receiver's mindset. That conversation wraps up Best of the Game here on 95.7 The Game. It's TJ Houshmandzadeh, longtime NFL wide receiver, on with Willard and Dibbs.
What's your take on the emotions that Ayuk showed right after the loss, combined with family members on social media insinuating that his time as a Niner is done?
That's normal, man. When you lose a big game like that, emotions are extremely high. You feel as if, man, because you care about him so much. If he would have gotten the ball more, if he would have had more opportunities, maybe we win the game. And some will point to, well, in the games you won, he only had 3 catches. Yeah, when you win, we don't worry about that. When we lose, it's a problem. And so it's just the emotional aspect of losing a big game. And when you look at just the Niners in general, they're going to have to make some decisions as far as who are they going to pay, who will not be paid, who will be released. I mean, there's a lot of things that's going to go into them trying to maintain the core that they have and still remain competitive.
When you look at the tape and you see 3 catches for Brandon, you see a couple of plays where he broke open and other plays where he was contained by man coverage. What are your takeaways just from Brandon's performance against a good Kansas City secondary?
BA is one of the best receivers in the league. I'm going to just be honest. I don't think anybody on the Chiefs team can cover him man-to-man without help. That's just my opinion of knowing the game of football. I mean, you got to think on. It looked like it was a screen and go. If he stays outside a little bit more, that's where Purdy threw the ball because the safety was in the middle of the field. It's probably a touchdown. Probably misread it himself. Purdy threw it a little far outside, but those things, that's going to happen in the game of football. But when it comes to strictly you covering me man-to-man with no help, there's not many guys in the league that's going to stop BA out of 10 times.
TJ, it's interesting because our colleague Bucky Brooks, and he was on with us yesterday, has been getting into it on social media saying that Aiyuk and Debo are both tremendous playmakers, yak guys, but not elite route runners, and therefore can struggle with man-to-man. Yep, go ahead.
Wrong. Bucky's wrong. He's wrong. And I know route running, and I'm not going to disrespect Bucky in that way, but when it comes to route running, he's wrong as 2 left feet. BA can run routes with the best of them, create separation with the best of them. I don't watch as much Debo because I don't know Debo that well. I know football. Debo is more of a football player. He may be somewhat correct about Debo. With BA, come on, Bucky, what you watching?
When you look at the Niners offense, TJ, do you see that the Niners are using him the right way, or are they misusing him in terms of just not giving him enough targets and enough one-on-one matchup possibilities?
I'm going to just say this. Debo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle. When you have all those guys on the same side of the ball that are tremendous playmakers, it gets hard. That's not easy to just, we going to feed Aiyuk. You got all these other guys that can make plays. And so it makes it hard to say, let's get this guy the ball. This is a team that has so many weapons. That is not an easy job for Shanahan to kind of figure out, okay, who's going to get this touch? Okay, that's not easy. And so I don't want to sit there and say, Aiyuk should be having this many targets per game. When you play with those type of players, you're going to have certain games where you get 5-6 targets, and you hope you can get 2 to 3 catches out of that, ideally 4 to 5, but that's the nature of the beast when you're on a successful team that wins as much as they do.
Okay, so TJ Houshmandzadeh joining us. TJ, therefore, is Brandon kind of built for that? And here's what I mean by that. Does Brandon want to be a part of an offensive group with tons of weapons where he won't quite get as many catches? Or do you think he'd like to spread his statistical wings elsewhere?
That's a question you would have to ask him. Like, if I'm in his position, I want to win. I want to get paid, because we all know when they pay you big money, they are going to look to get you the ball, because that's why they're paying you big money. And so you will not get a hefty contract without a bunch of targets. Always understand that. But you want to win first and foremost. You want to win, and you want to get paid what your talent deserves. I mean, he had 1,300 yards. His first team All-Pro. He's All-Pro. And so did he have a ton of catches? No, but he had a ton of big plays that impacted the game. And so if I'm Aiyuk, I want to win. I want to get paid. And everything else will take care of itself because he's a baller.
TJ, you know about this. You were once a big-name receiver opposite another big-name receiver, and you know how teams approach the cap. The idea of almost $50 million to 2 receivers is very rare. So, give it to us. If you're the 49ers, how would you play this with these 2 guys?
You can do it. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Debo's contract next year is the final year in his contract, if I'm not mistaken. Ideally, you want to keep the younger guy. That's just the way the NFL works. But if they don't re-sign BA, he's going to be fine, because finding a good receiver that can get open, that can run, that's shifty, that can block, you don't find all of that in one receiver. And so either way it goes, he's going to be fine. But if I'm the 49ers, I find a way to make it work, because then you're going to have to go try to find somebody that can do what he's done, and it's not that easy.
I know you're not BA's agent. You're his coach and probably a personal advisor. But when you look at some of the other receivers on that top paid list, where do you think that BA, Brandon Aiyuk, should fall on that list of highest paid wide receivers?
That's a tough question, because when you look at Tyreek Hill being the highest paid, believe he has 2 or 3 years left on his contract. And so if I'm Aiyuk, I want to win. I want to get paid. And everything else will take care of itself because he's a baller. TJ, you know about this. You were once a big-name receiver opposite another big-name receiver, and you know how teams approach the cap. The idea of BA, Brandon Aiyuk, should fall on that list of highest paid wide receivers. That's a tough question, because when you look at Tyreek Hill being the highest paid, a salary of like 40-something million to kind of push the average per year up. But BA is for sure one of the top 10 receivers in the league, and you can mix and match between all the guys that are at the top, and you're going to come out with a different top 10. But you want to be rewarded for what you've done. Now, is BA going to want to be the highest paid? Of course he's going to want to be the highest paid. Will that happen? Probably not. As long as he's rewarding his agent feel that is fair, I'm sure BA will have no problem. I want the best for him because I know the type of work that it takes to play at this level. The sacrifice you have to put in is not easy. The amount of pain that your body is in and week out, the way you push yourself in the off season. I don't think people come work out with him one day and see how that one workout is today, and then you're going to do probably a harder one tomorrow. It's not easy. And, they get paid all this money. Come put the work in with him and see if you could do it.
TJ, have you talked to him since the Super Bowl?
Briefly. Just text, man. Keep your head up. You'll be good. And, yeah, I'll see you soon. That was it.
Yeah, here's what I'm wondering. I wonder if you were sitting with him, and whether it's advising him or just being a friend or whatever, and within hours after the Super Bowl, you've got your girl on TikTok saying this might be the last time we're at Levi Stadium. You got your brother on IG saying we out. Like what's your advice to him about that?
They can't do that. They know that. I'm sure he said something afterwards. But again, when you love somebody, man, you do things you shouldn't do. When you genuinely care about somebody and there's a lot on the line and you know what they've gone through to get to that point, the working out, the sacrifices they've made, it's just frustrating. I'm sure they regret it, but once you put that out there, what can you do? But yeah, I just look at it as it's somebody they genuinely care and love. Frustration. That's what it was, frustration.
Let's say as Brandon is now extension eligible, but he's got another year on his deal, and he's still on a rookie contract. If the 49ers say to Brandon Ayuk, look, we love you, but we're not ready to really do this right now. We're going to need you to go ahead and play the fifth year, and then we'll talk about it later. What do you do if you're him?
Oh, I'm not going to like it. I'm going to be pissed off for a little bit, and then I'm going to get my ass to work and go dominate another year. Now you're going to pay me more than you would have paid me the year before. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be pissed off, and then I'm going to go bust my you-know-what, run myself into the ground in the offseason, get better, come back and dominate, and now there's no, can you take it? Nah, I'm taking everything that I deserve, and that should be his mentality. It's natural to be upset. It's natural. But once you don't get it, you got to put your head down and get to work, because if you don't play well, it will be, that's why we made that decision. And so, yeah, it should upset you, but you can't let it affect you. It should upset you, but don't let it affect you at all. Get to work and come back and have a better year.
That's TJ Houshmandzadeh, longtime NFL wide receiver, and has been the personal wide receiver coach for Brandon Ayuk for a number of years. So a good guy to kind of poke and prod and get into the mind of Brandon Ayuk as he enters a really important offseason in his career, and it's a really important offseason for the 49ers as well. Really, really fun conversation with TJ Houshmandzadeh on Willard and Dips. All right, that'll do it for Best of the Game today on this Wednesday. 95.7 The Game, of course, will be back bright and early tomorrow morning at 6 with the morning roast. Bonte is back tomorrow. Should be a ton of fun having Bonte back after he had a nice little break earlier this week. But Bonte's back tomorrow. A lot more about the Warriors as the Warriors officially open the second half tomorrow against the Lakers at home. 7 o'clock tip. LeBron will not be playing, however, in that game for the Lakers. Pre-game coverage will begin tomorrow at 6 here on 95.7 The Game. That'll do it today, though. Thanks so much for tuning in. My name is Mark Randy, signing off. Have a fantastic rest of your Wednesday.
Your health is important, so keep yourself and your family covered with Medi-Cal. Medi-Cal renewals will be happening soon, so if you have Medi-Cal, make sure you don't miss any important renewal information. If you've moved in the last 3 years, check and update your mailing address, email address, and phone number. Learn more at keepmedicalcoverage.org. That's keepmedicalcoverage.org. Paid for by the California Department of Healthcare Services.
at the Golf Mart by Worldwide Golf. There's something that binds us all, the collective goal to transcend the ordinary. Introducing the Cobra Dark Speed Driver. Engineered with advanced aerodynamics, power bridge technology, and a large hot face for more speed and consistency. Visit us in store for a free custom fitting at the Golf Mart or shop us online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there.
Get ready. This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now, during Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $180 on select chairs. That's up to $180 off desk chairs, up to $180 off computer chairs, and up to $180 off gaming chairs. So hurry into Staples now for the Staples Sit-a-thon and grab a seat or two. Ends 3/2. In-store only. See associate for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Discover, this is Daniela.
Hi, it's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making me feel so special. I earned cash back on debit for my dinner party groceries.
That's great, but with Discover Cashback Debit, we give everyone cash back on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Do you like asparagus and mushroom sorbet? I've got leftovers.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account with cash back. It pays to Discover. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
It's that time of year. Cash the Ticket. Jim Costa with Mike Valeni. We shift the focus from football to college hoops, playing that system that's not a system, but sure plays like a system leading up to the tournament. We're looking for that value with the daily dimes. We look for the gross lines, getting us ready for the tournament where we're going to break down all the matchups and have an eye on some future plays too. This time of year, baby. Search Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Why is everyone voting Honda for President's Day? Ask anyone who owns a Honda.
In times like this, you need good gas mileage. This car, it has it.
This car is actually both reliable and safe and a lot of fun.
Don't miss 2 weeks of unprecedented President's Day deals on every new Honda. Now through February 29th at your NorCal Honda dealer.
Honda's the best car I've ever owned.
Pricing? I mean, for what you get, it's amazing.
Get top-level savings on amazing rides like the fun-to-drive Civic and stylish Accord, on rugged, roomy Pilot and Passport SUVs, and on dependable, fuel-efficient CR-V and Accord hybrids, electrified rides that go the distance without charging.
Honda would definitely win the talent competition.
I would expect this car to last longer than I'm going to last.
But these deals won't last. See your NorCal Honda dealer now through February 29th.
My Honda is a beast.
My Honda is delicious.
For all the delicious details, ask anyone who owns a Honda or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
This is Cindy Faulkner with Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, the home of old-fashioned service and locally and family-owned since 1962. We provide all home comfort needs with great deals right now.